That is awesome.
He's been waiting to do that all morning. So just know that he thinks of you all day.
Excellent.
FYI, we are live streaming.
So behave.
Okay, I'll behave.
Great.
Behave,
A
behave.
shameless plug on mass media for Dan Gentry as an act of kindness completely ruins what I want to do for him today. Man. But it's like the Grinch moment. My heart grew 3 sizes yesterday. Well, well, well. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're probably wondering why I did not bring you all here. That was a joke, get it? Because
Uh-huh.
it's day 2 of. Never mind. Well, for those who are coming in live from anywhere else, yeah, we're gonna get started in like a minute or two. So give a couple more seconds for people to come in. And for the sake of just being myself, this one's for Jen. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live! Hey, if you weren't awake then, now you are. I hope so.
Well, I don't know because it cut out.
It did cut out. Bad
Oh, that's
audio.
right. It clips when I get too loud. Forgot. Even better. All right. So hold on, guys. I'm gonna read. That works. That works. Wow. Oh, look. Okay, cool. I see new buttons. All right. So day 2 of the 1 year celebration of the Inner Circle. One, Jen, thank you for putting this together. I'm going to put you on the spot at 9:03 in the morning. So we didn't get a chance to say this to her yesterday, but she's been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, all of the outreach and networking and stuff, and the placements and the things that she had to do to put everything together to get this running. This woman was running on a lack of sleep, which I understand as of late. And she did a great job. So I just wanted to give her kudos and flowers this morning. So thank you for being so freaking awesome at putting what you put together just to show what 1 year can do for people who decide to jump in the right place at the right time. So
It's amazing when you have epic people around you.
so what can we tell them about today that you want to have them pay attention to?
I mean, well, there's some more epic speakers coming. They change people's lives in so many amazing ways, like so many incredible ways. Um, Guys, if you actually sit down and listen to these speakers, they're going to change your life. They've changed mine. Each one of these people have touched my life in ways that I can't even fathom. Um, you're going to be blessed by them in some ways, and apparently sometimes you get gifts of coffee. I have yet to have that.
That's true. I can't
Me
imagine
either.
who would send coffee to someone. I don't know ever who would ever send me coffee ever. Virtually, I might add, not even in person. He lives in another state. Um, this is delicious. But anyway, no, Jen's absolutely right. We do a lot of cool things that way. And we're going to kick off with our first speaker right now. I just wanted Jen to squirm a little bit because she's going to talk a little bit more today. So, ladies and gentlemen, please do me a favor and buckle up because the next speaker is incredible. I've had the opportunity to know this woman for the past couple of years now. I can say years. Um, every time she graces a stage or a virtual note, she's brilliant. She's a master speaker and teacher who actually specializes in demystifying AI and marketing automation. All right, which is in a world today that's so fast paced, where everything is literally almost obsolete within a couple months. She's all over it. She's got over 20 years of digital marketing experience, and she breaks down the super complex techniques and concepts to real basic, easy to understand strategies. And she really shows you how to implement this for your business and empower you to do more, to attract more, to streamline your operations and build more relationship and less stress with the technical stuff. So, not only that, she's absolutely wonderful. She's the sweetest person in the world, and her expertise is literally blows me away every time I hear her. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please give her an amazing welcome, Ms. Kimberly Inez Mays.
Thanks, James. So, good morning, everyone. I am honored to be the first speaker on day 2. Really excited, really happy to talk about custom GPTs. And yesterday we were blown away by Notebook LM. So here is another thing that I cannot live without. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and make sure everything is cool there. But show of hands while I set everything up, or show of virtual hands, who has the paid version of ChatGPT? And if you don't, no shame. Okay, great. Seems like most of us do. But if you don't, then you should be able to use this in well, I say just for the price of 2 Starbucks drinks, invest in the paid version of ChatGPT. But if you don't, it works in Google Gyms. It works in a lot of other things too. I think Perplexity projects and Claude projects. But I think the real benefit of custom GPTs is that you can share them. And if you have a team, if you have people you work with, you can literally take your own knowledge and put them into a set of repeatable instructions. So I'm going to just show you what that looks like. I have some that are already cooked, and then we're going to cook one together, and then we're going to just open it up for Q&A. And so James already went through this stuff. This is like, who am I? AI nerd. I like marketing tech. I'm a programmer, like speaking. I wrote some books, and I have a cat. So with all that said, I see, Sierra, you took a picture of the screen. So I'm going to tell you guys now, I'm going to share everything, the slides, the workbook, and then the GPTs I've created. So if you want to go ahead and scan this QR code, I'll show it again at the end, and I'll put the link in the chat so that you don't have to worry about like capturing or things on the slide, because I'm going to go really fast and I may not read everything. So I know people get really excited about slides, or they're anxious about slides, so I'll share everything. So if you've ever opened up any large language model, and I use the term LLM, or for short for large language model, you may have noticed that if you don't spend a lot of time providing context or priming it, then your outputs are a little meh, right? It's very generic. It doesn't sound like you. A lot of us use it for copywriting. I use it for ideation, market research, operations, and so much more. But if you don't give it enough context, what tends to happen, you'll get something that's very generic or just interchangeable, right? You won't get anything that's very specific to you and your brand. And even if you do provide the context in each chat, think about how much work that is every single time to do that. So your results are going to vary wildly, especially if you have a VA, especially if you have a teammate, a coworker, a colleague that's performing the same function. If you guys are using different prompts, you guys are providing different pieces of context, you may get different results. And if you ever just get mad at a chat and say, okay, I told you to do it this way, then this is where GPTs will really shine, right? Because we've all got mad at chats. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I got mad at chats too. I'm like, no M dash. This is what an M dash looks like. So, we've all done this, and often we settle for good enough due to just time constraints. And enter the custom GPT. So most of us have the paid version of ChatGPT. So these are just shareable bots. Well, I just call them like little robots with specialized instructions. So that's the beauty of it. It can be reused, it can be shared, it can be sold, it can be used as lead magnets. You're going to see some that I share with you guys. You can include your business knowledge. So this is huge, because the pieces of information that I put in my GPTs are my product service, my client avatar, my unique selling proposition, some other things that are proprietary to what I do. And so having that knowledge also with the instructions really makes for a almost like another teammate, really. You can build a teammate. Doesn't replace a human being, but it augments what a human can do. So it can be combined. You can combine multiple like custom GPTs in a single chat. So you can have like your marketing GPT, you can have your content GPT over here, and you can interchange them in a single chat. So it's like having a specialized AI team. So they really matter because you don't want to lock the system instructions so that you don't repeat yourself, like I said before, and you could just standardize behavior across your entire team. So this is really good if you are onboarding, let's say you're onboarding a new VA, you can put your onboarding documents in a single custom GPT that you share with your VA saying, this is how we do it. Here's where the files are. So if you get a lot of questions from a newbie or somebody who just started working with you, that's just one example. Then you can lead them to this and it can literally replace you. So there's, not replace you, but you know what I mean. So I could think of at least 10 different use cases for custom GPTs. And I'm going really fast so that I can show you, because telling is one thing, showing is quite another. And for those who just joined, you will get a chance to download these slides and all of the good stuff. So don't worry about me going fast and not reading everything. Cool. So the importance of providing context, like I said before, when you open a new chat, I don't use the standard custom instructions in ChatGPT on a whole because I'm using different chats for different things. I might use it in different projects. But on the whole, when you open up a brand new chat, let's say you just signed up for ChatGPT, you open up a brand new chat, it doesn't know you, it doesn't know anything about your business, doesn't know anything about you or what you're trying to do. So providing context takes a lot of time. Like I said before, providing instructions takes a lot of time. It really does. It's not one and done. It's not your best results aren't going to come from a one-shot prompt. Even though they sell these prompt packs, it really takes a little bit of time. So I think I'll be repeating myself if I read what's here, but you get the gist. And so here are the basic building blocks of a great custom GPT. Number one, you want to define the role clearly. If you don't know what it's supposed to do or if its final output, then it's going to be very hard. And you don't want to give it too many things to do. Just like you wouldn't hire somebody to do your copywriting and then also to do your sales and then also to do, I don't know, like your funnels or whatever. So you have one GPT for not only one purpose, but like one set of defined purposes. You set the tone and the style rules. You provide your decision-making rules. And then most importantly, you set boundaries. And then you use escalation rules for missing context. And I'll show you what that looks like because I have a GPT that literally will kind of force you through a certain set of steps to get an output. And you want to have these boundaries because you want to avoid, hallucinations, and you just want to avoid something that doesn't really work or is not very effective for your business. All right, so the 3 success criteria, the stress test I put under is consistency. It should match the tone and structure almost every time. Accuracy, it uses correct facts and frameworks. So it should use your knowledge. It shouldn't wildly go off the rails. And adaptability, it holds the structure when context shifts. So it'll always bring you back to like the structure that you set it up with. And this will be more apparent when I show you. I'm just telling you right now. So I'm gonna break out of this slide deck. There's only 2 more. Try to break it. So try to use contradictory prompts to test the logic. Try to make it, when you're testing it, try to make it fail so you know exactly what to fix. Use edge cases for reliability, shift the tones to test voice retention, and then remove key details and see if it asks. Because you want to make sure that it has what it needs, because if it doesn't, what it'll try to do by design of an LLM is to fill in the gaps. And it tries to, even though now it's less sycophantic, I can never pronounce that word, it tries to fill in the gaps for you. So just make sure that you test it to make sure it's not doing that. And then lastly, sharing for leverage. You can make a custom GPT, Right now, they say it's a store, but they've called it a store for like 2 years. It's not really a store, but it's more of a directory. So what you can do is you can put your custom GPTs in a directory if you want to get discovered. But what I like to do is have them have the link available to share, and you can share that with the public via a lead magnet, or if you're selling GPTs, or if you're doing it for a client, or you can make it private to you if you want to use it for personal use, or you can just have the link shared with your team. And that being said, I think, oh, yeah, I threw this back in here in case you didn't get the QR code, but I'm going to put the link actually too, so you don't have to use your phone. But if you want to, that's cool too. And yeah, that's the end of the slides. And I use Midjourney to animate this because why not? Okay, so I'm going to get out of this. And let's see, I think I blew through that in like 10 minutes. I want to see if there's any questions before I go into the GPT building aspect of things. Let's just check the chat. You could go off mute too, that's cool. Okay, all right. All right, cool. So it doesn't seem like there's any questions right now, but you may have questions later. So here are a couple of GPTs that I have built. So basically, never mind all the crap that I've built too. I do this a lot for fun. When you go into custom GPT, you want to go into the explore section. So let's go in here, and here is the GPT store. And your GPT store kind of looks like this. You'll get the top picks, usually by bigger companies like Expedia, Canva, and some others. So these are good. You can use stuff that's already pre-built. There's no shame in it. I encourage you, if you're new to it, use a lot of it. And then when you click on one, it'll be it'll have some ratings here, so you can check to see how many people like it. You can use other people's GPTs as well. But I'm going to go into create. So if you go to create, you can create your own GPT. And if you are, a lot of you may have seen this screen already, so just bear with me and I'll go into a more advanced screen in a second. So if you're new to it, you can go to the create tab and you can just say, all right, this is what I'm trying to do. This is what I'm trying to make. You can have a normal chat with the create tab to create something. So I'm also looking at the chat as well. Yes, so I'm looking at the chat as well. So I'm trying to think of a use case, a good use case for this. So let's say I'm creating a GPT to help outline a talk. You are a speaking coach. I'm just making this up, by the way. I didn't have this prepared. You are a speaking coach that helps me outline my talk and fill in the gaps. You should ask me clarifying questions to help me. So this is just a super quick example because I have other tabs that are baked. So I have other GPTs already done, but this is the fastest way to create one. So you can go to create, you could just talk to it. So this is a possible name is Talk Outline Coach. Okay, fine. And then it'll create the blah, blah, blah. And it always tries to create a profile picture, which is kind of annoying because I don't really care about the picture so much, but it does that anyway. So while this is baking, okay, this is good. This is fine. So fine. And now it'll create the instructions. So you'll see the little gear that says updating GPT. And so you can continue talking to this. And as you talk to it, what it does, it will update the instructions on the configure tab. If you're more advanced, you can go to configure tab, and this is what it looks like. So it gave it a name, it gave it a description, it gave it some conversation starters, and then it gave it the instructions. So this GPT acts like a personalized speaking coach that helps users outline, refine, strengthen their talk. It works collaboratively to shape and engaged outlines, filling in gaps, blah, 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 blah. And so if any information is missing, ask for it naturally instead of making assumptions. So on the right side of it, you can now test your GPT. So imagine if you just opened up a plain like chat window and said, help me outline my talk. You would have to give it all of these instructions to do that, or you can use this GPT to do it. So here are the questions, and it's like a few questions to help get us started. What's your talk about? Who's the audience? What's the primary goal of the talk? How long is the talk supposed to be? Do you have any key points, stories, or messages that you want to include? So this is actually pretty good for something I created in 90 seconds. However, if there are things that I specifically wanted to ask, like, okay, well, where is your talk virtual? Is your talk in person? Maybe do you have any visuals? Things like that, you can put those questions in your instructions. So you can always go back and edit the configure tab, or you can go back to create if you'd rather do it via a chat. So you have some options. So right now, what I love about it is that it seems very structured, and I'll show you an example of the structured instructions of my other ones. But in this one, let's try to break it. So I'm gonna say, I like ice cream, which has like, okay, so this is great. Let's turn I like ice cream into the seed of a real talk. So it kind of brought it back to the original purpose of it. It says, don't want to create a talk. And I'm literally trying to break it. Let's see if it says, oh, so what would you like to help with instead? So right now I did kind of break it because I didn't spend too much time like setting it up, but you get the gist of it. So this is really good if you just getting started. And the first couple of ones that you create probably won't be very good. I'm just going to say that right now, because, you know, like anything, it just takes practice. But so I have over like 70 of these, and most of them suck, but the really good ones are the ones I use all the time. So let's get out of the quick and dirty like example. Actually, I missed one thing. You see here, here's the powerful thing is knowledge. You can upload your files. So let's say I'm going to look at the screen. I'm looking at Morris right now. For example, I'm going to use Morris as an example. So let's say he just hires somebody and he has SOPs. He has like different processes that, you know, somebody new would need to follow. Like what a person that has a business like Morris could do is put those SOPs, put those like documents into a custom GPT. And so instead of them running to the boss saying, hey, you know, how do I do this? How do I do this? How do I, you know, put this leg on this chair or whatever case may be? It's like, okay, well now here's example, or here are the things you need to know before you get started. Same thing with like maybe somebody who is now building funnels on like high level. I did build a GPT for a high level as well to help people kind of get started on that platform, just because that platform is insane when you first log into it. So there are so many use cases, too many to name. But I'm going to show you a couple of ones I've already baked. Then I'm going to check the chat. And then, you know, if there's anything you want me to show you, anything that you want to see, let me know. But before I do that, I also want to show you this as well too. So this is the workbook that I put together. So so this also comes in the link that I'm going to share with you. You get the workbook. It kind of takes you through more of like what I'm saying, as well as some of my favorite GPTs. All right. So let's get out of here. And so here's the first, well, I'm going to show you this one. So this one is proprietary to me because it has my knowledge in it. And it's called Solomon, the Content Copycat, because Solomon's one of my cats. So what I got tired of doing every week was creating pieces of content from a transcript. So what I'll do is I'll create a long form video. And then I'm like, oh, I said so many great things in this video. I want to turn it into social media posts. I want to turn it into quotes. I want to turn it into my YouTube or podcast or whatever. So this one, I want to take you under the hood to show you what this looks like. I'm going to expand the instructions so you can see it. And if you can't see it, just follow along with me. So this one, I meticulously created these GPT instructions, the interactive flow. I have the intro. It says, we'll create 5 pieces of content, one after the other. And you see the controls here. It says, type start when you're ready. And it says, do not proceed until the user types start. And so now it has step 1, external summary, step 2, quote picks. And everything has a gate. It says type yes to continue, edit to tweak, cancel to stop. I have a YouTube one, I have an email one, and I have a LinkedIn one. This says if the user types cancel at any point, stop and ask if they need anything else. And if the user selects one of the following, regenerate that asset. And here's the formatting rules. Here's the quote pick rules. Here's the reminders. I'm going to close this. And then if I scroll down, here are templates. I don't think I can open the template because it's already in. Ooh, what did I do? What did I do? Sorry. Oh, I can't open a template. Okay, never mind. Well, all right. But it has the templates for everything. So I have it formatted. So you also want to tell your large language model how you want things outputted to you. So if I just run this, Solomon, the content copycat, and I don't really know what's on my computer right now. If I can find a transcript real quick. My desktop is messy. Don't hold that against me. But let's see. I think this is one that I may have. Oh, transcript demo. Okay, perfect. All right. So let's say use this transcript. And I'm going to show you how I locked everything in. And I'm also going to read the room and check the chat as well. And then 5 minutes. Okay, great. Well, now that was 3 minutes ago, so I had 2 minutes. So I'm just going to show you really quickly 5 pieces of content, one after the other. So let's just say start really quickly. And then I'm only going to show you a little bit of this, and then I'm going to just have some Q&A. So it has the summary of the transcript that I have. I was talking about CRMs. If I say yes, now it creates my quotes. So these are verbatim quotes from my transcript. So now look how much work it saves. I can create 1 piece of content and get like 5 other pieces of content from it. And then I can say yes. I'm kind of rushing a little bit. Okay, 3 minutes, cool. All right, so now it's creating my YouTube description, my opening hook, what the video is about, and then it also chapters it according to the transcript. And this is all thanks to the instructions that I've put into the custom GPT as well as the template. So you kind of get the idea a little bit of like what I'm saying with custom GPTs. So the ones that, I'm going to share some. I can share a version of this with you, Morris, if you want. What I will do is probably, actually, no, I can share this one because it doesn't have anything that's specific to Kimberly. So yeah, I could share this with you for sure. Yes, I could share it. These are some other ones I'm going to share with you. This is the AI scorecard. I don't think I have enough time to go into it, but it's like a little quiz. So if you like quizzes, or if you want to do quizzes as a lead magnet, you can create a little fast quiz into your into a custom GPT. And this one I'm going to send to you too is called the Offer Engine. So this one helps you create offers for your business. It's all in the booklet. So yeah, so here are all the instructions. Build program, sales page, 5 email sequence, full launch strategy. So I'm going to send all the bots. Don't worry. I got everyone. So you not only get the slides, you get the workbook and the GPTs all for free 99. And so this is the link that I'm going to share. It's all in here. So yes, my Virgo nature like created all of this. So you just press it, you get to like click on it, and it's like 3 modules in my little thing. And yeah, let me put this in the chat so that you can have it. And I think I am okay. I think I'm now at time. So oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm glad you like me, Sierra. So with that, that is all I got. That's all I got to say about that. It has been a pleasure, and I'll take some Q&A.
Wow. Like first, just wow. I will always be enamored and impressed by you every time you show up. So one, thank you.
Okay.
Two, my first question, and I'm just gonna, because I'm curious, I want to see your quiz. So
Okay.
so as the question, like walk me through that quiz, show me what that quiz is like.
Yes. Okay, cool. So I'm going to show it to you. And I really like the interactivity more than just me talking at you. So this is the quiz. This one is, I created this. And James, like, if you want to have a coffee chat, I can show you more about like what this looks like.
Always.
But yeah, so it's like, here's the quiz. And after each question, at the blah, 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 each option is worth some points, A, B, C, and D, add it up. And then here are the questions. Here, A, B, C, or D, A, B, C, or D, and it'll ask you in sequence. And then at the end, it says, hey, you're invited to an automation insight session. So that's also a way that you can get leads from it as well. So, if I just do this like super, super, super fast, I can show you. So the most important thing is to have a structure. So look, this is the structure. And I also have some like, I don't know why I put all these files in here, but I did because it makes a suggestion at the end. So, oh yeah, and if you share custom GPT, they don't have access to your files. Like the files that built it, they don't have access to your instructions. So I'm just going to arbitrarily answer questions. So it's like question 2, arbitrarily answered C. And then if I just did D, I'm also watching the chat too, if you had any other questions.
That's
So
cool.
then, yeah, so let me see. I think it's only 10 questions, so I'm just gonna hustle and go through it. So like and I also have it explaining stuff too, like after each question. Yes, and you can connect GPTs to Zapier as well. That's a little bit more advanced. So, in 20 minutes, I can show that. But yes, you can have actions as well. So if you really want to get techie and stuff, you can connect it to Zapier. They have a connector especially for custom GPTs that works really well. So if you want to put things into your CRM, if you want to collect like emails and things like that, you could definitely do that. Or if you want to connect it to calendars or I don't know, whatever the case may be. And so now it's only 5 questions. Okay, I thought I put 10. Anyways, 17, the score of 17. Here is the stage. Here is the blah blah blah. The result. And then it's like, okay, to take the next step, do this, do that. And it's a lot of good information too. I'm just going through it very, very quickly. But that's a great way that you can create a quiz and then you go to share. So I'm giving away all the secrets here in real time. And then anyone with the link, and then just press save. And then if this link is shared, then anyone can use it.
Pam, I think John has a
Yeah,
question.
go ahead, John.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Kimberly, that was amazing. Really great information. So much here that I don't know, how to process it all, but thank you for the slides and all that. So
Mhm.
the question I have, and I just telling you, what I'm about here is I wouldn't say disorganized as much as I got so much freaking stuff all over my computer over the last couple of years that I have no idea where half the stuff or 98% of it is most of the time. So I'm pretty disorganized in that way. I would love to, I've got names, I've got email addresses, I've got company, I got everything in there. Can I just get chat to say, take everything I have in there and give me the best list that I can possibly have so I could speak to them in an organized fashion?
I probably wouldn't use ChatGPT or Custom GPT for it, only if it's private or personal identifying information, because anything you do put into a large language model that becomes available for the model to be trained on. I would use and Dan might have some suggestions too. I would use more like a notebook LM if it's like supposed to be a closed system for that. But that would, so if you want to synthesize other bits of information that aren't like personally identifiable, you can definitely use a custom GPT to talk to your files, or if you want to share it with somebody else to say, okay, well, now you could talk to files about my business or, about a process, you can definitely use a GPT for that. I would just caution away from putting anything that's personally identifiable, especially, with consent issues and things like that. Does
Okay.
that help?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to get a habit of when I get stuck or I don't have answers to some of my questions that I have for myself, I said, well, why don't I just ask Chat GPT?
Mm-hmm.
And so I do that, and I just get better at the prompts, but at the same time, I think pretty crazily about what I'm doing right now is saying, hey, just give me a list of everything that I have, and do it as easy as possible. So, I'm not sure
Mm-hmm.
if you answered my question or not. I'm not sure of how easy that would be.
Well, you can also use a regular chat and upload files. It's just the sensitivity of the data is what I would pay attention to. So, if it's like people's names, addresses, phone numbers, things like that, I would definitely not put it into ChatGPT. But yeah, you can use AI systems. I would love Notebook LM for something like that because then you have your sources listed out. And I'm believe maybe you were here for the Notebook LM presentation, but that would be a really clean way to have all of your files and all of your sources. And then it would also track back to what data came from where. I believe, and I have to see if Notebook LM is private. I know on a paid account it is, but yeah, you can definitely use any AI system to ask questions, get organized as well. I use it a lot for organization as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very
Mhm.
much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kim, so I saw you put like join the session, book the session or whatever it was
Mhm.
within your GPT. Since the majority of us here are business owners, how do you what do you feel about making it a lead magnet? Like, do you see that being something that generates leads for people? And what do you see as being like the easiest way to promote it?
Yeah, so when I taught lead magnets, like back in the day, a couple of years ago, it was like always like a PDF guide, right? But now it's like nobody got time for read guides, even though I created one 2 nights ago. But
Right.
so I think it's a great way to use it as a lead magnet because people like instant results. So if you can get somebody a result in like 10 minutes, people will pay attention to that. So what you could do is go to update and then have the share as link.
Mhm.
It's taking a minute, and then take that link and put it into your form or into your thank you page. So if you build like a form, first name, email, and then they put that, and then the next page they get the link to the GPT. It doesn't prevent them from sharing the
Right.
link with other people. That's the only snag. I remember talking to a client about that, and I'm like, yeah, because the GPT store is not a store; it's more like a library. But this is a way that you can use it. So if you want to have on your squeeze page, like, hey, my GPT does X, Y, and Z in only 5 minutes, you get 1, 2, 3, then that is a great way to use as a lead magnet.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone else
So,
have questions? Oh,
oh
James.
yeah, oh yeah, no,
James and his
we're
AI. He's an AI lover after these 2 days.
we starting this again, Sierra.
I
I
am.
appreciate it. Yeah, no, it's okay.
Mhm.
So Kimberly, real quick, like I know that you were mentioning throughout your presentation, like creating custom GPTs and how it like anything else, it takes practice and repetition to do. For most, at least the average business owner who wants to integrate AI, who's afraid of like diving deep into the custom GPTs just because of being overwhelmed with like the sense of just how much you can
Mhm.
do. And I also know you, and you have said it throughout the last couple of days that you absolutely love full control over what you create. What would you just say to someone to break the barrier of feeling overwhelmed to tackle it? Like, what would be like your intro to like if you're creating this, like how would you put that out for someone?
Yeah, I say first lower the stakes. So when I
Mhm.
teach AI, I teach people how to make recipes or how to do something lighthearted and fun. Because if you're like, oh, I'm going to open up Chat GPT now and I'm going to make a funnel for my business that's going to change everything, then that's a lot of pressure, you know? And I
Okay.
say, if you start small and you take like the smallest thing off your plate, like for me, I just got tired of writing emails. So I said, you know, I make long form videos that produce a transcript. I could take that transcript and now have my email template, you know, write an email for me. So if you just do one little simple thing, then that's a big win. And then you don't feel as like burdened, like, oh my goodness, this doesn't work. And now it's all over, because it's really like riding a bike. Like nobody can tell you how to ride a bike. You just got to get on, fall until you find your balance. So this one is kind of like the same thing.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you. That's
Mhm.
awesome. And then so the next question, because we had a lot of AI talk, and we'll have a lot more AI talk today, I know.
Mhm.
One of the statistics that we heard yesterday was like 80% of entrepreneurs use Chat GPT on one thread. I think it was like in the upper 80s, I believe, right? So
Mhm.
like in terms of like subdividing your work in different threads and different chats, how beneficial could that be for someone like John who has everything like maybe in all different
Mhm.
directions, but putting it in one system and just tabbing it differently? Like, how would that work out for someone in terms of organization?
So if you're just using one chat for everything, I say you have to pay attention. So somebody brought up yesterday the context window. I think it was Dan. So it brought up like, you know, so it has a context window. So it's like if I'm having a conversation with you and I can only remember the things that we spoke about in the last 15 minutes, that's kind of like how that works. So you would have to constantly refresh its context window depending on the model you're using. I know it's gotten wider now, it's gotten a lot better since 3.5, but I would say too that you tend to lose a lot of focus when you're just doing it in one chat, because now it's like hiring somebody to do your sales, do your marketing, do your like, I don't know, like your graphics. And so by breaking it up and using specialized GPTs, you can have that set of instructions. It knows what to do, and you can have more organization there. And I didn't go into projects, but projects is a good thing too. I know I have a limited amount of time. And yes, I have. So there's something called projects in ChatGPT that collects, that you can put your, it's similar to like custom GPT, but you can put your files in there and then it organizes your chats within a project. And you can give your project instructions, and that's a great way to keep things organized as well. And you can now use custom GPTs within projects. I know it sounds like Inception, and I don't have enough time to explain it, but yes, organization, definitely check out projects.
So off Brent, to build off that a little bit, because we do have definitely a few more minutes. So if I
Mhm.
were to create a project, let's say for like speaking, like I have an engagement, there are three things, or building, we'll say building a recipe. We'll literally break down like this is the recipe, this is what you need. Like it'll help organize everything within that subject matter in that one project.
Yeah, so it what it does, it's like having a team where you're saying, okay, well, say you, me, Sierra, Jen, we're on a team, and so we have access to the same instructions, access to the same files. If, you know, Dan comes and talks to Sierra, she can go and reference that file that we have on our team. You know, we can reference the same like source information. So it's great for organization like that, if that makes sense.
No, yeah, that does.
Mhm. Yeah.
Admittedly, I haven't messed around with projects. I do. I have multiple threads and I have certain things, but I've never put everything into a project. So that definitely has perked my interest.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely check out projects. And I'm showing a lot of my secrets now, but like if I go into my project and I don't even know like sometimes like what I'm gonna see when I do my projects, but I like to overshare when I do stuff so that people can see. So it's like here are my instructions. It's like I made like a kind of a mean coach thing. So like no pleasantry, no ego stroking. Every line serves a purpose, and it has 9 of my files.
that's
So
amazing.
it has my like my offers. It has my pricing. It has like my it has everything. So if I want to start a new chat, like say, oh, I want to create an outline of a talk, it already knows what I do because it has access to those files in the project.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's pretty awesome. Now we figured
Yeah.
out why it's probably not complimenting Dan anymore. He probably told it not to and forgot.
Yeah, so you want to limit the sycophancy. Like that's a really hard word to say, but it's when it tries to please you. So, you want to make sure that it's not just saying, "Yeah, that's a great question, James. Thanks for asking me that. That's a great idea."
So
That's pretty
Kimberly,
cool.
do you have your GPTs talking to each other and like can you have them working
Yes.
in like the same thread?
Mhm.
It's been a while since I've played around with building the GPTs. So
Yes, I do. I do. So you can usually use, and I don't know if they changed, it's something that disabled for 5.1, because they're coming out with like stuff with breakneck speed, and it's kind of just insane. But let's say if you just press the @ sign. So yeah, so if you press the @ sign, let's say if I want to talk to, I don't know, like what was it, Solomon, and say, I don't know what it's going to say. It's probably just going to say, hey, we'll create 5 pieces of content. And then if I just upload, and I'll just do this really fast. I know I'm like short on time. If I just upload again, the transcript demo and say start, I can now call in another GPT. So right now it's using the GPT Solomon, the copycat. And you can see I'm using a plain vanilla chat to do this. And then let's say if I don't really like it, I have another one called Casual Writing Buddy. My naming is weird, so let's say fix this copy. So right now, Casual Writing Buddy took over, and now it fixed the copy that it just created. So that's a kind of a quick and crude example of using multiple GPTs in a thread. But yeah, you can definitely just use the @ sign and have them talk to each other. Thanks for
pretty cool.
liking my names. Yeah, I just like Casual Writing Buddy because I got tired of Harness, and so I have a list of stuff in that GPT like do not use Harness, Elevate, Unleash. I'm sorry, like don't use like some of these words, Game Changer, things like that. So yeah.
awesome.
Uh-huh.
This was so cool. So someone who is like a beginner user, it seems pretty
Mhm.
easy to like get going. What do you think or what can you say is like the top 3 things to do? Because I saw that you could do the uploading a file. Is it easier to like, let me retract my question. Is it easier to upload stuff into like a Word doc and then put like, say I want to train my bot, because I think isn't there limits to how many PDFs you can upload into it? Or
I
did they change
believe
that?
I believe there is. I haven't tried it because I never had that many PDFs. But what you can do if you're brand new and you're just like, I don't understand any of it, just talk to ChatGPT, open up a plain vanilla chat and say, hey, I want to build a custom GPT to do X, Y, and Z. And then what's one powerful thing you can do when you're prompting is to ask it, what questions do you have? What clarifying questions do you have? Because sometimes you don't know what you don't know, but you can say, what clarifying questions do you have? And then it'll say that. So you can use a chat to build the
To build it.
instructions.
That's
So you
really
don't always
smart.
have to go in there and type,
I love that. Thank you.
Mhm. Yeah, it only holds 20. Thanks, Jen. I've never tried it with that many
Yeah, I've
files.
done it a few times. And I mean,
Of course, Jen would know.
it's been a while. Yeah, I think it was like
I
5
do know.
before.
I do know. And there is a maximum gigabyte level as well.
Yeah, okay, that's what it was. I had like
Oh,
too
I
big of a
thought-
gigabyte. Yeah.
Oh, and I mean, and also if you're coding, it does you can't go over 50K characters.
Yeah.
Jen has found all the
Admittedly-
limits.
Admittedly,
I love that,
I
like,
have
the
like 10
limits
and I
Jen
feel like it's a
knows.
lot. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
mean,
she's good. She's good at pushing limits. Just saying.
Yes,
Mhm.
bravo.
how
Bravo.
else are you supposed to maximize the tools that are available if we're not pushing the limits?
Yeah,
That
I
is
guess.
true.
Very good point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are
Spit
there
that
any
down, Dan.
James, quiet. I'm gonna mute you. No, I'm just kidding.
No, that's
it.
mom's job,
That's
remember?
all right, sorry. So, Kim, are there any things like, because we've seen the increase, we
Mhm.
talked about this a little bit yesterday with the mental health space. Can you train the GPT to like maybe if somebody gets into that deep, dark space to be like call for support or whatever it might be?
Yes, you can. And then also kind of going back to like the mental health space, you really want to be careful. Number one, because because of the privacy issues, everything that is used to, I've said, is used to train the model, even if you're using on maybe not on an enterprise license, but usually yes. And then I think now they have built-in guardrails because the people have, caused harm using these tools. But yes, you can have escalation pathways for things. And one time, so I'll share another GPT. I had a GPT called Thoughts on Trial. And I said, oh, you just use CBT to put your thoughts on trial and analyze thoughts and stuff. And it's like one of the mental health ones I've built. And OpenAI would not let me publish it to the open directory. So I was like, oh, okay. They were like, oh, this deals with mental health and we're just not going there. So it has its own guardrails, but you can definitely put in your own as well. If you're doing anything with like CBT or, anything that's like in the mental health space that you want to be mindful of. And let's see if I can find it really fast, but I can share this with you guys later date, or I could just throw it into the thing that I linked to. But yeah, that's one that I did too. I did a couple like bag of wins, things like that. So hope that answered your question.
It did. Thank you. Very cool.
Yeah.
Now, real quick, anybody else in the chat got a lot of insight for what she had brought to us today? I know there was a lot. Type insight in the comments because every time she graces her presence, whether it's virtual or in person, she nothing but value. So I just wanted to say you've given me a lot of insight on not only that, but projects or anything else, or even things that I would have been afraid to maybe like tackle a little bit, So I just want to say that, and you do it in such a way that doesn't feel overbearing, right? Like, and what I love about even how you're presenting, you're like, I could go into this a lot more, but I want to like. So you're showing like there's possibilities to still do a lot of deeper dives and get real like into the nitty gritty, but also surface level will start, right? Like the baby steps that you're talking about. And I love that because somebody like, I'll say me, right? Who might not sit down and like go through it all at one time, now is a little more excited and adept to want to tackle it, want to do it. And I can always call you, right? I can always book a call with you, or I can always get, which is something that I forget because we all get lost in our little worlds as well. But I just wanted to, you're amazing at what you do, Kim. Please, like, I know you won't stop, but please do not ever stop.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
Does
I
anybody
appreciate
else
that.
have any other questions for her or Kim? Any one last like value nugget you could throw at this group as a takeaway?
Yeah, I say get excited and have some fun. Get on serious. Like you could tell, like with the thing I did I created this in Midjourney last night. So when you do something, enjoy it, because if you're not enjoying it, why do it? So that's the easiest way. Create a custom GPT to build a recipe or a tree house or whatever. Do something light and fun, because most of the stuff that you build won't be useful a week from now anyway. So you might as well have some fun.
Nice.
Mhm.
Nice.
We love you, Kim.
Oh, love you guys
Yes.
too.
Yes. Brava.
Your graphics always kill it. I'm obsessed.
Yeah, I had so much fun doing this, and I'm a Midjourney junkie. I know there's others, but I just
Like
I
you're
like
just so
others.
creative. I love the branding. I love all of it. It's
Oh, thank you.
welcome.
You did those slides last night?
Yeah, I
Oh my
had something
gosh.
else, and I was like, I want to
She's
do
a
something
wizard.
else.
I know.
Like I told you, like I don't use AI for my slides because I got control issues. So this is like one thing I enjoy doing is slides. But
They're beautiful.
oh, thanks.
Say it every time, Megan. This woman never ceases to impress me whenever
I
she's in a
know,
room
I know.
or in a virtual. Like, blows my mind.
Since the second I met her.
Oh,
That's why she won't give me her phone number. Otherwise, I call her every 5 seconds.
3 a.m. calls. Hey, Kim.
All right. Thank you very much for being here with us, Kim. This was super
yeah, thank
informative.
you. Thank you for having me.
I'm going to be playing with GPT. You know, it's like I did it for a little while and then I stopped for a little bit, like the recording right now. But yeah, I stopped. So you're making me want to get back into it and start building again. So that's really
Yeah.
cool.
Just play around. There's some stuff that's changed, and this and what I've shown here also works. You can use it on Google Gems. I don't recommend Copilot to anybody, but if you want to try to Copilot, go ahead. You can try it in Claude. And Perplexity also has something called Spaces, which function like projects. So
Nice.
you have options.
All right. I'm gonna go over the makeshift rules again, real quick before we get Rachel ready to go. If you are gonna use the bathroom, please shut your, this is my favorite one to say, I'm sorry. Shut your camera off, shut the mic off. Nobody needs to hear that. You guys feel free either to get up in between speakers, whatever it might be, to do that. We will have a lunch break today, but Jen might be sharing then. We're trying to force her to speak a little bit more today.
Oh no,
So
she is.
she
is.
is speaking more today. Yeah.
It's live and it's in person. Like she's speaking today, and her mom said so too. So she
Yeah,
has no
yeah.
choice.
Right. So this is live streaming again on socials, so feel free to like and share them. I think it's working on Facebook now, Jen, right? Correct? I don't know. Who knows? But it's definitely on LinkedIn, so go share that for us. Use the chat as much as possible. Engage with our speakers because they're here to teach you guys and they're here to answer all your questions. So feel free to unmute yourself during our implementation, brain dump sessions, the Q&A. Ask the questions, get what you need here and now. So thank you again, Kim. It was super helpful. And we're going to go into our next speaker, Rachel Miller. Welcome, Rachel Miller. She's a lifetime learner.
You.
You're welcome. A mom to 6 kids. I have 3 and I'm tired, so I can only imagine 6 kids. She's a serial business builder. After growing her own audience to over 4.4 million people, which is insane, as well as bringing in over $10 million in revenue from those audiences, Rachel now helps other businesses grow engaged audiences for their brands and without ads. She has helped coach over 27,000 businesses. These numbers are insane, Rachel, but pretty freaking cool. She's helping them get their audiences and future customer base without ad spend. So we talked about this a little bit yesterday about the organic. So I'm really, really pumped to hear how you did this because those numbers are insane. So welcome, Rachel Miller. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So today, because we're a workshop, and that's like the perk of getting to be here in workshop land. Like workshops are different because it's not, if you wanted to, you could be watching this on YouTube and it's like a webinar and you turn it on, but it's a workshop where you guys get to implement while you're on. So I would rather make something that's super relevant to you guys, those of you that are here. So I want to ask you, what is the thing that's the biggest hang up for you that you want to like get more interaction, like what we can get for you today? Is it more like, okay, I'm not a very good doodler. So like, let's try that again. We're going to call it smiley faces and hearts, and then the thumbs up. So it looks a little bit more like, is it getting your audience, growing your audience? So you have more people following you. Is that what your biggest problem is? Is that you're not getting, like you're not able to sell because you don't have people who know who you are? Is your biggest problem that you don't have time to do all the tasks that you know you need to do? Or is your biggest problem the fact that you don't have something to sell or sell? Oh, and I forgot one more. One more that I can do. Last one is the tech. Like you know what to sell. You know what to sell. So you have the thing to sell. You have enough time if you just could put it into place. You have people that could buy. You just can't set the dang thing up. So which one of these is your biggest problem? Okay, I'm dropping things, but work with me here. Which one of those things is the biggest problem? Usually I only have like 2 of those, and now it just kind of went crazy and got all of them. Okay, I'm looking at the chat here. Okay, tech, all of the above, time and tech. Okay, time and time. So let's get started then. If tech and time are your biggest glitches, what is the goal that you want tech and time to accomplish for you? So in the chat, tell me, what is the purpose of your tech and time? Like if I had all the time in the world and I want tech, I might want like a new dishwasher. Like that's one goal. I could have a tech to save me time, and it would be washing my dishes with like a robot that washes my dishes. Like that would be amazing, right? Or I hate mowing the lawn. I could get a robot to save me time, and it's tech, and it's like a robo like they have for I actually just discovered this. Like my friend of mine actually bought one. I can't imagine how I'd use it because my dog digs these ginormous holes throughout the whole yard. So it's not like it would be functional for my house. But they have, I don't have one dog, I have three, but one of them is a digger. Anyways, but they have these robots, just like you have for robot cleaning your houses. They have them now for your yard. Like I could have that. I'm assuming you guys aren't here to have a class or to learn about a robot that mows your yard for you. So what is the tech thing that you want to have solved for you? Is that tech thing growing your audience? Is that tech thing making more sales? If you had to pick of those two, and I'm going to focus this on the tech and the audience, or tech and the tech and time. Jennifer says making more sales. Making more sales. Okay, done. Okay, that is what we will be teaching today. You guys ready? Okay, now I'm a doodler, but I'm not an artist. And I actually doodled on a presentation yesterday and I could not get them off of my hands. I didn't have Post-it notes, so I kind of went crazy. So you're just gonna have to work with me here and know that I think in pictures. How many of you guys think in pictures and you don't think in words? Okay, so like I could see a slide of words and it just goes right over my head. I see a slide with pictures. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll remember that a week later. Like something I remember the picture. So that's how I think. So that's how I teach. Now, as I'm saying that, I'm not an artist, so you cannot judge my artwork. Okay. So all of you are here because you want to serve a person. You want to make a person's life better. Who is the person that you're serving? We're an implementation workshop, which means you have to participate because you're going to get work done today. Who is the person you're serving? Say in the chat who you're serving. Okay. When you know who you're serving, a woman. Okay. Well, that's good. But like my daughter's a woman. I mean, they actually are. I've got two like almost adult children. They think they're adults, but they're not completely independent. So like, I don't think they count yet. Even if legally they are. If I'm paying all your bills and I ain't an adult yet. Okay. So my guess is you're not trying to, her and me are two different people. We both are probably entrepreneurs. We're both growing things. We're both doing stuff with our lives. We both have goals, but we're both not going to be your customer. So I want you to kind of, okay, so small business owners. Okay. So once you know who your person is, then you need to have an idea of the problems that person has. So I want you guys to think of problems that person has. I don't want you to think of one problem. I want you to think of at least 4 or 5 problems. Now, this should not take very long. This should be something that you can do in a couple minutes, like 2 seconds. So like if I'm on right now, I just saw interior designers. So some of the problems that an interior designer has is sourcing. Okay. Another problem that an interior designer has is probably time and travel because they have to go from one place to another. Another problem that an interior designer has is making themselves look good on social media when they don't really feel like looking good all the time. So look good and social, because they have to make things look good all the time, even if they don't want to. So they feel kind of stuck. And they have problems with tracking. See, okay, so it took seconds and we had those. You should have the 4 or 5 problems that you know instantly. Okay, so behind the scenes stuff. Morris, what does behind the scenes stuff mean? Because that could mean like a lot of things. Okay.
Well, if they're doing a house and they're ordering furniture, lighting and everything, they're great at the designing, but a lot of times they have to manage, sometimes as solopreneurs without assistance, they have to track it. Where is it? Get the tracking number. Is this delayed? Deal with the logistics, getting it installed and things like that.
Okay, so I'm hearing project management.
Yeah, they have a lot. Yeah.
But they have to have a project management.
Yeah.
Project management, basically like contractor level project management. But they probably don't know they need a PMP certification for that. Right, Morris?
Yeah, correct. The bigger firms hire their own project managers, but like a lot of them that I deal with, they work out of the house. They have a very small shop, so they have a hard time like dealing with, keeping track of getting everything done, on deadline.
Love it. Now, if you're going to pick one of these problems to focus on in this class, which one would you focus on first? What's the one that can give you the fastest, your person the fastest win? So we just wrote down 5, which was the assignment. You guys have the person, and then you're going to think of 5 different problems for that person. 5 different problems for that person. Now we're going to take one of those problems, and we're going to give them a fast fix for it. So let's see. I'm going to say the sexy problem that an interior designer, their biggest problem is probably project management. Would that be the problem that they would publicly tell people about and engage on with your content? And that's a hook that would get them to be your first customer. They probably would engage more on finding my next high paying customer. And then once you get them with finding your next high paying customer, then you could say, hey, you got to actually deliver for that customer. So let me help you with your sourcing and your tracking of things. My guess is they're not going to publicly engage on, I don't know how to source things. So remember, when we're building our businesses, the first problem that we solve for the person is the one that makes them look good. Because what will they engage with when you want to put your ad on their feed and you want them to engage in that ad? You want them to be like comment on your ad. You want them to buy the thing that fixes their like itch first. It's not necessarily the thing that's going to fix their ultimate need, right? So for example, I'm going to get like rough and real with y'all. I have a kid with medical needs. So, and when he first started, he's fine with me being public about the fact that he has epilepsy now. But when he first started having epilepsy, and we didn't know what it was, and even when he did get his diagnosis, he didn't even let me tell his grandma who loves him. And he was like, you don't tell my friends, you don't tell my older sibling, you don't tell anybody, you don't tell grandma. I'm like, well, I need grandma to come watch you while we go to the hospital for 5 days. Like, watch the other kids. Nope, you can't say anything. So I'm like, you have to come, and I'm trying to be like, grandma, I'm trying to be really nice here, but my kid told me I'm not allowed to tell a single soul, including you. Okay, why? Because he felt like it made him look bad, right? What was he okay with us talking about? What made him look good? Oh, he's trying out for football. So what are the things that they want people to know about themselves? Start with that. And then be like, okay, what now that grandma's here and we talked about football, and now grandma thinks you look great. Grandma loves you, kid. But now let's see, can we now change it and be like, okay, here's my actual problem. Does that make sense? Once he's got the conversation started, you start with something easy to have that conversation with, and then you break it into the real conversation. Have you guys had hard conversations with people in real life? So I told you about the hard conversation my kid had in real life. It's the same way with our audience. Just like we have an audience, when we have a hard conversation with someone about something that they need changed in their lives and they need help with in their lives, they don't want to go at it right at the head. They want to skirt around it just like my kid wanted to, right? They want to skirt around it. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about this instead. And then we might be able to talk about this. So I want you to do the same thing with your audience. What is the win that they want to talk about? Or what is the problem that makes them look good? The problem that makes him look good is he needs to get different types of equipment for his football. Like he's struggling. Like that's not the real problem in his life. The real problem in his life is much bigger. But what is the problem he wants to talk about? That one. So we're going to start there, and then we're going to baby step him into, okay, let grandma talk to you about the thing that you want to talk about because she loves you and you're not talking to your mom as well and and you're hiding it and this is not helpful. Okay, does that make, yes, sell them what they want, give them what they need. What he needed was his grandma in his life loving him and supporting him. What he wanted was to talk about buying football gear. And does that make sense, guys? Okay. I'm off on a tangent on that one. And he's good now. It's cared for. But I was just trying to explain how often, even if it's a huge problem, people would skirt the issue, and we have to skirt with them. So in your one, I don't know if project management is the one that they want to talk about right off the bat. It might be. It might be the one that's a high ticket back end. You want to start with this easiest one. So it could be sourcing. We have the best suppliers, 100 of the best suppliers of where to get all the stuff. Is that something that you could have? Who was the person that I was talking to? It was, I can't remember. Morris, do you have a list of 100 things you could source for your interior designers?
Yeah, we do. And we do help sourcing with them. We provide
Okay.
that service. Mhm.
So
I have a list.
is that something that when you talk about it, people publicly like to talk about that one?
About
Sourcing.
sourcing? No, not really.
What's
Don't
the
like
thing
to-
that they like to talk about?
They like to talk about the photography, the after shoot, all the work that went into it, the grit, the starting to the beginning, and the pain that they felt. That's what really, when I'm hooking them to us, like that's what we're getting in on, and we rally with them.
Okay, so I think I hear 100 social media posts that every single interior designer needs to take photos of in their next project.
Yeah.
If that's what they want to talk about, that's the first problem you're going to solve for them.
Can you repeat that?
The first problem you're going to solve for them is that one that they want to talk about. And for you, you just said they like doing photography and they like the way things feel and look, and they like talking about how they got this to appear like this. So they want that story of themselves. And it sounds like they want 100 photos that every single interior designer should be taking of their next project.
Yeah, because generally they only get it during the photo shoot, and then they write a post about it, and then it's done. They're not like ongoing and blasted. Most of them are like one and out. They talk about the photo shoot, then they're just back to business like the next day.
And you could even say 100 photos that you should take at your next project to make your business grow overnight. And that would be a hook for them. So now that we have the problem, okay, so we have the person. Then we have the problem. And we have the solution. And while we have other solutions, we have more than one solution problem. We're going to pick the one that has the fastest win. So problem plus fastest solution. The fastest solution. And for you, it would be 100 ideas to create your next interior, do your next photos to take for your next interior design project. Okay, so now once you have that, we now need the vehicle. The vehicle is how do we deliver the problem and the solution? How do we deliver it? So generally, there's a bunch of different ways we can deliver it. We can deliver it in an ebook or a checklist. And I would definitely make a checklist of the 100 post ideas that you should do. I would make it into an ebook. Honestly, it could just be a Google Doc if you want to. But I'd put some pictures in it and I'd make it a little prettier because interior designers are interesting. Sometimes they value design and sometimes they value the simplicity. The fact that you just have it in a Google Doc might actually attract them to it more. So you would test, make one that's pretty and make one in Google Doc. Sell the Google Doc one first. If it's converting, don't bother with making a fancy PDF.
Yeah, maybe slides.
No, I wouldn't do slides. Who looks at slides? Do you like looking at slides?
Like in a PDF version, like a graphic version, like a notebook LM would
that's
do.
what I'm trying to say. Some people, I would do a PDF like an ebook before I would do slides. Nobody likes looking at slides.
If they're Kimberly
like,
slides, I would.
If people are talking over the slides sometimes, but generally, even when people are talking over the slides, no one likes looking at slides. I went to an event where the person on the stage gave everybody a Google Doc and let them follow along while he was talking with the Google Doc. You know how many people thought that was great? And then I realized, okay, I'm gonna out myself here. I don't have that great of eyesight. I'm 45 and like I'm having to do like it's not quite as crisp as it was before. I'm refusing to go to the eye doctor. I realize what's happening and I'm just in denial and I'm not going to be doing anything about it until it's really bad. But when I had the guy put it on the Google Docs, I was like, oh, dang, I can read it really clear. And I realized how many times, how many other people in the audience, just like me, refusing to wear glasses because they itch your nose or whatever. Anyways, my point in that is I think a Google Doc, you think it needs to be prettier, but I bet because you're having to deal with people who are always doing with something pretty, you'd stand out as authentic and real when it's a Google Doc. So consider it being a Google Doc, okay? A Google Doc with like a checklist inside the Google Doc. Okay, so you have the fast solution, you have a vehicle. The vehicle is going to be a Google Doc, but should you just have a Google Doc, Morris, or is that enough of a hook to sell? Anybody else think, oh, I definitely want to go buy a Google Doc?
I think you can make a Google Doc like a landing page. It's a little more advanced, but you could actually sell from the Google Doc now.
I would not make it. I would use a landing page, and then they would drive.
That's what I meant. Landing page. Yeah, for them to. Yeah.
Landing page to a Google Doc. Okay, so we've got the Google Doc, but for it to actually sell, you're gonna need a video because the video makes the Google Doc seem more valuable. So you have a video that explains, hey, I'm going to go over this Google Doc that we use in my business in this way. And so I'm going to go through it in this video. Here's the video. Here's the doc. Click along. We'll follow along. Da, 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 da. Now let's up level it. You're going to have one video to say, come buy my Google Doc or sign up for the free Google Doc. And then you're going to have 3 videos that explain how to use the Google Doc. And each video is going to be under 5 minutes long. Honestly, 3 minutes is better because how many of you like watching long videos? Okay, there's one. Actually, there's this guy who talks about like boats and economics and like how many boats are coming in and out of China and like what that means for the economy of like, you know, coffee prices or something. I don't remember all of it, but I did listen to 45 minutes of that yesterday. So, I had a grand old time. But unless it's like those niche topics that we randomly decide to geek out on, we generally like it to be short and actionable. Okay, so I would package it with a ebook or a document. Inside the document, I would also add a checklist. So inside the document, so that way they have some type of actions for them to engage with. I would have a video one in there as well. Now, there's one more thing that a lot of people are giving right now that you can make in about 15 or 20 minutes. You could also add to that vehicle a GPT, an AI tool. Okay, you could create a GPT that helps them look at they take a picture of their space and it gives them ideas of what they could do for social media to promote that. I bet you could actually have it where it uploads they can upload a photo into the GPT of their space of what they just worked on, and it would say, oh, you should do these different things to do that on social media. I bet you can make a GPT for that. Okay, so now you're going to, do you do coaching, Morris, and consulting calls?
I do, but they're free because I'm a workroom, so they call me in as an expert. I don't, like for the thing, I offer a free visualizer. We do furniture, so they upload a picture of the furniture, upload the fabrics that they're interested in, and we show them what it looks like in that thing. Later on, it'll be monetized, but I just do that as a service.
Okay, so you could also then include the coaching or the community for that.
Yeah.
Okay, so all of these are different vehicles. You don't want one vehicle, but you also don't want to sell all the vehicles at one time, because if you sell all the vehicles at one time, you actually dilute your ability to continue to earn. So my suggestion is to package them in groups of 3. So if you're selling the tool and you've got the consulting, then you might want to add the video course to it. Or if you're doing the tool and the document, you might want to add, anyways, pick 2 or 3. 3, typically. 3 is a good one. If you need to, it sounds like you might need to do 4, but pick 3 to 4, okay? Once you have your vehicle, so I'm going to pick a different color here just so we can kind of follow along. We have our person. We know what our person wants. Okay, we have our problems. We know what our problem is. We know the solution. Then we pick the thing that we want to promote and the way that's going to happen. Okay, so once we have our vehicle, the next step that we need to do is set up the tech. And I'm actually going to build this with you and for you in a few minutes more to show you how fast it is. So the next thing we need is the tech. What do we need in tech? We need a landing page where the person can opt in and say, yes, I want that, right? We need a landing page where they can opt in. Now, if it's a lead magnet page, we do not need the ability to buy. But how many of you, I've started to notice this, how many of you notice that, is it just me? I don't open my emails. Does anybody else not open email? Like you kind of just stopped opening email? Like I maybe open it like 2 times a week maybe. And then when I open it, it's got 77 emails that haven't been read. And I glance through and get 2 of those. I'm like, okay, I think we're done. And I'm like, no, girl, you still had 75 more emails to read. And I'm like, yeah, I ain't doing that. Click, I'm out. Okay, if you're like me, and then how many of you have like a channel that you do read? So like getting an email is good, but you also need more than just an email. If you buy something, even if you spend $7 on it, what do you tend to do? I signed up for Lead Magnet, but I didn't buy it. So I said, oh, I'll get that next time I open my inbox. But I signed up for Laurel Portier's $7 ad course, and it's awesome, by the way. And guess what I did? When I opened, I immediately purchased, and then I opened my email. I went to my email and I opened it because I paid $7 for this thing. So I'm going to open that email. Basically, she paid me for the privilege of me reading her, or I paid her for the privilege of me reading the email she sent me. Okay, so I would suggest that you actually charge for it. Your first thing, at least charge $7 for it. Okay, so we're gonna make a landing page. Now, what do we need? We're gonna put our things and we're gonna tease them onto the landing page, right? Now, in addition to a landing page, what else do we need? We need a thank you page. We need a thank you page that says, here's the things that you got. So all of these things that we got, those all go onto the thank you page. Okay, so we need a way to collect and deliver the things to the person who purchased. We need an email that sends out and says they got it. Because if you charge somebody, you have to send them a receipt. It's the law. So we will do that because we will follow the law. So we need to send them a delivery email with their receipt. Then we should also collect that person onto a list so we can remarket to them later and get them into our network for forever. Okay, so in this one, how much time does this take you to build? Anybody in here, how much time does this take you to build?
Couple of hours.
Couple hours, okay. Morris, do you by any chance have a Google Doc of the things that people need to take to do an interior design? Do you by any chance have a Google Doc already?
No.
Okay, well, let's go on in. I'm going to screen share and we're going to make the Google Doc for you. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be lovely. We're going to then put it onto a thank you page and we're going to do this in real time because I've got 40 minutes. Are you with me? And then all of you that are watching, I want you to do this with your own product and your own thing that you came up with because this is an implementation workshop. It's not just me talking to you. So while I'm doing it, I'm going to tell you what I'm doing and I want you to do it along with me. Okay, are you guys with me? You guys all part of this? Okay, so if you have your person, give me like wave at me and give me your thumbs up and let me know that you've got your person. If you've got your problem and your solution, wave at me, let me know you've got your problem and solution. If you have a PDF guidebook already, go get the link for it or go get the file so you know where it is on your computer because we're going to build our actual thank you page. We're going to put the tech all together and we're going to go change this person's life. So, okay, let's do it. Okay, I'm going to screen share here. Okay, let me know when you see my screen because sometimes people don't see it because I'm weird about stuff. Chat. Okay, you guys all see it? Okay, so I'm going to say, please make me a 100 social media, photos, and video ideas, and tips that and things to take photos or to capture as a interior designer to promote my business from a project that I did. Okay, and I'm going to open up a Google Doc right now. And I'll just open this one and make a new one because it's just easier. And I'm also going to open up Canvas because we're going to make a cover for you. Okay, so I've got my list here. I'm still going, so give it a second. I'm going to open up Canva while I'm at it and do cover. And I'm going to go in here and I'm going to pick an image of a photo, a camera, excuse me. And then living room. Okay, let's go back to this. Is it run? It did run.
I love the fact that it gave you an extra 10 because designers deserve more.
I love that. Actually,
I
I'm just
love
gonna stick that right
ChatGPT.
in. Isn't that cool? So popping that in here and popping it in. Did I copy it? Did not copy? You saw me copy it, right? Let's try that. Oh, there it is. Okay. There we go. And then I'm actually going to call this done. So I'm going to take off that section here and okay, and then I'm going to make that bigger. So just kind of making it a little bit prettier, but I'm not putting a ton of effort into it. Okay, I have this. This is done. This is done. So I'm going to do now is I'm going to download this. Oh, if I can push the button, download it. No, I'm going to make it just anyone with the link can edit so I can give it to you. And I'm not checking it. Like you're going to have to check the words, make sure this is good. There's that. And I'm going to go in and we're going to download this puppy, download it. I'm going to download it as a PDF. Okay, so I just downloaded it. Now I'm going to come in and let's just make that bigger. Actually, I don't like it at all. Let's go back. Maybe I can make it. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And 100, we're going to put the text in there. Nope, not liking that either. Sorry. The text I really like, they like put all the way at the bottom now. I've got the hiccups. What in the world? Made for interior designers. Okay. Now, I don't know if the title 100 Things to Take Photos of for your next project is the best title. You might consider a different one, but I'm just going to run with this for now. Ungroup. Okay, so now we've got this image ready to run. And I'm going to download this puppy. Download. And we're going to download as PNG. Actually, yes, fine. Big download. Nope, just this one, not all of them. Just current page. Okay. So I've got the PDF and I've got a cover now. So I'm going to go open a tool called Page Wheel. And actually, I will give you all access to it right now. So you can be on Page Wheel right now. And since you're here, you can create this as a free account. Just give me a second here. Add child account. Now, you're not going to be able to keep this account for forever. User copy invitation link. There we go. Okay, I just stuck it into it. This is a free, I'm giving you a free access so you can play around. I will be taking away your access like by tomorrow. So this lets you build a sales page, but like tomorrow or the next day, just because I have to pay for your hosting and I don't want to have to pay for your hosting. So I will take it away in a day or 3 whenever I remember that I get the bill. Or, you know, I actually do get the bill because while it is my company, I actually do get the bills for it because we have it set up where, anyways, that's the way we have set up. It's just easier for accounting purposes to know what people are doing and when everything works. Okay. So I gave you the link for you guys to sign up for this as well. What I'm going to do right now is we're going to create that. We're going to put that PDF that we just made and that cover, we're going to combine it into a workbook, and then we're going to give it to our users. So I've been doing this for 7 minutes so far. So I've made the ebook, I've designed the ebook, and I've done it in 7 minutes. So I'm now going to go in. There's the 100 photo ideas. We're putting them in. I say I'm allowed to use it, and I hit looks good next. Okay. And I'm going to say I want to brand my product because I want to put a cover on it. Are we good with those colors that are there? The blues and colors? Actually, I like the brighter ones. I don't know. Here we go. We'll go with this one. Now I'm going to upload my cover. Did I upload the cover? I did upload the cover. Okay. And upload cover. I swear I upload the cover. Let's try that again. Upload. Okay. Looks good next. Now, I'm just going to scroll through the pages and make sure that this is what I wanted. And it looks good to me. So I don't like the fact that it goes from like no like sections and then the sections broken up. So if I was really fussy, I would go through and go to Google Docs and take those extra spaces out, but I'm not. And then I'm going to add an about me page. So it looks like it's me and I'm going to talk about this. Oh, it says my child number's maxed. Oh, that's where I told you guys I have to pay for it. Let me go on and I'll change it real fast. Sorry, guys. I will increase that for you.
You can definitely tell you don't do this at all.
I do this a lot. Yeah,
Very impressed by the workflow.
Give me a second. I'm going to try to have log into the back end and see if I can get myself more people so I can add you guys. Where was it? I'll go back to here.
Is that an app you built? You built that app?
Yeah, I built this app. Yeah, it's mine.
That's your app. Oh,
It's my app. Yeah.
That's great.
I don't like, yeah, we have, let's see here. It just takes me time to figure. I can't even remember what account I'm in, Lordy. Okay, well, what account am I in? Okay, I'm in that one. So now I gotta find me and I gotta change my number. I'm so sorry, guys. I wanted you guys to be able to make this with me at the same time. Give me a remember to try to remember how to do that. Damn it, how do I remember how to do that? There's a way to do this. You know what? I'm going to give you guys a different link if I can find it. So let's see if I can do club. Maybe there's a different one. Search. Okay. It's possibly going to bang me out, but maybe not. No, that's not it. Let me see if I can call in a team member to change my account number really fast. So nobody's working today but me. So in Slack, the way it works, guys, is they all have like a little green button next to their name that says that they work. that they're working. And it looks like it's just me online. This is crazy. That's funny. Anybody on any? Okay, let's see how else I can do this. Okay. Can you guys reach out to me later? Damn it, I wanted you guys to do this with me. Let's see, how else can I do this? So,
Could you click on the add more child accounts on the top
Saba's here.
right?
Saba's here. Saba, I'm on a call with people right now, and this is kind of embarrassing, but I'm at my max for child accounts, and I can't delete the ones from yesterday that I made in tests, and now I can't add the new people. Can you change my child account level so I have like 100 people for today? Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's rachelmiller.com at mulamarketing.com. Thank you. I'll go back to teaching the class then. Can you just text me if you can't?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Or- Okay, once it's done, yeah, and then I'll tell them they can all get in. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye. My team loves me. I think they do. Okay, I'm going to copy that link and I'm going to stick that back into the chat, and theoretically that should work once he fixes it. So that way at least you know where the link is when it's time to come back in. Okay, so when I'm in here, I now can put my own picture here, and this would be the picture that you would have, Morris, and you would just upload. So I'd click place the image, and I'd go in and like, okay, this is an image of food, but we'll pretend that's not food. File is not an image. Maybe it was a video of food. Let's try. I got a lot of videos in here. I got a lot of videos. There we go. There's a picture of me. So I could upload a picture, and now this would be my about me. So this would be where you said, hey, we have a tool. It's great. Yada, 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 yada. But you don't have to write the whole thing. You don't have to design the whole thing. You just upload it in PDF, plopped your picture at the end, hit looks good next, and bada bing, bada boom. There's my ebook. There's my ebook. Okay, publish. And this is where the tech gets fun. Because earlier, now, even with this tech glitch, even with me saying, oh crap, I don't have permissions to be able to add more people. Yes, it is my tool. Yes, I am the owner. Yes, I've even coded part of it. But I can't seem to figure out where it is in the back end at the same time I'm talking to people. Okay, it still has only been 15 minutes since I started. It's still only been 15 minutes. I want you to hit publish now. There's my sales page. So now notice it did glitch. You do have to look at it a little bit because it left a headline off. Sometimes AI is like, we don't feel like typing anymore today. So you're going to have to come up with one. So I'm going to have to come up with what to put there because AI is like, I don't feel like it. Or I could come here and be like, AI, please help me make it a little bit better. Add pizzazz, highlight the words. I guess it doesn't want to add pizzazz because there's nothing there. So I'm going to say, okay, you need ideas to help you promote your interior design business. Okay. Unlock hidden creativity and instantly promote find more clients. And so I just kind of like go through and I make it a little bit better, and I drag the picture where I want it, and I can go in here and be like, yeah, that's a lot of background color. Maybe I want to tone it down a smidge. Like I'm not that colorful. I like that button to be a bit more brighter, so I'm going to go in and make that like bright. Okay, I hate frequently asked questions. Why do people love them? I don't know. Okay, so once I have the sales page the way I want it, and I want more color on that button, let's make that bright. Okay, once I have the page the way I want it, I now get to decide I want to charge for it. So I could be $7.99. If I am $7.99, I would connect Stripe, click here, and literally I get paid. I just have to put my email address in, sign in, if I can type. Okay, let's try that again. Okay. And in 22 seconds, oh, well, I don't remember my verification app because I don't have my phone next to me. I put it in the other room so I wouldn't be distracted by it while I was on the call because I'm one of those people. Okay, so we're not going to log into Stripe. So I'm going to move this back to free, but that tells you how easy it is to log into Stripe as long as you're authenticated and you have your whatever. Okay, then all I have to do is, oh, let's say I don't like the look of this one. I actually do like the look of it a lot, but let's say I don't. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I want to change the background color because I am like one of those fussy people who likes changing everything. Let's say I don't like the look of it. I just hit refresh. 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 I still like the first one the best though. So let me go back to that. Actually, this isn't so bad. Let's make it more like that. Okay, I'm going with that one. And once we got it the way we like it, we hit looks good next. There's our delivery page. Make the button bright colors. Oh, it's making me add another section because I goofed and pushed buttons too fast. Okay, so put it in there twice. That's actually kind of like having it twice now that it's there. Okay, we're going to call that a win. That I didn't mean to do. I swear I didn't mean to, but I actually kind of like it. So I have one button is down. Yes, I'm ready to download the ideas. And then the other one, I'm going to say, let's get on a call. And I will help you. Visualize your furniture in the spaces. Okay, I would type new content there and get on my calendar. And then on this one, because all of the buttons inside the software will automatically deliver the product that you gave them. So I don't want to have this button go there. So I would change it and it would go to like mycalendar.com. So whatever my calendar is, I would put that in there. PS. Apply. And now that button goes to my calendar. Whatever calendar link you put in there. Every other button, though, goes straight to the product that you made. Looks good next. So we're now at 20 minutes, or yeah, it's been 20 minutes, guys. It writes your metadata. And Saba said, I have 1,000 accounts. So y'all can go make yourself an account. So sorry about that. It wrote my email. I hit publish. It gave me a URL. Click on that URL and you can see my website that I designed is live. I'm going to sign up for it as if it's me. I'm signing up. Signing up, getting started. There it is. I'm going to click I want to download the things because I want access to that. And there's the ebook. So we're live. You're collecting leads automatically, instantly. And if I go to my list, you can see at the top here, give it a second. You'll see that I signed up for my product. Well, it's taking forever. Okay. Does that help you guys see how tech is no longer an issue? Okay, I love this. Value overload. You made my day. Thank you, James. For the rest of you, let me help you guys next. So you just got access to the tool. So let's go on in and make sure we can help you get started in live and that you guys can create something today. Who wants to spend, because I have 15 more minutes. Who wants to spend the next 15 minutes and we'll make one for you? Oh, let me go back real fast. Before, you guys can still see my screen, I think, right? I'm going to go back in and I need to give this to Morris. Copy the link. Morris, you can have this in your account. So
Thank you.
that's your book, Morris. And you would go in and you would change it for it says my face on it and my name. You would change it to your book. There it is, Morris. So the moral of the story is, as long as you have your person, as long as you know the problem and the product to solve, then you need some vehicles. But we showed you how fast it is to make a vehicle. Then you just need the tech, and we got the tech. The last thing you need is the link, and you got to share it. So believe it or not, sometimes that's the hardest part. We have, like, it's hard to share things. It's hard because we might get rejected. How many times have you guys shared something and it's been rejected? Okay, like not even necessarily like work related. Like you share one of my family members, until I realized it was a joke, but every year they got us the game Clue. And he's like, you know what? It was just easier to buy you guys Clue every year than it was for me to have to think of what to buy you for Christmas. You know, brothers. It's a very brother thing to do. And then it was like, how long before she says something? How many years will I have to give her this before she says something? Was it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 7 years? Before my sister pushes it over the edge and she's like, damn it, not another game of Clue. Okay, so my point is, all of us have things where we give a gift to the world and someone has rolled their eyes at it, right? And I rolled my eyes at my brother's Clue game before I had enough guts to tell him, wait, what's going on? He's like, about time. By the way, guess what you're getting next year? Anyways, he's a funny guy. But my point in saying that is everyone has moments where they roll their eyes. Why was my brother, actually it's my brother-in-law, why was my brother-in-law okay with me rolling my eyes and being like, oh my word, for real? Like, why was he okay with it? Because it took no effort on his part. If he had invested a lot of time and energy finding the best product and putting all of his heart and soul into picking it, and I huffed at him and said, oh, really? That would have hurt his heart, right? So for you, the faster you can get through the stages of, I know the person, I know the problem and the solution to them, I know the vehicle or the gift I'm going to give them, I'm going to deliver it to them. The fastest way you can get to the end, the less your heart is involved in it, and the more the opinions of others roll off your back, and the more you kind of laugh at it if they don't want that one. You're like, oh, no worries. You didn't want interior design. Well, I struck out on that one. We're going to make next one on the list. Oh, you don't want that one either. Next one on the list. Eventually, he's going to land on chocolate, and he'd know that that's a really easy $1 thing you can get your sister-in-law that she's going to really like a lot more than the game of Clue. But he just needed to try 5 other things that were really easy to get to the $1, the cheap thing. Does that make sense, guys? Okay, so if you put a lot of your heart and soul into it, though, then you get bent out of shape. So my point is, the fastest way that you can get to the end to get a result and get it in front of your audience, take that path, because that's the path that's going to give you momentum and get you across that finish line faster. Yes, if you're not selling, it's probably because you're scared, and it's probably scared because you put your heart and soul into it and you're afraid of being rejected. Well, you're not putting your heart and soul into it. I did like a whole whopping, I don't know, if I include right now, 26 minutes of work. So like, whoop-de-doo if they don't like it. It's 26 minutes of work. Maybe you're not my favorite person. Maybe it was just a Google Drive book. Like, let's move on and we'll all have a better life in our day. Cool. Now it's time for questions and answers, because I think I talked too much for you guys to do it with me. And I'm so sorry about the technical problem that I had of not having enough counts. So forgive me on that one.
Yeah, I was very offended by the fact that you had a technical issue, just saying. None of us have ever had that happen.
I
know. No, this is awesome.
I knew about the technical issue yesterday that I had run out of accounts yesterday for the record. And I thought I was just going to take care of it later. And then I forgot until I was on the call with Sab and I was like, oh yeah, I was supposed to tell you about that yesterday.
Been there, done that.
I love how Rachel just drops a nuclear bomb mic drop of value and then goes, sorry about the technical difficulties. Even when you literally real time work through every single technical difficulty to get the solution and still provide the value of the product while explaining it, while being interactive. Like, I've never seen anything like that before. So please, by all means, don't even worry about it. And don't even worry about Dan getting offended. He gets offended with everything.
You should definitely get him Clue.
Yeah, definitely get him Clue. But no,
If
like,
you guys mail me another game of Clue, I swear I'm going to throw that thing at the wall. No, it's not true. I give it
as
to the
long as you
neighbors.
video record it. As long as you video record it.
Yeah.
I just want to say, wow, like that was just so much. And like every second was actually incredible. Like I'm actually jealous I didn't volunteer before Morris. But I mean, that was awesome. Like I don't even know what to say other than literally like mind blown and being incredibly called out for past years of procrastinating trauma. Like that was awesome.
We've all had that. And it's usually because we overthought it and we put too much of our heart and soul into it. If we think like, how fast can I get them a result? We're not going to be like bent out of shape if it's not perfect for them. So.
Yeah, for me, thank you is a severe understatement. I don't even know how to express how awesome you just made that. And not only for me, like I watching faces in the chat, like chat actually, mind blown would be the comment for her today. So if your mind was blown by Rachel Miller in her presentation, please type mind blown in the chat. That was next level. Next level. I don't even know what to say other than that, but if anybody has any questions for this woman, like I'm still processing questions. Normally I'm ready, like here I'm like, oh my God, but I just wanted to edify you and let you know that that was incredible from start to finish. Like, wow. And I'll mute myself before mom mutes.
He talks way too much. That's cool though. For me, like as a mom of 3 that homeschools too, like I feel like you duplicated myself, and that is incredible because I was actually texting James. I was like, she works as fast as I do, and I need this because I'm doing it from like multiple, different apps and stuff, and to have one spot, like I'm blown away.
I want you guys to guess. We have a company that we're working with in January, and they made a website for us because it has to be made in their system. Whatever. I want you to guess how long it's taken to get that website live.
6 months.
Okay, 3 months.
Not 6 months. No.
3?
More than 3 weeks. 6 weeks. 6 weeks. Because they had to write it. Then they had to have somebody design it. Then they had to have it coded in HTML and CSS. Then they had to recode it because they had to have mobile and they forgot about the mobile responsivity. And then they had to send it to their legal compliance department. And then they have to put it onto the website. Like I have to actually code it. So like the coders don't actually put it into the website. So they have to put it into the website. And then it's live.
I mean, just the gift you have given us with this and like the ability for people who might not be super techie or
saved you 6 weeks of your life.
I'm like, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty good at getting it all together, but like the fact that I could literally just make a PDF and have it live and ready to go in 20 minutes, because sometimes that's all I have, between my kids, like that's just incredible. Because like now I'm here, but I'm going to be playing on this all day. Don't mind me.
It's just so you guys know, like it's free for you guys for a couple days, but then after that it's $27. So it's not you have to pay. You have to sign up. So you have to go to pagewell.com if you want it. So if you're going to build something you want to keep, put it in pagewell.com where you can sign up for it. That way I can get you taken care of. That's it.
Any other questions? Megan, I saw you on mute. I wasn't sure if you had a question. I spoke over you.
Wait, sorry, did you call on me?
Yeah, did you have a question? I saw you on mute, so I didn't know if you had a question.
Oh, no, I just wanted to say thank you.
Oh,
but I didn't want to interrupt someone.
All right.
Because I do that too much. So thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
Oh, you don't do it. No, you're good.
So thank you for being here. That was incredible. The
Indeed.
chat is still going crazy. Standing ovations for you. Jen, would we like to take like a quick break before our next speaker, or we keep rocking?
Let's put it up for a popular vote. Or I don't know. Does anybody else have any other questions of like how Rachel keeps her plant alive? Because the consensus yesterday was that we
yeah.
can't keep plants alive. We can keep children alive.
And the post-it wall, I am obsessed. I need it.
I
Yes.
know the
Yeah,
post-it
that's-
Do
wall.
not judge
I'm
the
just
fact that I am in
Incredible.
sweatpants. You're not allowed to judge that I'm in sweatpants.
We don't judge.
You also don't get to judge my houseplant or give it credit that it shouldn't deserve. Because just a second.
I
Is it
love the
fake?
color coordination of the books. The color coordination of the books is my
The whole-
It
favorite.
is almost exclusive.
Junaid, yeah. Junaid's presentation yesterday, it's like all I'm doing now is looking at everybody's background. Don't mind mine.
I
want
want
to
to
go
go
to-
to. I
everything.
want to go to the Hobby
Everything is,
Lobby
like
or the-
organized on post-its. So I'm so living vicariously through you right now.
Oh, post-its, girl, they're like everywhere. My post-its
Oh.
have babies, and then they
I
have
love it.
and they multiply.
When I can take one off the wall because I finished it, I get so empowered to like crumple it and throw it away.
Oh, I just throw it on the floor, and then I look at the floor and say I was very productive.
I have them all around and on my computer.
Don't walk in my office, okay? I have a dead plant and a lot of post-it notes on the floor.
So
I, even
guys,
have, I have the
here.
digital. I have the digital post-its. I have all of it. I'm obsessed with post-its.
so
but-
what was the one key takeaway that all of you guys got from Rachel?
Yeah,
Robin?
one.
Yeah, no, the one.
Yeah,
The one.
Okay, one.
One.
Sure.
He mutes
I don't feel
himself.
like a failure because I can't do everything all the time.
Yeah. Good.
Mom says tech is easier than she thought. She's on the other side, so she can't talk because,
Great.
technology.
Yeah. Don't overthink things. Yes, if you
Yeah.
could just never or stop overthinking, that's what I would love for you to leave with that
Yeah.
girl.
For me, it's the speed. I operate very fast, so to see someone else operating in the same way, I feel better about myself. Because everyone's like, "Don't rush things." I'm like,
Money
"No,
follows
I have."
momentum. I don't remember who
It's
said that. It's not my
100%.
quote, but money follows momentum was a quote that somebody
Yeah.
told me. So the
Yeah.
fastest you can get to the action, the
Mhm.
fastest you can get to the result, the fastest you can get to the next action, the fastest you can get to
Yeah.
having growth. So
Yep, I always say money loves speed. All right, this was great. I did see one in the chat for a break. So if we want to do a quick 3-minute stretch.
Yeah, that sounds good
Good.
to me. Rachel, thank you so much.
thank you guys. I hope you have a wonderful day. Bye guys.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you.
Mom's trying to die. She wanted to take my coffee.
Only if it was to give you more coffee, it's acceptable. Anything else is absolutely forbidden.
No, she was trying to take it.
Oh, definitely not.
Angela.
Don't
I
ever
had to
steal
re- I
my
had to
don't
re-
ever steal my coffee. I'll eat your hand off. That's
I
that
had to
what that
replace-
will literally happen.
Yeah, she
I
was
had to
like, "Do you
replace
want
my cup.
anything?" And I was like, "No." She's like, "Can I take your coffee?" No.
No, my coffee's about to be refueled, but I had to have my Dan Gentry ice water before I got more coffee. So yeah.
Oh, that's so kind. Kimberly, you gave your mom a kidney.
Oh, I love it.
Mm. Yes, but I agree.
That's why I drew the line.
Exactly.
Kim, that's like the ultimate flex. We're talking about coffee, and you're just like, yeah. I love that.
I love that you just dropped that.
Yeah, that's
Well,
awesome.
with my coffee addiction, that's no, but yeah. I was just making a joke. Like
James has recently upped his coffee addiction. He
I love
upped
that
it.
you just outed him with no issue because you have the biggest smile about it.
So
Here's a new
so
one.
Megan, you will know that this woman and my co-MC take pride in throwing me on the railroad tracks or in
do
front of a
not.
bus. So
I'm on board with that, I gotta say.
You know, it's just part of the MO apparently, and I'm okay with that. But yeah, I want to say about like a month before my daughter was born, I invested money into a Ninja espresso machine, and I've been making like coffee shop quality stuff at my house, and it has saved my life, but not my heart palpitations. So I'm okay with all of these things.
One's a trade-off, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
Just a friendly
functionality.
reminder, we are live, but just a friendly reminder.
Yeah, and just remember, caffeine overdoses can be addictive. Don't do it. You know,
We're not mental
this
health
also is not
professionals.
medical advice. We're not doctors. What other disclaimers do we need, Jen? Because I'm gonna run out by the end of the day. Actually, I
Please
think the
drink
running.
caffeine responsibly.
Yes.
No, 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 not that one. Not that one.
All right, let's get back on track, James. All you do is joke around.
Oh, I'm
This
sorry. I
is
gotta
such
fill
an
in when you're not
amazing
around.
summit. Thank you guys for doing this.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, no, it's fantastic. I'm sorry to be distracted yesterday. I was trying to live my Toastmasters world and this world all at the same time.
It's all good. Well, after two incredible speakers, we're coming up on incredible speaker number 3. And
No
Miss
pressure.
Angela Goodman. No pressure.
No
You
pressure.
you got to bring it today just a little bit. No, I'm just kidding. I know you will. So Angela Goodman is a meeting planner. She was the 2024 IFA Franchisee of the Year, founder of Valkyrie Ventures? Valkyrie Ventures Group, franchisee of Famous Toastery, and the visionary behind Evolve. Her work centers on helping people unlock deep financial transformation. We need to chat after this. Starting with culture, self-leadership, and the beliefs that shape every decision. She also partners with business owners and executives through AMVIP events, where she curates transformational, high-impact experiences that shift perspectives and elevate performance. At home, we got the kiddos coming on. Earmuffs. No, I'm just kidding. At home, she's raising 2 daughters and wrangling 5 fur babies. We got a lot of animal lovers here. This was my favorite part of your whole bio, by the way. Still deciding what she wants to be when she grows up. Like, same. I love that. We're generally thrilled to have you here today, and the floor is yours.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for the introduction, Jen. Thank you for working through and putting Angela number 2 in yesterday at noon. So for those of you who met Matt Bertho yesterday, he stood in for me yesterday, and I understand he did quite a job giving his presentation yesterday. So I just want to thank you for being flexible with the time. I'm really excited to talk to all of you today about something no one wants to talk about. Money. Most people don't want to talk about money unless you want to brag about what you have when you really don't have it. Those people, they want to talk about money all the time. But those of us who live in the world of understanding how money works, I want to make sure that we start the day off with one quote that I love to use every single day. And that is, where I am going is more amazing than where I have been. So that is a choice that I literally make every morning. Where I'm going is more amazing than where I have been. And that applies to your health, your wellness, your financial life, your business life, your personal life, every single aspect of your life. That quote every single morning sets my brain in the right place. So I want to start the talk with that. And I also want to say this. For those of you who are new to doing any kind of deep personal development transformational work, your bank account is actually a mirror of how much of that work you've done. Literally, it is a reflection of how much work you've actually done on your internal wounds. And so we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about that today, but that's a lot of the work that I do also, is helping people uncover the choices that they make regarding money, where those choices came from, how you can work through and clean those out and change your energetic flow to receive instead of fear. So I want to start there, and then we're going to move into some actual logistics of cash flow. Those of you that I can see, how many of you are single operators for your business? You don't have any employees. All right. Do we have Megan, sort of? Yes. Do we have anyone that has more than 10 employees? Morris. Okay, awesome. All right. So this conversation that we're going to have today about cash flow logistics, and Shannon, I see you in the chat too. So thank you for that. What we're going to talk about today about cash flow logistics applies whether you are a single operator or whether you have 100 employees. How many of us are operating right now out of one bank account for our business? How many of you take money into the same account and you pay your bills out of that same account? Okay. All right, awesome. Then you are going to love today's conversation. How many of us struggle to create an operational budget for our business and still have cash in the bank? Okay, awesome. Another super important thing, and the last thing I want to point out, how many of you actually understand how to read a income statement or a profit and loss statement? Okay. So yeah, what I know, Darlene, you do. You're my numbers girl. So I think it's really important to recognize that our fear surrounding money is literally just a lack of education on how it works and a lack of education on how to read some of these accounting documents that you hear about and how they work together. So I work with business owners all the time who are coming to me very ashamed and embarrassed that they don't know how to read their financial statements. And I'm going to tell you right now, there were years of my life where I didn't know how either. We all have to learn somewhere. It's no different than learning to walk, to crawl, to read, to write. We all have to learn somewhere. So if you have a bookkeeper or an accountant that makes you feel dumb and makes you feel like you can't ask them questions to get educated on your financials and your business, you need to find a new bookkeeper or a new accountant that makes you comfortable about money. Otherwise, that uncomfortable space that you're in about your money will not change, and you will not reach the heights you want to reach inside of your bank account. So once you get a comfort level surrounding money and how money actually works, you can make it work for you. So I want to definitely emphasize that. Once you get an education around how money actually works and you're comfortable, you can learn how to make it work for you. And this applies in your business. It also applies in your home bank account. So for those of you who are operating out of one single bank account, I want you to think about a tube of toothpaste. Really dumb, right? You're like, what does toothpaste have to do with money? So think about a tube of toothpaste. When you buy a tube of toothpaste and it is completely full, how big is that dollop on your toothbrush? It's pretty darn big. When you get to the end of the tube of toothpaste, you are literally squeezing every little possible bit you can get out. And when you've gotten to about halfway through the toothpaste, you're putting on a smaller amount than you did in the beginning. We get to the middle and we make that amount smaller. And then we get to the end and we've got this like little skinny line of toothpaste. And we're like, that little skinny line is perfect to brush my teeth. That is what is called Parkinson's law. And what that means is the more you feel you have, the more you'll actually utilize. So if you're using only one bank account and you have, let's say you have a client who just paid you and you've got $10,000 in your bank account, and maybe you need to go out and buy some supplies or different things for your business, but you don't have a working budget in place, you will tend to spend more of a percentage of that $10,000 than if you only have $1,000 in your bank account. It's just Parkinson's law. It's human nature. It's what we do. It doesn't matter if it's a tube of toothpaste or if it's a bank account. So one of the really important things that I work with people on is how to have multiple bank accounts and get used to using them to help you budget your money. So I utilize Profit First. For those of you who have never read the book or aren't familiar with Profit First, I want you to schedule, as my gift today, I'm giving you a 30-minute call with me. If you schedule that call with me, I will send you a copy of the book so that you can read it. So make sure that if you have not read it, don't have a copy, aren't using it, get on my calendar for that 30 minutes. And what Profit First does, it teaches you how to behaviorally change your ideas around the utilization of money so that you no longer have this one bank account that you are trying to operate all of your expenses from. Let's say you have payroll, or you have rent, or you have just regular business expenses. Maybe you're a coach and you're like, I don't have that many expenses. It's literally just me and the business. But I'm going to remind you that once a year, Uncle Sam comes knocking, and most of us do not have the cash in the bank to pay him. We just don't, because we had that $10,000 and we're like, oh, well, when taxes come, I'll have more money that comes in and I'll pay it then. But if we actually are structuring multiple bank accounts for purposes, we will have the money when we need it. So what Profit First teaches us is actually a really cool way to budget your cash flow. It starts out with 5 different bank accounts. And depending on your business, whether you're a sole owner operator or you've got multiple employees with rent and inventory and payroll and all of those things, we'll start with the basics of 5 different bank accounts. There's an income account. That's where all the money flows into. It's like the account you have set up today, the one single bank account that you have today. The 4 other accounts are profit. We're going to pay our profit first, so we make sure that our business is actually earning profit. Because if most of us are given an opportunity, we have one bank account, we're going to spend all of the money in that bank account, and at the end of the day, we get this little report from our accountant that says, oh, we made a couple of $1,000s worth of profit. Then we look at our bank account, and that couple $1,000s is not there, and we're wondering what the hell happened to it. So the second account is profit. We're going to allocate to that first. Then we are going to make sure, as owners of the business, employee number 1, that you are actually giving yourself some type of payroll or paycheck. We have to remember, as the owner of the business, we are the first employee. And if we can't afford to pay ourselves, we will never be able to truly afford to pay anyone else. Whether we use the money in the account or not is a whole nother story. Maybe we don't use that money. Maybe it sits in that bank account and it just grows because we don't need it to fund our personal life, but it's there. And then I'll tell you ways you can use it later. The next account that you will have in place is called our tax account. Our tax account is to prepare to pay for Uncle Sam. We want to make sure that we have money there so that when it's time to pay our taxes on a quarterly or annual basis, the money is already there in the bank account. We don't have to wonder where it's going to come from or what cloud it will fall out of from the sky. And then lastly, our last account is our OPEX account, which is our expense account. So all of our business expenses will flow out of that account unless we have a business large enough that would require us to have a separate payroll account, perhaps a separate rent account, maybe a separate inventory account, depending on your business. Or you've got business growth plans, and another account I like to encourage my clients to open is called an investment account. So that is for your business growth and also for you to purchase assets for your business to help you build wealth. So that particular account is not talked about in Profit First. It is something that I have created for my clients, and I go through and customize the account openings for everyone when I work with someone directly. But the beauty of what these 5 accounts do for you is as soon as money flows into that account, we're going to use in the income account that same $10,000 principle, okay? So we have $10,000 flow into our income account. Let's say we in our industry should be, by industry standards, at 10% profitability, which is fairly low. But let's say we're at 10% profitability. Immediately, we're going to move $1,000 into that profit account. And then when we look at our owner's compensation, if we're a single owner operator, 50% of what we're bringing in should be paid to us out of the money. So we would actually put $5,000 of our $10,000 into our owner's comp account. Don't have heart failure if you're not doing something like that today. It is a starting point, and it is money that you can then plan for later. Our tax account, typically most of us, especially if we're single owner operators or we have smaller businesses without the additions of payroll and payroll taxes, we're typically paying somewhere between 10 and 15% in taxes if we are making money. That 15% is going to be based off of what you pay yourself and also your profit, but we're going to save for your tax account ahead of time. So we're going to put $1,500 of that $10,000 into your tax account. Okay. The final account, our operating expense account. So we've used 10% for profit, 50% for operating expenses. So we're at 60% now. We've used 15% for taxes. So we're at 75%. So we're going to now take $2,500 and put it into our operating expense account. Now we actually have a budget for the expenses of our business that we didn't have to go through and recreate. And when I start with people who are new into their business and they're not earning revenue yet, obviously those targets are going to be a little bit out of whack because typically you're spending money ahead of time in order to invest in the longevity of your business. You're building the systems, you're doing things along those lines. So your operating expense account will be a higher percentage than the 25% we just discussed. But if you are a business owner and you are operating your business and you have 6 months or a year of information as far as your financials go, then I sit down with you and I actually calculate what your existing expenses have been so that we start you out in a percentage platform that's going to work for you and your business. Then we sit down and go through all of your expenses and do kind of a deep dive on the expenses to see whether or not they're needed, where you can cut expenses, maybe where you can shop for other vendors or suppliers that might be cheaper. But the goal of that operating expense account is to give you now a budget. Here is what I can afford to spend on the operation of my business. So once you've identified and you've broken down and you stopped having this one bank account that now you just sort of spend and think, oh, well, my business is good if I spend 60% of that money on expenses, or maybe you spend all 10,000 on the expenses and you're like, shoot, I didn't pay myself this month. You have now created bank accounts that can grow every time you bring in revenue. And now you can make business decisions on how you hire, on how you contract vendors, on how you actually may do tax strategy for yourself. One of the other important things, I'm a very faith-based person. And so I actually encourage my clients who feel the same to do a charitable donation, or what I like to call God's money account. And I take 10% right off of the top as tithing for my God's money account. And then that money, when it comes in, goes into whatever charitable organization, or like this time of year, I like to go crazy at an angel tree, that type of thing. But then I've already got money there set aside to make sure that I am contributing to my community, contributing to, those different charitable areas that then become not only a tax help, but also we're all here to help each other. Giving back to your community is the most important thing that you can do through your business. And so you've already then put money aside to do that. It's not, oh, I had this $10,000, I needed to spend it all, and then now I don't have anything to help the community with. So that's another account also that I forgot to mention that I like to encourage people to do. But once you actually have this structure, you now have a budget. Now you can go to your operating expense account and you can say, okay, I really feel like I need to hire another team member. And if you've got a budget in place for what you're spending on the business out of the operating expense account, and maybe your owner's comp account has grown and you're not utilizing that money, you can choose to take that money and make an investment to hire someone. Maybe it's a VA, maybe it's another employee, maybe you need to hire a manager, maybe you need to hire a salesperson. It gives you a really good idea of how much disposable money you actually have coming in, and it helps you with the behavior of not spending your money to spend it. Most of us, as we were growing up, we don't get these financial education classes in school, guys. Like, let's be honest. Nobody teaches us how to budget a household, budget a business, do any of that. So most of us learned from our parents and how they chose to spend money. And if our parents, their mode of spending money was money in equals money back out, guess what? That's what we learned. Money in equals money back out. That was me for many, many, many years. Over the course of time, of course, we have, great people like Dave Ramsey and Mike Michalowicz, and go back to Rich Dad Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki. So there have been people over time who have taught us how to utilize our money and buy assets and do those types of things in order to better improve our cash flow, not only in our business, but also in our personal life, because all of this applies to your personal life too. I have people all the time who will ask me, can I profit first? My bank account's at home. And I say, of course you can, but your accounts there might look like vacation or Christmas, or maybe you want to buy a house, so you have a house savings account. Your accounts at home may look very different than your accounts in the business, but it absolutely works for that. So having the understanding of how you spend money is really important. And I know that I mentioned earlier that many of us choose to spend money based off of what we've learned, whether it be in our from our parents, or perhaps we have some sort of financial trauma in our early life. For me, my mom was a candy merchandiser for Nabisco. So she would go into convenience stores, grocery stores. She pulled expired candy off the shelves, Lifesavers, Butterfinger, Baby Ruth, that kind of candy. And so she would pull that stuff off the shelves. She would bring home the expired stuff, which she was supposed to destroy. And at the age of 8 years old, I would get on the school bus every morning and take orders for what my friends on the school bus wanted to buy. And I had like money assigned to it and whatnot. And I would bring in the product the next day. Well, my first money memory is actually one of guilt and shame, because I got caught doing it. My mom didn't know I was doing it. She almost lost her job because she got a phone call from the school, who was then like, hey, your kid is selling this candy on the school bus. And I got grounded for like 2 weeks. And here I thought I was doing a good thing by helping my friends. I was making money. I was sneaking down to the store to buy my own candy that I liked on the corner. And unfortunately, instead I got caught, I got grounded, and I was like, oh shoot, money is not a good thing. Like, me making money is not good. And for many years, I lived with that trauma inside. And so I had a hard time when I would bring money in. I thought that I needed to get rid of it, right? There was just like this natural tendency to get rid of it. So if we don't learn the skill set of, okay, how can we logically, logistically plan our cash flow so that we can budget? That's what will get you over some of those blocks and boundaries. Some of them might be, though, tied to your actual revenue coming in. I know that I've helped clients over time as well sort of overcome this idea that they're not worthy of bringing money in, or if I charge that much, nobody's going to pay me that. I don't think anybody really thinks I'm worth that amount for my work. I've had lots of conversations with clients where they need money so badly because they can't afford to pay their bills that they've actually changed their energetic frequency. And so when they go to sell offerings to people, those people will then be totally repelled by what they feel to be complete, the word I'm thinking of, but where they're really feeling like complete desperation, right? And so it's really important, as we learn how to work with money, that we recognize that any fear associated with that energetic frequency of fear, you transmit that to the people around you. People around you can absolutely feel it the minute that you walk into the room. So with folks who are struggling to have the money, the goals that they have, and like, we kind of start there, like, where is our energy at? Where are we aligned with, and all of that? And then we work on these logical and logistical tools to take your thought out of where money is coming from and how it's flowing. It's really important to do that for yourself and for your business. I know we're about time, so I'm going to kind of wrap this up. I just want to make sure, looking at my notes, that I've covered everything. I think the other piece of the puzzle that Profit First teaches you is intention. It allows you to dream. It allows you to set goals. It allows you to create as many bank accounts you want to save money in as possible. And that way you've got intention toward making whatever those dreams and goals happen, and fulfilling any wishes that you have in your life that you thought you couldn't afford to fulfill. It gives you the confidence to do that, which then also builds your energetic frequency, which is super important as well. So I could talk all day. So I'll stop in case anybody's got questions or they want to talk specifically about their situation. I am here.
I love it. I could listen to you talk about this stuff all day. So, Darlene, question, you're going to have to go through Jen.
They look like they're in two totally different rooms, though.
Right? You're muted.
We're actually not. So the question that she asked was for someone that is first starting, where
Mhm.
are some places that they can go to learn the basics about budgeting?
So I would actually start if you're first starting your business and trying to figure out how you want to actually set it up financially. I would read Profit First. It is a great introduction and a story. Mike Michalowicz, when he started his first company, he thought he knew everything. He ran a large tech business that made a lot of money. He was in the right place at the right time. And then when he sold the company, he became an angel investor and recognized he knew nothing about financially running a business. So he goes through the basic steps. If you are setting up a business financially, here's how to set yourself up for success. If you haven't actually started, using the basic accounts that he has listed in the book is a great place to start. Once you get into utilizing the system and the methodology, I would encourage you, if you're just struggling with it or having trouble of setting up the allocation percentages correctly, to talk to someone either that is already doing it or someone who has been trained to teach it. There are nuances in businesses, like if you've got a seasonal business, let's say maybe you're a real estate agent, so you get most of your sales from spring to fall. Or let's say you're in a coaching business that you do events. And so maybe you have cycles of time where your events are more profitable, or not more profitable, but receive more revenue than others. There are some nuances that aren't talked about in the book that if you struggle with it as you start out, that might be why you're struggling. I have run into owner operators who have started out with it and they're like, oh, well, it just didn't work for me. And I would sit down and help them diagnose why, and then we would fix it together. But I have not found anyone who it doesn't work for unless they just flat give up.
Jen, did you have it? Yeah, she's got another question.
Yeah, she was asking about software. Specifically, are there softwares that beginners can use?
So there is a Profit First app now that if you want to sign up for that, you can certainly do that. The Profit First app also now has a bank that is tied to it, so you can set your bank accounts up through there. It's not cheap. So when you're first starting out, I wouldn't recommend to go that route if you don't want to invest at that time. If you want to do it the short and fast way, you are literally, yeah, I'm so glad you said that, April. The envelopes in QB, I actually don't recommend. The reason why I don't recommend the envelopes in QuickBooks is because you don't actually get into the physical movement of money, and it's too easy to move it. So you can easily shift things around from account to account and not be disciplined about what you're using the money for. And you may be, April, like amazingly disciplined, and there are several people I know who are amazingly disciplined. Most of the world is not. Most people end up utilizing the system because they are not disciplined with how they choose to spend the money out of the accounts, which is why I recommend set them up with an actual bank. Another banking partner that is online that's amazing to utilize that doesn't cost you anything is Relay Bank. They were initially tied to Mike when Profit first came out. Relay Bank is a fully online bank. They have really great rates for wire transfers, for other means of moving money. And I love Relay. They are business only, so you can't put a personal bank accounts there. But they're fantastic to work with and really, really great people. So if you have any trouble and want to use Relay Bank, let me know, because as a Profit First professional with Mike, can get people in quickly, like get their bank accounts approved fast. So and QuickBooks is a great platform to utilize for it, and you can tie all the bank accounts into it. But I actually don't recommend the envelopes in QB for most people.
So you were saying in the beginning, and then throughout the weaving of the energetics, and obviously the inner work that we have to do. You've made a statement that the inner work, your bank account reflects the inner work that you have done. Do you feel that that's a consistent thing, or can it change? Because I believe there's like times in our lives where we have this like up and down, right? So
yeah,
how do you, if if I were someone who's going through a tough time, like what's the quickest way to shift and make my
So
inner
I
work match?
I think it's really important to recognize that we choose to spend money based off of our wounding. Okay. So if we were children who felt deprived, right? We grew up in homes where money was difficult to come by, or maybe we didn't have food on the table, or for some reason we were in deprivation mode. As we get older and we get more money coming into our life, we tend to then quickly want to spend it on ourselves because we were deprived then. We don't want to be deprived now, right? So it's about understanding your choice in how you choose to spend money. For myself, one of the things that I noticed in my life, I got into a couple of business deals that were not good for me. One of which cost me about $500,000 about 3 years ago. It was a real estate deal that I was essentially the money supplier for the deal, the purchasing of the properties and the rehabilitation of them. I went into business with a contractor that I felt I knew and could trust. And as the deal was moving forward, there were so many signs to me to not move forward with the deal. But I did it because I was afraid. I didn't want to upset him. Like legitimately, I didn't want to make someone else upset, and it cost me $500,000. And that stemmed from essentially being that kid who felt like they needed to spend money on people for them to like me. I was the kid who in high school and college where I would go out with friends and we would be having drinks or we would have dinner or we would do whatever. And it made me feel good to pay for people's meals when I really didn't have the money for it, because then they always wanted to take me out with them. So I was making spending choices in that way. And I had obviously had the money at the time, right? So to your point, we go through these ups and down cycles where we have. So it's about understanding before you make a spending choice, why you are actually making it. If it's emotionally tied to something, I would encourage you to step back from that and say, where is this emotion coming from? Why am I emotionally making this choice? How is it going to work out for me at a future period of time? And really make sure that the energy alignment is in the right place.
So you're talking about like the spending. What about on the opposite end of like receiving? Like I know a lot of people, because I host a money program, but I understand a lot of people have a hard time receiving,
Yes.
right? And being open
Yes.
to receiving.
Yes.
So what are maybe like your top 2 to 3 tips for opening up yourself for receiving? And if anyone else has questions, feel free to jump in or else I'll talk about it.
So on the income side of things, and I think I alluded to it a little bit earlier, a lot of us struggle with self-worth or not feeling like we're enough. Maybe we've been told throughout time that our opinions don't really matter. Maybe we've been told throughout time that whatever we've had to say is unimportant. So we get these little stories in our head and in our mindset where we think, I don't want them to see that I feel like I'm not worthy. So if they question the money at all, I'm just going to give them a discount, right? That's the complete block of being able to receive what's actually trying to be provided to you by the universe. So I think it's really important for people to recognize where their blocks are, why they're choosing to price themselves at a certain level because of that. Do they feel like they're not worth enough? Is the first thing out of their mouth? I had a client that I worked with. I have a couple of stories that are probably relevant to this particular question. I had a client that I worked with who had been in their past life a public servant. Okay. And so in a public servant life, you're used to receiving a relatively minimal paycheck for work done. And in most cases, you're not recognized for extraordinary or extra work, right? So when they were getting out into working on their own on a consulting basis, they were pricing themselves based off of being a public servant. And then their response was, well, I feel bad charging more for that money because I was never paid for that before, and I'm doing the same work I did before. When what they're not recognizing is they're not receiving for their experience, the amount of learning they've put in, the dollars that they have spent and or sacrificed because they stayed in the position to gain the knowledge as long as they did. So that's one thing in particular. Another thing is I have a client who, this is a tough story. he really was not loved as a child. And he recognized that he should be worthy of receiving love from his parents. And he would steal from his dad's sock drawer when he felt he was worthy of receiving something from his parents that he didn't get. That also blocks the flow of money. Something that old can literally block the flow into you because you've built opposite karmic impact to it.
Right.
And so it's about finding those areas in your life where you have, I wouldn't say done money wrong, but where you've made a choice because you created the block even back then. And so
Right.
now it won't flow into you because you've got to release that guilt and repent for that first. I don't know if that answered your question.
No, it did. I mean, I could have a million questions, but I don't know if Shannon has a question over
Sorry,
here.
I'm gonna
James.
interject after Shannon asks. But yeah, I have a couple. I'm just waiting for you to not talk. You know, kind
No,
of.
Shannon.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I'm gonna go one
Yeah.
more.
No,
I'm just gonna
no.
ask one more. One more.
No, go ahead. You're fine. You're fine. I'm just messing with you.
Business credit, like, do you think that's a thing, or do you not handle that side of things? Like, do you think it's important for a business to have like a line of credit that they can use? How do they stay out of trouble with that?
Yeah,
Just 'cause we're business focused here.
Yeah, no. So one of the things that Mike Michalowicz and several of the other money gurus teach you is don't use credit cards, right? I don't agree with that, to be quite honest. I think that the disciplined utilization of money is actually what will help you build wealth. But you have to be very disciplined about it. You have to recognize and plan for a line of credit that you know you can afford to pay back, or you have incoming revenue stream. It's important for you as a business owner to build your actual business credit, because if you come into a project that you might need money for in the future, or you come into and want to build assets to build wealth for that company, you need an established business credit. You've got to have it. So you just have to be super disciplined about how you're utilizing credit cards. You don't actually pay off 100% of what's due on the credit cards. You pay off 96%. You want to leave about 1 to 4% on the card. That's where you get the best score ratings, is showing that you pay off all of it, but there's still a little bit that might linger on there. It's super important to be able to build wealth in a business by utilizing lines of credit and making sure that they are tied to your actual business, so that the business itself is earning the credit, not you as the entrepreneur.
And last one, sorry, James. So I've seen like Stripe is like, oh, you are approved for up to like $1,100. And then they make you like, they take it out of your payments, or the payments received, right? Is that a good idea to do, or can you find yourself getting into trouble with that? Because I kind of like,
so it's for me, it's an either or. So I've had clients who have had massive amounts of credit card debt, and Stripe will make them a really nice offer based on their incoming revenue. It is faster and cheaper sometimes to shift that debt from the cards over to Stripe. The reason why is because the business owner never sees that money. Stripe takes the money before it ever hits the bank account. So then it becomes a behavioral shift for them, because they're not ever seeing that money in order to be able to spend that money. And then if they're on lockdown with their credit cards and not using them, then they're fully paying that debt down. Whereas I've seen a lot of business owners who have both, and then they're not fully paying down anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, James. I will stop talking.
No, it's okay. All great questions. I just want, Angela, awesome. Because I've heard you speak a couple of times before, and I love where you come from. One of the things for me personally is like, let's say someone has no awareness of any of this. Like, what would be like your top 2 or 3 pieces of advice you could give to somebody to say, start paying attention to this now? Like, start looking at this now.
So I'll say this. What I love to tell people is a really easy way to get started with the behavioral change. Open up a savings account and put 1% of your money in it. Just 1%. Right? And even on whether it be the personal side or the business side, but make a commitment to yourself that every time you get income in, you're going to put that 1% in, and you're never going to touch it. What that does, it allows you to shift into a winning mindset with money. because then every time you look at that bank account, even if it's small, it's money you've been able to save that you haven't allowed yourself to touch. And it's a commitment to yourself that you've now kept that allows you to feel an honesty with inside yourself that will bring about that behavior change and the shift. And then you'll be like, oh my gosh, I was able to do this with one account. I'm going to go now open like 4 more accounts and do this on all my accounts, right? So
Okay.
that's where I would start for people who are unaware, just 1%.
Okay.
Yeah.
I started something along those lines a few years ago. T. Harv Eker has a book, Secrets of the Millionaire Mind, and he breaks down certain accounts and certain percentages and stuff like that, and whatever you
Mhm.
put into the entry to the question with parallel, that's pretty cool. But I also like how you were talking about going back and repenting from previous behavioral shifts with money. I
Yeah.
actually attest to this because over the last couple of years, my relationship with my view and my value on money and how it operates has been changing.
Mhm.
And with those changes, I've seen positive effects come from that. So I'm really glad that you're
Awesome.
pointing that out, and that's
Yeah.
pretty awesome. I just wanted
Yeah,
to give you.
I host a workshop called the Money Wound Workshop, and I have it. It's recorded, so I can send out. I have no problem if anybody wants to reach out to me. I'll send you a free copy of that too. But it walks through some of just the high level things that can happen to us. One of the workshop pieces that I have people do is think about your first money memory, and usually you're like 7, 8, 9, 10. When that memory transpired, that memory literally has set the dynamic for how you view money.
Yeah.
And so
That's
it's
awesome.
really important. Yeah. So it's really important for you to be like, okay, all right, now I understand kind of where part of my philosophies about money have come from. Let me really shift my mindset around that so that I can make sure. And I'll tell you, like, there's a lot of people out there, and I work with clients who are the opposite way. They have a fear of spending money. So they've
Yeah.
saved all this money, they've created all this money and all of this wealth, and now they're like, they don't want to let it go because they're afraid it's going to be gone. Most of those clients I work with, their first memories about money have something to do with saving their allowances. So
Yeah.
they received money, they saved the money for their allowance. Maybe they went to go spend it on something and their parents were like, well, you shouldn't buy that, right? So there was some kind of like, so it's positive they were able to save the money, but then at the same time, they were shamed for wanting to spend it. And so now they've got that same fear around the money not being there, or perhaps they came from nothing and are afraid they will never have it again. And so they're afraid to spend it too. So, but I'm
Yeah,
happy to send that out to you guys also.
I can resonate with what you're saying there because a lot of my earlier memories with money were, well, if we can't afford this, if you get a good job, then you can afford to buy this. And
Yep.
it really has ingrained a lot more than I thought it would, right? Because people think money, money, but they don't realize the relationship or the emotional attachments or detriments that you get towards money.
Yeah.
And this is amazing. So I don't want to talk too much, but yeah, this is cool. Thank you.
Well, I will say one more thing that I forgot to mention during the presentation. Money's a resource that was given to us to utilize and steward. Okay. We were never, money is not meant to be a retention pond for you. You aren't meant to just bring money in and retain it. We're meant to help community. And, I mentioned that part early in the presentation, but money doesn't belong to us. It's a resource for us to steward. So if we aren't stewarding it and we aren't allowing it to naturally flow through us back out to the community and support, we won't receive more. We actually block the flow. So I also know people who are like, oh, no, I don't give, or I don't tithe, or I don't give back out to other people. I don't help people. I don't pay for things. I don't whatever. Okay, well, that explains to me too why maybe you don't have any money coming in because you're not allowing it to physically flow through you the way energetically it's meant to.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Anyone else have questions? I could keep going.
Go ahead. You're asking good ones.
No, I'm just
mean,
because I love being able to educate people on money. I think it's so, and like you said, they don't teach this stuff in school.
No.
So, and I know, you've already gave us so many things. I'm trying to like think of where I can go with this. When it comes to like building that generational wealth, like for a lot of us, I think we're like maybe that first generation to really sit and build it. What would you say is like, because like I look at all these, because I have 3 young kids, and I look at um, as a solopreneur right now, I don't have like what's it called? A retirement plan in place
Mhm.
just because I work part-time while I full-time mom. So like
Yeah.
what is the best way for me to maybe start to build or invest in certain things? What, I'm
Right.
not saying to give me like full financial,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
like
yeah.
just some tips maybe where it's like, okay, start saving this for your kids. Start,
Okay.
with your business. Because I know
So
you were talking about it a little bit.
yeah, a couple of things. You brought up the generational piece. Be mindful of the generational look of money in your parents, your grandparents, and before them. Because if you're feeling this close to your heart, it's because you're here to break the generational curse.
Right.
Okay. So make sure that you are not recreating any of the things that they did or were unable to do in the past generations of your family. Okay.
Hmm.
So once you recognize that piece of it, so like you might have, and I had my dad, and I recreated it, right? But now my job is to not recreate it anymore. My dad was not a good steward in business partnerships. Then I went and did the same damn thing. But then I didn't realize when I did that 5 years ago, I didn't realize that I was perpetuating this generational thing that's been going on for who knows how many thousands of years in my bloodline, right? So the important part to recognize is don't recreate any of the mistakes that your parents have made, learn from them and don't repeat them. Okay.
Right.
Second of all, when you've got children and you've got family, the most important thing that you can do for them is set them up to never have to worry about money, which means if you don't have life insurance policies in place that will stabilize your household and purchase your house for your kids in the event that something happens to you, that's step number one. The other piece of the puzzle of that is if your children are very young, you likely want to set up a trust for that insurance policy to flow into so that it can be accessed by a trustee to pay for their needs after something happens to you. So if you haven't done either one of those things, those are two really important places to start. If you have done those things and you've got insurance policies, even if they're just term policies set up in that manner, the next phase you want to look at is you can read a book, What Would the Rockefellers Do?
Mm.
So the Rockefellers built their generational wealth with trusts, doing it in that manner and doing essentially whole life insurance is what they did. And then they became their own bank over time. So I would recommend reading that book to get some ideas from that on what might work out best for you. It's just important to take it one step at a time and recognize that generational wealth is not built in a year. It's not built in 5 years. Sometimes it's not even built in 10 years. You are doing this for the course of your life. So no major fluctuations from one year to the next in the stock market are really going to impact you that much over time. The history of the stock market, it's continued to grow and do well. Precious metals right now are literally at an all-time high because the world right now is experiencing an economic reset of massive proportions. So that may not be something you can get into right now, but it's something to keep an eye on for the future. But if you haven't started with the life insurance pieces and setting up a trust so that your children will have a trustee who can manage those monies for them, that is the number one place I would start.
Awesome. And you mentioned real estate before.
Yes, yes.
Like how fruitful do you think, like, or even in a business perspective, investing into real estate?
So I still have I don't have any multifamily property anymore. I got into the business and was a little too green with it and didn't know enough about it not to mess myself up. So I don't have any multifamily anymore. Although what I will say is there are some really good larger scale firms that are doing it right that you can come in with $50,000 or $100,000 and invest with, but do lots of due diligence.
Right.
Talk to people who are already a part of it. Talk to the investors that are already with the particular folks. If you need recommendations or anything, I've got a couple that are great to work with. I'm not invested with them, full transparency, because I don't have the cash right now to do so, but I would if I did. Residential real estate, depending on where your market is, you can go look at what the top 10 growth cities are in the country. If you're in one of those markets, I would encourage you to potentially look at the base entry real estate spot. So like I live in just outside of Washington, D.C., and I own a restaurant up here, as was mentioned in the bio. I had employees who couldn't afford rent. So I went out and purchased just 1-bedroom condos to rent to my staff so that I could do it at a basis where they, could afford to pay the rent. I knew how much they were making, obviously knew they would have steady income coming in. And so they became my tenants, and those properties for me have grown 25 to 30%, since I purchased them. So my advice for you is real estate is good, but it's also long-term hold too.
Right. And being intentional with what you're doing.
Correct. Being very intentional with how you're going to do it and who's there.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So if someone were to like just get into, because we talked about like the, investing or just building, say someone needs to do a cash influx into their business. Do you recommend going like loan, credit, or like pushing offers out?
Well, I'm a big person who bets on myself. So I went from a 15-year career in commercial HVAC, so I had some money behind me into the restaurant business. I did take a loan from the SBA, and I also took a loan from my own personal self. Okay, so if you have money on your personal side that you want to invest in your business, betting on yourself, you know how hard you're going to work. You know how much you're going to really push to make your business go right. So I would, number one, start with betting on yourself first. If you can't afford to do that and you don't have money that you can personally inject, I would try to actually find somebody who believes in you as much as you believe in you, and try to find an investor before you go to a bank. That's my personal opinion. If you don't have an investor or somebody who can help you out at that point in time, then approach if you don't have, I tell people this all the time too, if you don't have a local credit union that is based in your town, go open a bank account at it. The local credit unions based on your town are built, number one, to support community. Number two, they need small businesses to invest in the local community in order to do that. And number three, they will oftentimes take more of a risk on you as an entrepreneur than any other big bank is going to do, which means the interest rates are going to be better. You're not going to have to pay as much that way. So local community credit unions are a great place to start, and you can have a relationship with people there. So they get to know you as a person and they believe in you, then you can get more leverage with them too.
So do you recommend like, I'm trying to think of a good question here. So SBA loans, like small business loans, bank loans, do you feel like if you're like an online business, is it not too smart to like get into that? Or because I feel like they're more beneficial to brick and mortars.
I honestly think it depends on what you're going to need the money for. If you're using the money and you have a pretty high comfort level that you're going to actually generate revenue from the money that you're going to use, then it's okay. If you are literally unsure of how much revenue you're going to bring in, and it's literally a new concept, new idea, new whatever that you're starting, bet on yourself. Use your own money. You'll fight harder. It's about the mindset and the behavior behind it more than it is about whether the ease of getting the money. You want to put yourself in a position where your ass is all in and you're in there fighting as hard as you can to make that business successful. And sometimes when you've taken money from somebody else, you are not going to fight as hard.
If I may interject here.
No.
I not even to interrupt, but resonating 100% with what you're saying, because my my little girl was born a little under a month. It'll be 2 days, it'll be a month. And with what's going on with like with my home front, my wife's actually leaving her job to stay home full time. So that puts a massive weight and fire, like not under me, like in a bad way, but I want to make sure I'm doing what God called me to do, and that's provide for my family.
Yeah.
So the personal stake, which I love, because I've been floating around because we have equity in our home, and we're looking at certain options that we can do, and one of the first things that her and I have talked about is with every entrepreneur journey, there's a risk to take. But if we're taking it with our own personal, it's that much more important than somebody just handing over a check saying, pay this back over time. And you work hard, you work so much, you you work in a much different mind frame and spiritual space, right? Because it's more on you, it's you. And I just wanted to kind of like say that's pretty damn cool that you're talking about it that way.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's, if you're going to take out a second mortgage or a HELOC, the important thing to remember in that case is if something happens to the business, let's say you got to plan for worst case scenario, and then you got to believe in the provision of God. Like that's it. Like those are the two things you got to do. So in that particular case, one thing you have to be super mindful of is if something does fail with the business, once you take out a HELOC or a second mortgage on that house, your bankruptcy protections go away on the house. So just as long as you're aware of that and you're mindful of that and you understand what that looks like, and you're willing to take that risk, as long as you've got the education, it's like we started out in the beginning, as long as you've got the education, you can make the money work for you. You just need to be educated about it and understand what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah, just to kind of give you a little bit, we're less than 40,000 away from paying off our home now. So like, even if we take that risk, we're still in a pretty decent spot to where we can.
How attached to your house are you?
Not. I mean, that's a good question. I wouldn't drop it at a hat. There's a lot of sentimental value, right? Like, our kids were here. We got married in our side yard because 2020. So like.
Yeah.
Other than the emotional value, I don't know. We have put the option up to either sell or leave. That has been like floating. We've been praying on that, but I don't think one way or the other. We don't know.
Yeah, I think I'll just be quite frank with you, and Jen knows that this happens to me. I get like little moments there, and that's what I heard. I heard sell it. That's what I heard. So,
beautiful.
Which is why I asked the question, because in that moment, when you choose to truly go all in with God, and you've sold your house and proven you aren't attached to a material possession, he works for you in a much different way.
Yes, he does. That's amazing.
Yeah. So.
Oh, that's cool. Thank you. That was like a.
Oh, you're welcome.
Light moment.
I got full on chills, and that was meant to be said. So anyway.
Yes. Thank you.
Whatever you decide to do, that was what you were meant to hear. So there you go.
No, very much appreciate it. And I receive it. Most people might not, but I'm going to receive that. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right. Well, we're just coming up on lunch. I could talk to you all day. So
I know. I keep muting myself. I'm like, I've got somebody.
Yeah, just hop on, book a call, and if there's
might
anything
have you come into my class that I teach, and
I could do that too.
You talk. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
All right. This is great.
Yeah. Thank you guys for having me on.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
All right. So we're running into a lunch break. Jen, would you like to give kind of the lay of the land for lunch?
Yes, she would.
Thanks.
She has no choice. No choice.
All right. I'm not doing it.
Okay. So yes, we are actually getting to take a lunch break today. I'm so excited. Well, mainly just because I need to go to the bathroom, but I'm not going to do it on live. But yeah, so today we're actually going to take a lunch break. But here's the really cool thing. Just because we're taking quote unquote a lunch break, that does not mean that you can't come here. You can't connect with people. You can't chat with the speakers. If you're watching on Facebook, if you click on the little links, you can actually come and join, and you can actually ask your questions in real time in the chats here. So I did broadcast this, guys, for you, but only the questions are getting answered from people that are in the Zoom, because people paid to be here, and if they want real-time answers from the speakers, who are some of my dearest friends, by the way, then you got to get in the room. If you guys want to go grab something and then come and sit and chat with us, totally do that. That's what I'm going to do. Come connect with us. come and also say, like, who's the person that's going to move the needle for you the most? That's one of the questions that I always ask people when they first join my school community. Is I love having you here. Check out all the resources that I have available for you. But the most important thing that I want you guys to know is I want to connect you with the person that's going to help you move forward. That's one of the things that I love to do, is to keep people moving forward, and keep them actually executing on whatever it is that they're doing. And I do that best in my school community. Some of you guys are in there, some more than others. But I want you guys to come and say, like, I need to talk to somebody more about money. That would be Angela, obviously. Or I have so many more experts. We have more experts coming this afternoon. Tell us who they are. But go get some lunch, go get some water, go move around. I know Shannon and Sierra both will love it when I say this. Go have a dance party. They love music. I am going to put up a playlist that will play for a little bit. So if you guys want to listen to the music, I know Shannon and Sierra have both said that they love the music. So you guys enjoy the music, go grab you something to eat, refuel your mind, refuel your body, because it also refuels your spirit. And we'll be back here at 1 Central. Okay. The live stream will stay up because once I stop it, it will stay up. So you'll get to enjoy the music.
You must first call in love to receive it. I'm a magnet, I attract it. Feel the love coming through me, I have it. I'm a magnet, no attachments. I receive and deserve life's magic. I'm a magnet, it's automatic. Got a whole lot of love, you could have it. I'm a magnet, I attract it. Feel the love coming through me, I have it. I don't have to force it just to get it. I speak it out loud in the universal printed. The people in my corner always grinning. Got a smile on their face, they be happy see me winning. I feel the love, I let it all in. Already on its way, here it comes, it's so beautiful. I'm patient when it's hard, I don't quit. I just call it right in, sounds something like this. I'm a magnet, I attract it. Feel the love coming through me, I have it. I'm a magnet, no attachments. I receive and deserve life's magic. I'm a magnet, it's automatic. Got a whole lot of love, you could have it. I'm a magnet, I attract it. Feel the love coming through me, I have it. Everything I want it coming to me faster than I can imagine. I just let it go, receive it, I don't chase it. Got the frequency of love and happiness within me. I already had it, all I really gotta do is claim it. Fake it till you make it. People say it's wrong, but it works, quit playing. I'ma live my best life, let the love change it. If you one of us, go ahead and just say it. I'm a magnet, I attract it. Feel the love coming through me, I have it. I'm a magnet, no attachments. I receive and deserve life's magic. I'm a magnet, it's automatic. Got a whole lot of love, you could have it. I'm a magnet, I attract it. Feel the love coming through me, I have it.
Trust me, it's all in perfect timing.
It's all working out for me. It's all working
me, it's all in perfect timing.
Return to the Mac. Get up what it is, what it does, what it is, what it isn't. Looking for a better way to get up out of bed instead of getting on the internet and checking a new hit. Me get up, first shot, hip strut walking. A little bit of humble, a little bit of cautious. Somewhere between like Rocky and Cosby's for the game. Nope, nope, y'all can't copy yet. Glad moonwalking, and this here is our party. My posse's been on Broadway, and we did it all way. Grown music, I shed my skin and put my bones into everything I record to it. And yeah, I'm on. Let that stage light go and shine on down. Got that Bob Barker suit game and Plinko in my style. Money, stay on my craft and stick around for those pounds. But I do that to pass the torch and put on for my town. Trust me, on my INDEPENDENT shit hustling. Chasing dreams since I was 14 with the 4-track bustin'. Halfway across that city with the back crush shit. Labels out here, now they can't tell me nothing. We give that to the people, spread it across the country. Labels out here, now they can't tell me nothing. We give it to the people, spread it across the country.
Here we go back, this is the moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Here we go back, this is the moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
Nah, can I kick it? Thank you, yeah, I'm so damn grateful. I grew up really wanna go fronts, but that's what you get when Wu-Tang raised you. Y'all can't stop me, go hard like I got an 808 in my heartbeat. And I'm eating at the beat like it gave a little speed to a great white shark on shark week. Raw, time to go off, gone, deuces goodbye. I got a world to see, and my girl, she wanna see Rome. Caesar make you a believer, nah, I never ever did it for a throne. That validation comes from giving it back to the people now. Sing this song and it goes like, raise those hands, this is our party. We came here to live life like nobody was watching. I got my city right behind me. If I fall, they got me. Learn from that failure, gain humility, and then we keep marching.
Can we go back? This is the moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Go back, this is the moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our
It's a vibe. I'ma do what I want when I want it. This world is mine. I'ma spend it all up, make it back. Just watch me shine. You already know what I'm on, so don't you try. You can't kill my vibe. Yeah, really do what I want. I meditate super early in the morning. I drive fast, break rules, no warning. Just got a call from the bank, said I'm ballin'. Switch it up. I got citrulline mixed in my cup. I put an offer in and paid it up front. I manifest everything that I want. Yeah, I'm the one, and it's a vibe. I'ma do what I want when I want it. This world is mine. I'ma spend it all up, make it back. Just watch me shine. You already know what I'm on, so don't you try. You can't kill my vibe. I had to cut the bull and get to it. I'm motivated by the influence. I made the change and now it's all fluid. I took a chance, now look what we doing. Sit back, you could write a book, can't script that. Jotting down goals on a notepad. Looking back through it like goddamn. Yeah, we did that, and it's a vibe. I'ma do what I want when I want it. This world is mine. I'ma spend it all up, make it back. Just watch me shine. You already know what I'm on, so don't you try. You can't kill my vibe. Hey, I heard you were a wild one. Ooh, if I took you home and be your home run, show me how you do. I wanna shut down the cloud with you. Hey, I heard you like the wild ones, wild ones, wild ones.
Oh, I like crazy, foolish, stupid, party going wild, fist pumping music. I might lose it, glass to the roof, how we lose it, lose it, lose it. I don't care tonight, she don't care, we like almost there, the right vibe, ready to get live, ain't no surprise, take me so high, jumping those dives, surfing the crowd. Ooh, said I gotta be the man, I'm the head of my band, mic check 1, 2. Shut them down in the club with a Playboy does, till they all get loose, loose, out the bottle, we all get fit in again tomorrow. Gotta break rules, cause that's the motto. Club shut down, 100 supermodels.
Hey, I heard you were a wild one. Ooh, if I took you home and be your home run, show me how you do. I wanna shut down the cloud with you. Hey, I heard you like the wild ones, wild ones, wild ones.
Party rocker for showstopper, more shampoo, #1 club hopper. Got a hangover like too much vodka. Can't see me with 10 binoculars. So cool, no doubt. By the end of the night, got the clothes coming off, then I make that move. Somehow, some way, gotta raise the roof. All black shades when the sun come through. Oh, it's on like everything goes. Wild out, baby, to the freak it shows. What happens to that body is a private show. Stays right here, private show. I like a mundane, don't talk that high pain. Tolerance bottoms up when it's champagne. My life, come Muhammad, then we hit Spain. Too easy with you there, we get insane.
Hey, I heard you were a wild one. Ooh, if I took you home and be your home run, show me how you do. I wanna shut down the cloud with you. Hey, I heard you like the wild ones, wild ones, wild ones.
Running with wolves and I'm on the prowl. I stay out too late. Got nothing in my brain. That's what people say. That's what people say. I go on too many dates, but I can't make them stay. At least that's what people say. That's what people say. But I keep cruising. Can't stop, won't stop moving. It's like I got this music in my mind saying it's gonna be alright. 'Cause the player's gonna play, 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 play. And the haters gonna hate, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Heartbreaker's gonna break, 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 break. And the faker's gonna fake, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. I never miss a beat. I'm lightning on my feet. And that's what they don't see. That's what they don't see. I'm dancing on my own. Dancing on my own. Make the moves up as I go. And that's what they don't know. That's what they don't know. But I keep cruising. Can't stop, won't stop grooving. It's like I got this music in my mind saying it's gonna be alright. 'Cause the player's gonna play, 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 play. And the haters gonna hate, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Heartbreaker's gonna break, 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 break. And the faker's gonna fake, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Shake it off, shake it off. I shake it off, shake it off. I shake it off, shake it off. I shake it off, shake it off.
Hey, hey, hey! Just think, while you've been getting down and out about the liars and the dirty, dirty cheats of the world, you could have been getting down to this sick beat.
My ex-man brought his new girlfriend. She's like, oh my god, but I'm just gonna shake. And to the fella over there with the hella good hair, won't you come on over, baby? We can shake, shake, shake. Yeah. 'Cause the player's gonna play, 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 play. And the haters gonna hate, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Heartbreaker's gonna break, 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 break. And the faker's gonna fake, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Shake it off, shake it off. I shake it off, shake it off. I shake it off, shake it off. I shake it off, shake it off. Shake it off, shake it off. I shake it off, shake it off. I shake it off, shake it off. I shake it off, shake it off. Shake it off, shake it off. I shake it off, shake it off. You got to shake it off, shake it off. I shake it off, shake it off.
Everything that exists is vibration. You must first call in love to receive it. I'm a magnet, I attract it. Feel the love coming through me, I have it. I'm a magnet, no attachments. I receive and deserve life's magic. I'm a magnet, it's automatic. Got a whole lot of love, you could have it. I'm a magnet, I attract it. Feel the love coming through me, I have it.
I don't have to force it just to get it. I speak it out loud in the universal printing. The people in my corner always grinning.
coming to me faster than I can imagine. I just let it go, receive it. I don't chase it. Got the frequency of love and happiness within me. I already had it. All I really gotta do is claim it. Fake it till you make it. People say it's wrong, but it works. Quit playing. I'ma live my best life. Let the love change it. If you one of us, go ahead and just say it. I'm a magnet. I attract it. Feel the love coming through me. I have it. I'm a magnet. No attachments. I receive and deserve life's magic. I'm a magnet. It's automatic. Got a whole lot of love. You could have it. I'm a magnet. I attract it. Feel the love coming through me. I have it. Man, we're here for a long time, just live in town, so I wanna make sure it's the best time ever. I just wanna live it up, I just wanna live it up. I affirm it in the mirror every time I wake up. Give it up, I just gotta give it up. I ain't even gonna stress it, I'm just here to have fun. Shake it up, I'm just trying to shake it up. Mix a little bit of happy, get a whole lot of love. It ain't luck, and I never feel stuck, cause I'm only around the ones that be trying to live it up. I'm a tycoon, go ahead and run the numbers, you can see the proof. Had to put it on the line just to make it through. Everything is by design, ain't nothing new. It's like I'm putting on a show, curtains open, we shoot it and promote it. Be all over the place while we living in the moment. Like I'm floating, we hit up every coast and I'm just trying to get it in while we alive. I just wanna live it up, I just wanna live it up. I affirm it in the mirror every time I wake up. Give it up, I just gotta give it up. I ain't even gonna stress it, I'm just here to have fun. Shake it up, I'm just trying to shake it up. Mix a little bit of happy, get a whole lot of love. It ain't luck, and I never feel stuck, cause I'm only around the ones that be trying to live it up. Ooh, feel like I'm on to something. We just building up the legacy of acting funny. I'm gonna flip it and repeat it like I'm printing money. Then I'ma fly around the world until I find my honey. I gotta slide, you need some motivation, hit me up. High, I'm stacking digits, then I divvy up. Bye, I'm off to do it once, just ain't enough. Having the best time alive. I just wanna live it up, I just wanna live it up. I affirm it in the mirror every time I wake up. Give it up, I just gotta give it up. I ain't even gonna stress it, I'm just here to have fun. Shake it up, I'm just trying to shake it up. Mix a little bit of happy, get a whole lot of love. It ain't luck, and I never feel stuck, cause I'm only around the ones that be trying to live it up. In order to manifest it, you must speak it into existence. Okay. I let the money in, I let the money flow. I take my time, see my bank account grow. I let the money in, I let the money flow. Bringing in abundance, got me feeling grateful. I let the money in, I let the money flow. I take my time, see my bank account grow. I let the money in, I let the money flow. I open my eyes and it shows. I'm just living life right now, yeah. I see the money coming, energy is flowing, and I'm up right now, yeah. Look at my life like too bad, I'm too fast, flick of the wrist. Tuned in, I'm focused, fulfill my wish. All about the journey, it don't need to be quick. I just speak it out loud, sound something like this. I let the money in, I let the money flow. I take my time, see my bank account grow. I let the money in, I let the money flow. Bringing abundance, got me feeling grateful. I let the money in, I let the money flow. I take my time, see my bank account grow. I let the money in, I let the money flow. I open my eyes and it shows. Money is the freedom to choose. I paid my dues. I don't worry, ain't nobody that can fill up my shoes. I've been on the move, got my feet in the groove. And I'm picking up the pace, going light my fuse. Take a little bit of this, mix a little bit of facts. If you being negative, what you are, you attract. You ain't never heard of this, living in the matrix. Go ahead and just listen up. I let the money in, I let the money flow. I take my time, see my bank account grow. I let the money in, I let the money flow. Bringing abundance, got me feeling grateful. I let the money in, I let the money flow. I take my time, see my bank account grow. I let the money in, I let the money flow. I open my eyes and it shows. I let the money in. Everything that exists is vibration. You must first call in love to receive it. I'm a magnet. I attract it. Feel the love coming through me. I have it. I'm a magnet. No attachments. I receive and deserve life's magic.
like this.
I'm a magnet, attracted. Feel the love coming through me, I have it. I'm a magnet, no attachments. I receive and deserve life's magic. I'm a magnet, it's automatic. Got a whole lot of love, you could have it. I'm a magnet, attracted. Feel the love coming through me, I have it.
Everything I want, it coming to me faster than I can imagine. I just let it go, receive it. I don't chase it. Got the frequency of love and happiness within me. I already had it. All I really gotta do is claim it. Fake it till you make it. People say it's wrong, but it works with playing. I'ma live my best life, let the love change it. If you one of us, go ahead and just say it.
I'm a magnet, attracted. Feel the love coming through me, I have it. I'm a magnet, no attachments. I receive and deserve life's magic. I'm a magnet, it's automatic.
Hey, me.
Oh, look, Dan got his suit jacket on, his lighting.
Oh,
Stepping
you
it
gotta
up.
you gotta take a page out of my book and get some chillins in there.
I got the children, the child.
Oh look, Dan even put a blazer on for this occasion. It's
Just
gonna
said that.
be dumb.
Say hi.
I'm very conflicted, you muted person. No, you know what, my brother? I'm going to try to give you some flowers, my friend, because I've been giving you crap all week last several days.
Can you say hi to James?
First word. First, sound it out.
Say hi,
Sound it out.
James. She said, no, I don't want to talk to you.
I wouldn't want to talk to me either.
We don't talk to strangers.
That's right. That's right. Unless they
All
look
right.
like Dan and send you coffee.
Say hi, everybody.
All right, everybody's coming back. That's what's
Drop
up. All right, so what did everyone eat? Because I ate coffee. I thought that one was going to land a little bit better.
Actually, I haven't eaten yet. I have a thing where if I'm going to speak, I don't eat until afterwards.
Okay.
Just it's kind of one of those things. That way, I make sure I don't have anything in my teeth, and
And we can't smell your breath.
right.
Okay. Well, April already cleared the board. She said she just had chicken and dumplings. I'm like
Oh.
immediately jealous of this right now, April. Thanks. I appreciate that. Anybody else, if they had something to eat, put it in. Oh, Jen's showing it off. What is it, Jen?
It's homemade lasagna.
Oh, okay. Side view, the paper plate was a great design, but I couldn't see what you were actually eating. Who made said homemade lasagna?
Mom, of course.
Of course she did. Of
Hello,
course she did.
Jennifer. It's so good to see your face again. Oh, and there's pretty April too. The lovely April.
Oh, nice, April. Yeah, what's up, April? What's up, Jennifer 2.0 Tate? How we doing? I couldn't think of anything else more clever. I apologize.
Oh, look, there's Mr. Abundant and Adrian. Hey guys, how are y'all doing? Y'all in the studio?
Yeah. We're in the studio. We just got done with our show. And we're making stuff happen.
Amazing. Hey, I just got your file as well too
Okay.
from the recording that we did at AI Marketing World.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm jealous of both of those beards, gentlemen. Okay, I'm jealous. I know a friend of mine who would totally dig both of those beards, though. So, like, that's awesome, guys. That's awesome.
Right on. Right on. Thank you
And
for
the-
all you're doing. Your attention and your comments and how you keep all the conversation going is really supporting a good learning environment here. I just wanted to give you that, I really appreciate it.
Oh,
James
is
James
getting
learned-
his flowers. Yay!
James learned everything from me.
Yeah, well, you're the next level up for sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be here all
Oh,
day.
damn.
I'll be here all day.
So will I, actually. So will I. So one, thank you very much for the compliment. I appreciate that. For me personally, I know how hard it is to keep attention in an in-person room. So I try my best to really make sure and pull everyone interactively here, because it means more than it does actually now more than ever, whether it's virtual,
Yeah.
whether it's in person. So Anthony, you are seen. John, you are seen. Victoria, Tony, April, Kimberly, Jennifer, Darlene, Jennifer, Sierra, maybe Dan. I see you all, and you deserve to be seen. You deserve to be acknowledged for being present. And I say all that to say that, yeah, Sierra is teaching me everything she knows, which is, incredible. It's my first day doing this, so it's fantastic. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. In my bio, I think Jennifer had stated that I'm the guy on hour 7 of day 2 will bring a level 10. So that is what I'm going to try to do for the rest of the day. And I also know that I can't speak too loud or the mic will cut off. So if I start muting, you'll understand why. This next speaker is near and dear to my heart for a couple reasons. One, I feel like I've known this individual forever, even though I've had a total of maybe 45 minutes screen time one-on-one conversation with him in my entire life. And I say that as a preface because for weeks, ladies and gentlemen, I've been writing material to brutally murder this man when I introed him because he was like, I want this roast to be so bad that I'm the burnt turkey on Thanksgiving. Like, he was like, bring it, right? And I brought it. And I have so many one-liners that would probably get me Jeff Ross's job as a roaster. But I was messing with him yesterday about not giving everyone coffee. And the man sent me a $25 gift card to Starbucks digitally. And that act of kindness has been resonating with me so hard that I'm not going to roast you. I'm going to just intro you for the man that you are. And it's not going to be what's written here because this is just boring. No, I'm just kidding. But no, guys, listen, ladies and gentlemen, this person is a nationally recognized AI strategist. I can't speak. He's a TEDx speaker, and he's the chief life architect at Third Power Performance. This man specializes in helping leaders, organizations integrate AI in practical, strategic, and deeply human ways. That's what's written, but I'm going to tell you more about this man. This man is humorously funny. This man is so quick-witted. This man actually, he knows how to dress for vacations, okay? He's ready to go. Not only that, he pays attention. Not only pays attention to you, but he pays attention to your mission. He pays attention to what you're about, and he genuinely wants to know so he can help you. He is so dedicated with AI. His initials for his business are literally IAI. Like, you cannot mistake this, okay? I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it's awesome. This man is a wonderful, wonderful human being, and you guys are all going to be impacted in such a positive way. And that being said, the floor is yours, Mr. Dan Gentry. Please, let's go.
Wow. Dude, you're making me like emotional before I'm supposed to talk. That's just not cool. No, thank you for that. That is means the world to me and also has set the bar really high for this presentation. So thank you. But in all seriousness, appreciate it very much. This is something that's really, really important to me personally. For me, I have been in technology for a long, long time. I tell people I wrote my first computer program in 1980, right? And I have been in the self-improvement world for a long, long time as well. And I want to be clear that this is not just a tech talk, right? We're going to be talking about AI, but it's not just a tech talk. This is really a humanity talk, right? And I can go back in my life, and there are times when tools are a benefit and times when tools are a bit of a detriment. I still remember the first time I ever did a 140-hour work week. Did 140 hours in 1 week once. For those at home, that's an average of 20 hours per day. I literally took my sleeping bag into the office. So this is not an actual picture of me, but it's a recreation because that's pretty close. Lots of caffeine, sleeping bag on the floor under my desk. And when I got all the way done with that project, so I was doing a project for the company that I was working for, writing a salary planning module for our intranet. I got all the way done, and there was this tool that I had been not looking at because I didn't have the time to learn it. And when I unpacked it and actually learned what it did, I realized I could have shaved probably 50 or 60 hours off of that work week, right? So it was like, ouch. So I didn't have time to learn it. I thought it would have taken me 10 hours to learn it, and I would have saved 40 or 50 hours and gotten some sleep that week. So in that, my career took off, right? This is me back when I had hair. That was amazing time. But I was working, that set up that pattern where I was working like crazy, right? I was working, not always 140 hours, but I'd clock a good 70, 80 hours on a regular basis. And I helped bring in this really cool technology to the company. If for those of some of you are old enough to know, that's the original BlackBerry. So I could now get email on my hip. The iPhones weren't a thing yet. Smartphones weren't really there, but now I could have email 24/7. And there was never a time where I was not working, right? And the reality was, I was successful. I was the director of internet technologies. I was important, right? But the reality is that I had everything that I thought I wanted, but none of what actually mattered. Okay. And I see that a lot of us are in that place. And I talk to people, clients all the time, that they're working their heart out and they don't feel fulfilled. And then we add in AI to this, right? And essentially, we add AI and it gives people a way to go faster on the hamster wheel, right? And the reality is if we don't have a clear purpose for our lives and sustainable systems, we are creating our own cage. So the question I have for you today is, what if AI isn't here to make us more efficient? What if it's here to make us more human? Okay. Because for me, there are two different types of work. Okay. There's machine work and then there's meaning work. Now, machine work, there are lots of different types, it's research, it's drafting emails, it's formatting documents, it's writing copy, it's summarizing, it's all of this kind of stuff. But the meaning work, what really impacts us and the people around us, that, for me, it's coaching, it's heart selling, it's vision casting, it's presence with family. So my question for you is, do you feel like that you've ever worked so much that you've gotten yourself where you've kind of lost yourself? If you have, put me in the chat. I'm gonna open up this so I can see this, right? Where we get so caught up in the doing that we forget the being. And remember, we are human beings, not human doings. Okay. So, as we go through this, one of the things that I would love to know is, what is one type of machine work that you would like AI to do for you that could save up some time, right? And as we go through, as we go through this, kind of keep that in mind. What are those things that are sucking your soul away, right? In the technology world. And the other question I would ask you is, do you know what your purpose is? I did, my TEDx talk was finding your personal purpose, right? The reality of what I found in my situation when I was that successful professional, right? I was drifting. Even though I made money and externally I was successful, I didn't have the stuff that mattered, right? My whole purpose, my whole plan was work hard, get promoted, make more money, repeat until I die, right? That is not a plan. That is not a purpose. Now, I know that everybody here, we have strong purposes. That's why we're entrepreneurs. That's why we have this business. And I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that, right? Because the reality is that if we don't keep a clear focus on what our purpose is and why we're here and what we're after, then we start to lose the things that are actually important to you. So I do wonder, what are you no longer willing to sacrifice? Because I don't know about you, but I have missed out on family time. I have not taken as good care of my health as I should. I haven't always been present, right? And it's like, I love oil painting. You can see one of my oil paintings right up here, right? I haven't painted in a couple of years because I'm working, because it's the thing. So what of these things, or what else for you, are you no longer willing to sacrifice at the corporate altar or the business altar, right? And so I'm here to tell you that AI is here to protect your humanity, not invade it, not replace it, to protect it. If, this is a big if, you use it intentionally. So this is where, for me, it's the humanity application, amplification shift, right? First, we must protect our non-negotiables. We have to amplify our meaning work, and we do that by offloading the machine work and building systems that support our life, right? And so as we go into this training, this is where I want you to really be focused. Yes, I'm about to shift into some of the how-tos and some of the frameworks that I have, but this is why I'm doing this today, is for you to be contemplating this concept. What are you not going to give up anymore? So, all right, how do we offload this machine work? How do we build systems that support our life? So for me, there are 4 levels of AI adoption. Okay. We all go through or are going through these stages right now because I'm still on this path, right? Level 0 is you're like an explorer. It's I've used it a little bit. I may not have a paid ChatGPT account. I've used it for a couple of things. But you don't really know how to leverage it properly. Level 1 is I call it the assistant level, where AI is your assistant. It's that person that you can, hey, write this email for me, or give me a recipe for it. You're using ChatGPT, you're using Claude, Gemini, Perplexity, whatever models, and you're using it effectively. And so it's a good assistant for you, right? But it doesn't do the tasks fully. And for me, that's level 2, is the agent. And this is where you now have an AI agent working for you, right? For me, I love that. Manus is a great general agent. OpenAI has the agents, an agent built in. Using the new Comet browser on Perplexity can be an agent. But this is a way where it can do a task essentially from beginning to end. Okay. And then lastly is, I call it the commander level, because for me, it's you don't drift through life, you take command of your life. So for me, the highest level of most things is being a commander. And this is creating an ecosystem of agents. And I am in the very early stages of level 3, being completely honest, right? And so this is where you have agents that have other agents that run, right? So that's kind of where that level. And the reality is in order to move from one to the other, right? We start at Explorer. I have some icebreaker prompts that, it's basically this, play with it, use it, learn how to leverage it. We've had some great trainings on this call with, Notebook LM and custom GPTs and AI has been woven in and around a lot of this. Just learn to use those tools. It's why I created my Impact AI Command Center community, is to help people learn these tools and share what works, right? So how do we do that? Is just play with it, right? I have fun little 5 icebreaker prompts that I give to people, and I can actually put this in the chat. There we go. And so it's just little things, suggest birthday things, give me a menu, simple things with low risk, right? Not write me a business plan for the business that I'm going to invest, all of my savings into. Bad first prompt, bad, right? So don't do that, but learn to use it, right? Because the reality is that if we don't do it, right, you're going to have a blind spot for breakthroughs. You're going to lose clients. The big thing is you're going to become irrelevant more in the future, right? This increases our workloads if we stay there, right? So what do we gain? We gain immediate time savings. We gain confidence boosts and collect, our competitive edges. We just basically, it makes work suck less, right? I have a joke that I make with the people on my team that, my primary job is to make work not suck. And I've got a whole bunch of secondary jobs, which is projects and reports and blah, 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 right? All the regular stuff. But my primary job is to make work not suck. And so that's what I want, at least getting to level 1 makes work suck a lot less. It just really does. Okay. To move to level 2. This is where, we standardize prompts with the impact framework that I'm going to go over next, right? And create a library of those prompts. We have the frameworks that we're going to use and be able to create our custom GPTs and create our projects and actually start to grow in our AI knowledge and our ability to use it. Right. I have got an agent framework that I'll share here in a few minutes too. But this is where, I liken this to in the corporate world, right? A level 1 is like the individual contributor. You're the primary worker. When you move to level 2, you're now like the team lead or the manager. So you're managing agents. And again, like I use Manus for this quite a bit. AI, OpenAI's agent. So there are a number of different tools that we can use that can do these tasks for us. And the reality is that it's changing so fast that that it's almost sometimes hard to keep up with all of the changes. And soon there'll be agents that just kind of do it for us. Like the Comet browser is fairly new, and if you're not familiar with it, it's part of Perplexity, and it's the web browser, and it can control your web browser for you. All right. And again, it's high stakes, right? If you stay at level 1, you're doing better, right? But you're still your limited growth. And the reality is that you're still doing things that are not on the human side of you. They're not that work the work that fulfills you, right? You're not in your superpower. You're still doing things that just don't serve you. So get the agents that can do that. I love N8N and Zapier and some of these tools that help you create these agents. I wish I had more time to do 4 hours and explain and go into depth on these tools, but just know that there are ways to create these agents that actually is not terribly difficult. It requires a little bit of technical expertise, but you can get through it. Because the reality is when you get to level 2, you are now replicating yourself and you're offloading the stuff that makes work suck. Okay. Level 2 to level 3, this is the journey that I'm on right now, right? I have a number of agents working on my computer right now in the background that are, monitoring my email and categorizing it and customizing replies, that are automating social media posts and all of that. So it's getting there, but it's not a full orchestrated system yet. But what you need to do is you need to start building agents, figuring out how they work together, create the guardrails that need to go in there. So what do you want it to do? What do you not want it to do? Right. And then it's starting to link those agents together into a larger framework. And again, that gets it gets real. That's where it gets a little bit more technical and a little bit deeper. So, but the reality is when you get to this level, you now have autonomous operations. Where I'm trying to get to, the thing that I'm trying to build right now, right, is where I have an AI agent that says, okay, time for the morning recap. It has a research agent that goes out to Perplexity and other things and looks for news articles that are related to what I do. It then gets that information, hands it off to a social media manager agent that says, hey, this one looks good, this one looks good, let's create posts on those. Sends it to a copywriting agent that looks at the copy and then sends it to an image generation agent that can let's create an image that goes with that article, and then goes to the QA agent, which makes sure that the image works, that it fits my guidelines, that the social media post fits my style and my voice. and then puts it to me for approval. In the morning, I wake up because that happens at 7. I wake up at 8 and go, yep, that one. No, let's change that one. Okay, go. And then it posts, right? I've got a good portion of that, right? But it's not all working together yet. But that's the idea behind this, is you can actually have this ecosystem of agents that are working for you and essentially doing that job, right? And so it allows you to spend time in your brilliance zone and where your superpower is. And that is what true level 3, being a commander in the AI space, looks like. It's like, and there's so much more that goes into that, building your OKRs, your objectives and key results, right? It's quality control. It's building guardrails, because AI does some weird stuff sometimes, right? So there's a lot more to it that, again, I wish I had all day long to talk about this, but just know those are the 4 levels. So I'm curious, in the chat, what level do you find yourself in, and do you want to go to the next level? Okay, we got a 0. Want to go 1 to 2? All right. Very nice. So yeah, and that's where most people are, in that, from, in the 0.5 to 1.5 range is where I find, most people are. So Kimberly, yeah, I think I 2.8 feels about right for me as well. The interesting thing about level 3 is that not all of the infrastructure and frameworks are there to make it truly work yet. It's mostly there, but we got to catch up with everything. All right, so I know I've only got 20 minutes, but all right. So one of the things is that we start with, right? And this is, I call my impact method. That's why it's Impact AI, and I like to make an impact. This is the 6 steps to actually create a good prompt. So this is what you need to get from level 0 to level 1 and get a good solid level 1 and prepare for level 2. Okay. And it's actually relatively straightforward. First, identify your need. What do you actually need the AI to do, and get very, very clear on what that is. Then you map it to a role. Who is the expert persona that you need to if you were to ask somebody, what expert would you go to? You prepare like the components, right? The get clarity on the issue, get context, what instructions do you want it to do, and what kind of output do you actually want it to create. You assemble all that together and you choose what tool would be ideal for it, right? And I'm going to go into each of these a little bit deeper here in a second. So, and then you actually run the tool. You execute it. Like, got to do it. You got to do the thing. And then we tune and refine, and we go round and round on that. So let's dive a little deeper in. For step 1, identify the need. What is the time sink? What is the thing that is sucking your soul away in your business, in the work that you're doing, in your home life, in what is the thing, that machine work that you're doing right now that you desperately need to go away? So pinpoint that specific task, get real clear on what the issue is, right? And then we map a role. And this is, for me, this is very important. And a lot of people, we just kind of go into chat and say, hey, I need a social media post, or right? I want to, here's who you are. Here's who I need you to be to my AI agent, right? And the question I always ask is, if money were no issue, who would you hire to help you with that issue, right? If you could hire any person in the world, what would they be, right? Some fairly common ones that we see is a content and communication specialist, right? Or a strategic advisor. I use that one a lot, right? Sometimes it's a data analyst, or it's a research assistant, or it's an expert meal planning expert, nutritionist, right? Who is that expert that you absolutely need to help you with this, ideally? And then I say, okay, you are a personal wellness coach with a specialty in the keto diet. Okay, got it. Right. And then I ask my question. Okay. And so then that's where we prepare the prompt component. So get clarity. What exactly do we need? Am I looking for a meal plan? Am I looking for what? Give it all the context you can, right? Yes. They say in real estate, it's location, location, location. Well, in AI, it's context, 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 right? We have to give it enough background information to know how to be able to answer our question. Like, if I'm asking about the keto diet, like, so here's, I'm a male, I'm this old, I weigh this much, here's some background information about me, right? If it's for, you're writing a social media post, like, here's all of the other stuff that's around this. This is the blog post that I wrote, give me that. Here's my writing style. Here's the voice I want you to use. Here's right? So we give all of that information around to give it as much, again, if you were hiring somebody, if you just spent 10 grand on an expert to come in and help you with the problem that you're asking AI, what information would you get? Would you just say, okay, and I need a keto meal plan, go? No, that's not going to do it, right? I need you to write me a business plan, go. It needs as much information as you can give it, and that's why I like the projects within OpenAI or custom GPTs, even the Notebook LM. Again, it's here's all of my context, here's all of the information. Now give me now help me with this problem, and then what exactly do you want out of it, right? And what format, do you want it to be a newsletter? Do you want it to just be, a quick answer? What have you? Let it know. And the other side of it is you can actually ask AI to help you format these things if you need to, right? If you're not sure, then it's like, okay, well, my first prompt is, I need to generate this newsletter. What format do I need to do, right? So, and then we assemble it all together. You define the role, here's the context, here's the task I need you to perform, and you choose the right job, your right tool for the job. We can get in the questions about like your preferred, do you use OpenAI, do you use Claude, do you use Gemini, all of that. But is it more a Perplexity thing where you need it to search the current news, right? So that's part of the fun of this, is learning what tools are best for you. Because I use, I have paid accounts for OpenAI, Anthropic, Claude, and Gemini, right? As well as a couple others. And depending on what my use case is, I will use different ones for it. Okay. So knowing which tool to use, very important. Run it, right? Actually do it, and then tune and refine the results, right? So when you get it back, don't just take the first thing that it gives you, right? One of my favorite things is, I'll interview somebody for a job, and I'll get a thank you email like 10 minutes after we hang up. I hope this email finds you well. I so appreciate the opportunity to have, like, you didn't even like edit it. You just like, give me a thank you letter, copy, paste, go, right? It's like, come on, man, really? So refine the results. AI does weird stuff. It just does. All right. So what are some of the ways that it can help? So here are just a couple. So I'm going to read every word on here. No, anybody? No. So here are a couple of things that they can help you with at work. And then there are one or two where it can help you at home. I'll put both of these in the chat for those that want. But the reality is that AI has so many capabilities that we can use to take the stuff that that kind of sucks out of our way, right? And allows us to be in the place that fulfills us, where our superpower is, the things that are actually really important. Okay. So, real quick, I'm not going to go into this because this is a little bit higher. So this is for building agents, but it's kind of that framework of, again, sort of along the lines of impact, but you kind of, what's the job that you actually need it to do? Create a good, solid persona for who it is that you want this agent to be. What tools do they need? What guardrails? And the N is so important about defining guardrails for what do you want the agent to be able to do, what do you not want it to do, and yeah. So again, I could spend an entire hour or two just on this, and then of course tune the results, right? It's testing, and it is absolutely a loop that happens, right? For some of my earlier agents, I've gone through this process 15 or 20 times, tuning, refining. I need to update what KPIs I'm tracking. I need to tweak who the persona of the agent is, right? And again, for me, this, did you have a question to yourself? Yes, I did. This is part of the process is I am, for all intents and purposes, hiring a digital employee. And like, if anybody here has actually hired an employee, there's a process you have to go through to train them and teach them. Okay, that wasn't quite right. Let's adjust it, right? And so, so that's kind of that same process that we have to go through here. Is you're going to be refining this and helping this agent be more and more valuable to you, and be, because in the very first beginnings, almost every agent that I've ever created, it was more time to get the agent to do it right than it would have been to just have me do it to begin with. And I think that everybody here has had that exact same experience trying to delegate a task to somebody else. You know what? It'll just be easier and faster if I do it myself. Anybody else said that? Yes, right? So that's part of it. That is absolutely part of this process. So I want to kind of come back, and I realize that we only have so much time. And with AI, this can help us so much, but it's not about efficiency. It's not about spinning the hamster wheel faster and faster, because trust me, I've done it myself, where, hey, I did this, and this is a job that would have normally taken me 10 hours and I did it in 30 minutes. Now let's go do another 10 tasks, right? And the reality was I probably should have let's take 5. I saved 10 hours. Let's take 5 hours and go take a nap, go play with my kids, go, learn something new, right? Take the time that you're going to get back, because the goal is freedom. The goal is humanity. Okay. So my challenge to you, this is my commander challenge. So we talked about the difference between machine work and meaning work. The machine work, sorting data, emails, blah, 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 that belongs to AI now. That meaning work, right? The coaching, the being present, that's yours. So my challenge to you is, don't drift through this transformation. Actually be a commander. Pick one thing, and I'd love to know what in the chat your one thing is. What's one thing that you've sacrificed this week that you will no longer do? And how do you find the things that take that time, that's stealing that time? And I want you to reclaim it. Because the reality is that your business will grow when you stop operating like a machine and let the machines do their job so you can do yours. And that's being fully and beautifully human. Okay? That's why we're here, and that's why I'm here. So I appreciate you all. I've got some stuff that goes along with this and more of this that that I would love to talk to you about in the community that we have. I am open for questions.
First and foremost, man, wow. That was awesome, dude. Like, you need to do more presenting and speaking on this stuff. Like, you incredible. It was well paced, well articulated. It was very to the point, very heart driven, and it made so much sense. Like, you broke down so many different things, and it was easy to understand and digest. And I love that you were bringing it to the table the way that you brought it. Makes me really glad I didn't incinerate you during your intro. I feel so glad that I edified you, because then it just makes this part so much easier. But I love what you were saying, and I'm probably gonna pull a Sierra in this one by probably asking you a lot of questions. So please
That's fine.
interject if anyone else does, for real, because this was awesome. But what I love is I love that you're not saying that it's replacing humanity, it's incorporating it and impacting it on a deeper level.
Yes.
And with your levels, actually, my first question is, how can us leveling up to that commander status, right, or beyond, how can that expand the parts of ourselves that make us uniquely human? Like, I know it'll give us more time to do things, but how would you like explain to someone, if you work this, then you have the opportunity to have more of the attributes that we possess? Like, what would you say to somebody along those lines? Like, how would this improve us on the human level?
Gotcha. A couple of different ways to answer that question. The first thing that popped into my head actually was, what if you won the lottery?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You don't need to work, right? You've got, for at least for a very short period of time, reasonably unlimited wealth. So you can do whatever you want. What does that open up for you? Okay. It's the same kind of thing with AI, where as we get more proficient and as we're able to offload more and more things that don't fill our souls, we have more time, opportunity, money, all of that to do the things that do. Okay. So the reality is that we have to bring a certain level of value to the marketplace, the way that kind of capitalism works. And the reality is, if you're truly leveraging the systems and technologies that are available in today's world, AI being a huge part of that, then you're going to have more time and more money because you're still bringing value to the marketplace, right? And so, again, if time and money were no issue, what would you do? Would that not give you the opportunity to be a better human being, right? Now, the reality is there's some people that would probably be a terrible, terrible thing. That right? Then, if they had unlimited time and money, it would be okay. That would be dangerous, right? So it's one of those yin and yang things. But the reality is like it's freeing up time and value for you to leverage.
I love that explanation, is amazing, and I love that we were touching on villain origin stories with potential for this. This is amazing.
Excellent.
Now, you referenced hamster wheel a lot, and if anyone else has felt like they've been on a hamster wheel in their business, raise your hand or comment or say anything. Dan raises his hand again. He's gonna have another question for himself. But one of the things too, like for me, that that I've got is, and then we'll let John ask the next question, is we as entrepreneurs innately and intuitively put ourselves in the hamster wheel of survival mode, right? And even though we keep building these things and creating these prompts and doing these things to help us, you had said it perfectly. We might take that 10 hours and get it down to 5, but then we spend the next 5 doing more things. What ways can we actually bring awareness to let tech free us from that hamster wheel and survival mode so we could step into the contributions that you're saying, like our highest level, like our coaching, our impacting and our teaching? What would you say to help bring awareness to those things?
Gotcha. Well, first thing is be here. Because the reality is that, as I mentioned yesterday, I can't remember what the thing was, but usually we don't stop to reflect unless there's an issue, right? It's like, I had to go to the doctor because I thought I was having a panic attack. Oh, well, it turns out I'm working too much, right? So the reality is that's why I want to get this message out there, is to help people stop and go, hey, is my life okay? Right? And that's the first step is, do you know what your purpose is? Because the reality is you can be outwardly successful and not have any idea why you're here, or what you're doing, or what your purpose is, right? And so the more that we can become aware of that, that's the first step. And then it's like, okay, right? The second part that I would say is that, and that's why I actually transitioned into doing AI work versus just self-improvement, finding your purpose work, is because everybody knows, hey, I need the AI stuff. And so if I can come in and say, here's how you can get back 10 hours. And by the way, when you get that 10 hours back, now I want you to look at it in this way of, don't just fill that 10 hours with more stuff, more tasks. Take at least 5. Pretend it's like extra money that you found. Take half of it, put it in savings, half of it and go spend it. Well, half of it is put it on fulfilling things, right? And so that's kind of my path for helping people, is like, I'm going to show you how to do it. And by the way, when you do, don't screw it up, right? If that makes sense.
No, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. John, you have a question, my friend?
I do. Dan, thank you so much for this. This is very timely. I've learned a tremendous amount from you, and I love the part that it's humanity amplified. So thank you for all of that, because that's where I'm at. I'm at stage 1 to 2, and I got a lot more to learn for sure. I have a request and a question for you.
Okay.
The request was, could you do this whole presentation in your Donald Duck voice?
Let's go.
It's funny. I actually don't do Donald that well. I usually do Elmo really well.
Okay, that would be even better.
Because see, we're here to talk about AI, and it's gonna be great. Yay!
My kid's trying to break down the door now.
All right, that was my request, but
Okay.
thank you for that. Actually, my kids were, he was Elmo, my son was Elmo way back at Halloween days when he was real young. So I love that, Elmo.
Excellent. Yeah, you don't want to get me started on voices. I'll take the rest of the summer.
My question to you is, you said you were at stage 3, the early stages of stage 3,
Yeah.
I guess is how I interpreted that. And I was just curious to know, because I'm in the, I'm pretty extreme about self-care and self-love and health and really wanting to get that out to the community as a foundational piece for each one of us as who we are. That's a non-negotiable for me, is the health and wellness part of that. And, as I just observe, and I don't look at people with judgment, I look at them with compassion now. That's a big change for me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was just wondering, when you say you're from a stage 2, stage 3, early stages, what does your health and wellness have to do with all of that as a foundational piece for getting to really solidify your stage 3?
Interesting. So I've got so many different ways to answer that question, but here's what I will say is that none of the stages matter in any way, shape, or form if you are not healthy and if you are not okay with yourself. And again, the four stages of AI adoption are really, it's your relationship with the technology. Now, and so that doesn't directly correlate to your health and wellness, but if you're not healthy, if you are not in a place where, you know, it's the kind of thing where, you know, nobody cares about oil painting if you don't have food and you don't have a house, right? So you have to have that foundational level of, you know, what in my life balance triad, it's, you know, self-mastery. You know, your spiritual, physical, and mental well-being have to be in place for you to be able to do any of this stuff. And, you know, whether it's using AI or whether it's, any other coaching or doing any type of entrepreneurialism, if that self-mastery triad isn't solid, if you're not in a place mentally, physically, or emotionally where you can function, it doesn't matter what tools you have. It doesn't matter if I've got Go High Level or ClickFunnels or AI or whatever. If I'm not in a place that I care about doing that. So, so it's separate but related, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing is I use the different levels of AI to help me with my health and wellness. Right. So I'm using ChatGPT and all of these tools to help me answer questions about, hey, I need a workout routine, and hey, I need to, I've restarted keto recently, right? And so because for me there were a couple of things that I needed to deal with that helped with, and so it's like, what do I eat tonight, right? How do I eat? Because I'm on keto, the rest of the family is not. Right. And it's great at giving me meal plans, and take a picture of the pantry and picture of the refrigerator and generate a meal plan for me for this week. Done. Right. So I use it to enable those parts of me. And, so that's what I'm saying. This is not just a business tool. This is a life tool. And that's why I've got, here are the ways you can use it at work. Here are the ways you can use it at home, because it's a companion for you in all those areas.
Got it. Thank you so much for that. It's like humanity amplified is what you're
Exactly.
saying.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That was an awesome question. Thanks for asking it, John. I really appreciate you doing that. And it's going to be hard to follow up with another great question like that, but I have a couple more for Dan. I love what we were talking about in terms of like it's used for work, it's used for home. And some of us were, and I know, Dan, you were present yesterday with some of the AI presentations where people have a tendency to look up AI to work on the things that they don't like or their insecurities. Now, I'm going to put a question out there for everyone, and that's how many people have used AI to look up something they don't like in order to try to get it done quickly to not have to worry about it.
Oh, yeah.
Whether it's business, whether it's life, balloons. All right, whether it's business, whether it's life, it's anything. I have a tendency to, and I've seen this where I start feeding my insecurities to GPT and it starts feeding back solutions. And what happens is the mirror of my humanity gets skewed because I'm putting all of the negative into GPT for improvements, and I'm not also infusing the positivity of the things that I know I can do for clarifications. So with amplifying with what you do, AI doesn't become like a tool, it becomes a mirror. So it's showing us blind spots and patterns and places we can grow, not only for the things that we don't like, but also to maintain the things that we can do. So I say that to say this: how do you use AI to expand self-awareness and emotional intelligence with people?
Okay. I mean, because I'm using AI so much, especially as a sounding board, That's an interesting question because for me, I don't use it that way for myself. And this sounds a little pretentious, but I'm pretty self-aware already. And so, it's like I can see when it goes into psychophancy, and I'm like, okay, thank you for telling me I'm great and all, and that's a great idea. But the reality is it's a mediocre idea. Right? Um, for me, honestly, that's one of the biggest challenges that I see in AI is people losing sight of who they are in a way, right? It almost becomes like the not a toxic relationship, but the relationship where the person says everything you do is great, and right. And so there are people that are becoming emotionally attached to AIs. And so I love when OpenAI released GPT-5 and they took away all of the others. People flipped out because 4.0 was not there anymore, and they liked that personality better than the 5.1, even though 5.1 gave, or 5.0 gave better answers. It wasn't the way that they liked it to be. It wasn't the personality they wanted, right? And so, yeah, so that for me, that's going to be it's going to be an interesting transition as things go and as AI gets better and better at being more human sounding and warm. I feel like I've kind of drifted away from your question, but the that's part of why I like to have these conversations, is because I can remind you to be more self-reflective. Don't just take the answers that AI give you, and remember that you are a human being, and that we have the foibles and the difficulties. But AI is here to help us overcome those things that we don't like, and those things that about us that are, you look at what the bottom 4 or 5 items from our Clifton Strengths thing, right? Yeah, hi, I'm waving. You look at those 4 or 5 bottom things, and we can use AI to help us with those things that drain us, right? But we need to make sure that we're still aware that those are still our bottom 4 or 5, if that makes sense.
No, that makes perfect sense, man. And I appreciate you answering these questions. I got one more, and then I'll let the floor to anyone else. Just because, people have been making fun of my anti-AI stance. It's not that it's not that I'm anti, and I'll repeat it over and over again, and I don't care what they say. But one of the things that you had pointed out, and actually I think almost everyone within the realm of AI has pointed out, is safeguards and borders and barriers are massively important, right?
Yes.
So like one of the things you said, and I love that is actually in your presentation, that it's there. Like you got to navigate safeguards. So for you in your business, when you're structuring AI on the professional level and personal development level, what systems do you put in place to ensure that it doesn't just protect the humanity of your clients, but elevates it to the next level so they're more aware?
That's that is a great question, and I need to add in a slide just for that. But the reality is that's part of the guardrails conversation that we have when we're building these agents. I mean, what is the culture and what is the humanity that you want to make sure stays in this, especially incredibly important for like customer service and anything time you're interacting with customers. But it's how do one, and that's why like the foundational principles that we have, here are my fundamental values, and we can make sure that those never get never get overridden. And it's about creating putting that as part of the prompts to be, you know, I need this to make sure that we're doing this in a way that is ethical and in line with our values, and right. So it's putting in those guardrails in place to do that. But it's interesting because I don't have a part specifically about the humanity in the stuff that I'm doing. So I need you've triggered something that I need to add to my stuff. So thank you.
No problem. May I ask you another question?
If Darlene will let me, yes.
Well, Darlene will let me, so she can yell at me for this one. But I think it's going to wrap up the culmination of everything that you had talked about. So how do we teach AI? So AI is rapid, that's fast moving, right? But when we're looking
Yes.
at identity and self, a lot of what personal development teaches is you have to slow down to figure out who you are and not press forward. So how do we teach AI to support the highest identity that's within us instead of just of our comfort zones?
You ask difficult questions, and I love it. The reality is that's why I'm teaching what I'm teaching, is that the first time savings that we get, so that 10 hours that you did in half an hour, that first 10 hours of savings is reflection time, right? And is what I'm doing right? Anybody here who's ever done an SOP or any type of process mapping or anything like that, that's the way we've always done it, does not mean it's right. And so when we start getting time back and when we start, saving effort and all of that, the first thing that we have to do is look at what are we actually doing? Is this following our purpose? And if you don't know what your purpose is, okay, new high priority on what to do with that 10 hours, right? So it's that framework of finding out what's important to us and then making sure that that is taken into account as we start moving more and more things into that savings area. Those become the things that we're using that time for.
Awesome. I have more, but I'll ask you later. One, thank you so much, man. It was freaking incredible. I don't know about anybody else in the chat, but if you got anything in terms of being intentional with AI from Dan, put intention in the box, please. Comment intentional, because we have to be very deliberate and intentional with the things that we use AI for. And clearly, like we were joking about like villain origin stories or certain like characteristics being brought out. But if we're not careful, we could feed the very thing that we might be afraid to grow within us. And not only that, Dan is actually the only person I've seen in the field that's incorporating this to the point where he's making it fully noted that it's humanity amplified with tech, not using tech to replace systems and efficiencies and all that. So I just want to say, man, massively amazing. I could not have been honored to intro you, man, anymore. So thank you, dude. I appreciate you, and I appreciate you answering my hard questions.
Hey, I love it. I love it. And if anybody else here wants to chat sometime, more than happy to. I think Jen put the links to my school account. I put the Humanity Amplified, which will eventually send you to the school thing. But just look forward to talking to all of you more and appreciate it. I know I'm
Dan's
2
very
minutes over,
dedicated. He'll take
Darlene, so
he'll
forgive
take
me.
2 a.m. calls too. His Calendly link books up early in the morning.
Apparently late at night too.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, he's a machine, quote unquote, even though he's fully human. He is the man. He's the myth. He's the legend. Thanks, Dan. You're awesome. I appreciate you so much. I do.
Thank you. And likewise, my friend.
Oh man, that was kind of cool. Well, guys, thank you. We're gonna rock and roll right into the next speaker, and this speaker I personally went out of my way to make sure that I had the opportunity to introduce her, and she's already laughing because she knows. So, just like before, I'm gonna read what's written, but then I'm gonna give you a little bit more than that. So, Ladies and gentlemen, this person that's about to come up here helps heart-led women break free from emotional trauma, rebuild self-trust, and create lives rooted in authenticity, abundance, and deep inner healing. Through her signature methods and brands, she actually guides clients to reconnect with the truth so that they can lead with love and live without apology. And if anyone in this room or anyone who is about to experience this person has ever had a one-on-one with her, she literally can make time stop and make you feel like you are the only person on planet Earth and feel seen, heard, valued, understood, appreciated, acknowledged, and affirmed. You will walk away feeling much better having just spoken to this person about topical conversations, let alone deep dives. She has a presence that commands the room, even if she doesn't think so. Her smile can slow down time, and if it hasn't, you haven't seen her smile yet. But ladies and gentlemen, she's amazing at what she does. She's so intentional and deliberate with it, and you guys are about to get a load of value. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a rowdy welcome for Ms. Shannon Morrison.
Lord mercy. Emotions. Can we just talk about emotions for a second? That was a heck of an awesome introduction. Can you write my next bio, please? Because that was stellar. I didn't know if I need to talk anymore. Oh, I love that. I love the celebrations. Thank you so much for having me here, Jen. I am so stoked to go after Dan. That was freaking brilliant. I love bringing the human connection into every single freaking day. I'm here to just share human connection. So I am going to share a presentation that I normally do on emotional resilience. And I really feel that we as entrepreneurs get to be the most resilient humans in the world because our journey is a roller coaster sometimes. Would you agree? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree that we tend to be really strong humans. I love it. I love it. Thank you. Darlene's already messaged me. What's Darlene saying? Okay, perfect. All right, I'm going to share my screen. Let's see if I can find the screen. Okay, I am not the most tech human ever. So let's see if I can move you and figure this out. Come on. There we go. Move you a little more. Present. Oh my gosh. So I did learn something yesterday, friends. I learned that that piece of amazing AI and I recreated my presentation to use it. So I'm excited if this will work. So welcome to this amazing conversation. And I know as an entrepreneur, we have a lot of noise in our background, right? We've learned a lot of things in the summit. There has been such amazing tools. We had money conversations today. We had AI conversations. We've had energy. We've had so many beautiful notes. Who has a notebook that is just about filled? I cannot wait for replays because I get to make more notes and implementation is key. So this is going to be a practical guide to literally being human, being you. It's all right. I don't want you to lose yourself into or lose yourself, your business into perfectionism. And that is the human that I used to be, is a people pleaser. I never said no. And I was a perfectionist, which held me still and slowed my process like no other, if you will. So I'm excited. So how loud is the noise right now? We're in a summit, so the noise might be a little loud right now. So I would like to see the chat at the same time. Is this possible? Yes, it is. Love it. Technology. Awesome. So my noise is really loud. I don't know if you're like me. I'm a mom of adulting kids. I know that we were listening to that earlier this morning. They say they're adults. Are they actually adulting? I'm not really sure. But I have a blended family of 5 children. My newly married, I think James and I got married the same year. That is so funny. Yeah, 4 years ago. And so I am just running always, and I have a JOB, and I'm building this amazing business with the women that I serve, and I do serve men as well. But the conversation is emotional wellness, energy, and how to release the noise, and that's what we're gonna talk about today. Maybe. Okay, maybe I can't do chat at the same time. Maybe not. Okay, we'll just do this. There we go. Oh. So your internal state runs your external world. So it's kind of the same thing as the energy that you put out comes back to you. Has anybody heard that before? What you put out really creates your world, if it's your thoughts, if it's your words, if it's how you show up, your attitude that you show up in your daily will create your world, which will also create your business, will create your business partners, will create all the relationships in your world. And yesterday we talked about strengths, and strengths are really important to me. I actually could talk all day long, unlike Jen. Communication is key for me. I'm going to call you out a little bit. It's okay. Lead you forward, I should say. But my belief in humanity is my strength and will run my business forward so much stronger because I love connecting with people in that way. If you could believe it though, I was terrified of speaking on stage. Just a side note, like I literally thought I was going to die when I spoke on stage the first time. So it's been a minute, thank goodness. Oh my goodness. So a simple system. I'm all about simplicity. That's why we're here, right? Simplicity. By end of the deck, you're going to be able to repeat this and it's going to be super easy for you. Again, we get to quiet the internal chaos, right? We get to restore your clarity. Literally, we've heard about that. We just talked about what's your purpose? What's your passion, right? My purpose is to really lead people to believe in themselves, even if their story showed them differently, right? Protecting your energy at all costs. I probably perhaps might be the biggest woo person here. I do have crystals and essential oils and all of the things around me to protect my energy at all times, especially when I'm in Zoom for 2 days. Okay, show up as yourself, right? Who I am today in front of you is who I am any day of the week or at any hour like you, Dan. I cannot wait to call you at 2 a.m. because my thoughts are just really going at 2 a.m. So I'm ready for it. Put your phone number in the chat. I'm sure all of us are working hard at 2 a.m. And to literally lead without burnout, because if we're leading with burnout and we're constantly in the chaos, we are not serving at our highest capacity. We're not serving our humans, our family, our relationships, and we're definitely not serving our people or our clients, correct? Put it in the chat if you believe that. So the real problem isn't hustle, friends. It isn't perfectionism. It's the noise that we allow to be in our system. And there's 3 types of noise we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the emotional noise, the mental noise, and the energetic noise. And if you're like me, you're a high achiever. I used to be scared about that. I used to be like, oh my gosh, that's so negative. And it's not negative. We like to get things done. We like to serve people at a higher capacity. And we're going to learn all the things we can to do that. And that's why we're all here in this summit, right? So the emotional noise. This is invisible weight. It's just mental health is mental health. Emotional wellness is the invisible weight that people carry that you may not see them have, right? A smile that somebody has, or they're showing up at 2 a.m. and what they're carrying inside, you may not understand, right? It is a heaviness, it is a stuckness, it's immobility. Caring too much for others, we've talked about that as well. How many things can you say no to? It used to be a really hard word for me. And the first time, I think I might have told Jen this, the first time I told my boss, I used to have 3 jobs, single parent, divorced, paying for my mortgage, that whole money story. I was like, girl, I can't be on camera because you're like calling me out here, right? All the things. And the first time that I knew that I was running myself ragged, wasn't seeing my family because they're high priority to me, I told my boss no, and she said, "Good freaking job. I am so proud of you." And I was like, "What?" I thought you were gonna be mad at me, right? But I was a people pleaser, carrying too many things, right? So which led to overwhelm, and I was like, okay, I'm never sleeping, and I'm helping every other family in the world except for my own. So then again, we get to be clear on our values and our boundaries here, right? That's how we suppress, or not suppress, that's how we level out the noise of the emotional noise, if we can connect with our passion, our boundaries, and our values. The mental noise, the relentless cycle of the thoughts. Friends, ladies, gentlemen, sorry to say this, but ladies, do you know you have like 80,000 thoughts a day? Like, this was statistics like 7 years ago, so it's probably more. Men have like 20,000 less. It's fine. We just seem to be better at just thinking negatively all the time, or the list just never end, right? And it turns into like overthinking, and most of them, 80 to 90% of them, are repeating. So what we think one day goes to the next, and so on. So it really is second guessing, overthinking, massive pressure of perfection, and then it turns into that inner critic. Anybody else have ever heard yourself talking negative to yourself, or that inner critic getting loud, and then all of a sudden self-doubt comes in? Or has anybody thought about the same thing repetitively and realized it and be like, I get to change this thought? Put in the chat, I'd like to know. The third one is energetic noise. The slow drain that comes from this mismatch between your energy and your commitments. So again, those boundaries, those values, the saying yes when you actually mean no. Constant output, constant giving, that cup, like Spencer brought in the first session yesterday, that cup empty and not being filled up. No boundaries, or they just have a lot of holes in them, right? We're like, no, but all right. Creates the impact on yourself, creates resentment, a feeling of not being enough, just deep depletion, tired, burned out, right? I know this is kind of negative, but these are the three things. And Jen brought this up yesterday, which is why I really changed this presentation, and remembered the presentation I've done so many times in my life, is literally the words we say changes everything. I put it in the wall at work when I used to work in a mental health clinic. What we say absolutely changes our world. It changes our values. It changes who we hang out with. How we talk changes our energy. Every single word matters. So deep down inside, no judgment here. I try hard to choose positive, reflecting, forward progress words, right? It's not where we've been, because context is my lowest strength, friends. Shannon can attest to this. I do not care what happened behind me, right? I drew a line in the sand a long ass time ago. And so we get to make forward progress. And so whatever we say gets to be creation of what we want to create, right? Our passion. So from contraction to expansion, those negative things, the negative feelings, the overwhelm, the three pieces of energy, right? Turns into these words that we say. This is the inner critic. Anybody ever raise your hand? I can see you. Some of you raise your hand if you were like, oh my God, I'm so overwhelmed. I should be way further than I am now. Like, this business, I've been working on it for 4 years. What the heck, right? What is that? Does it feel better? Tell me. If it doesn't feel better, I mean, I can take it. I won't believe you. But does it feel better if you're like, I'm learning and building at my own pace? I'm right where I'm supposed to be. I am mastering technology. I just use a new tech because I'm like, I have told myself so long that I do not math well, and technology is not my friend. Well, what does that affected my life? It affected my money story. Heck yes, it did. Right? And I just chose to do a new tech. All right. So what if we choose a different word, a different phrase for it? How would that feel different? So we're creating a new paradigm, right? 3 simple, powerful truths to re-anchor your leadership, because we're here. We're all leaders. We're all leaders in our field. We're all serving people, whether you're a father, a mother, a partner, a business entrepreneur. It doesn't matter what expertise you're in. We're all in leadership. So our internal clarity gets to create our internal momentum. What we put out gets to be what we put in. And it is always, but we get to put out the positive so that the positive multiplies. Has anybody read the book 2x is greater than 10x? 10x is greater than 2x. I'm raising my hand. You can put my hand down. Jen, thanks, appreciate it. So it literally amplifies whatever you want to create. So we just get to be clear on the language we use. Energy protection creates sustainable leadership. So if we're maxed out, last night after the summit, what did you all do for self-care? Did you do all of the things you needed to do? Did you eat food? Did you get up and pee? I mean, let's just be honest here, right? We're human. Having humans connections, humans experiences. And the deep rooted of today is be human, be authentic, be you, because then it's easy. It creates true alignment, right? We don't have to fake it till we make it. We talked about social media and the different platforms, and I really love the conversation because I now know what platform to use. No question asked, right? I'm a talker. I write as long as I talk. So I'm not going to be on TikTok, right? But true alignment is you showing up as you. That's what I teach is authenticity. How can you get so down to earth to your values, your passion, your belief that you can show somebody that same way and move them forward? To the pathway. You're probably like, how the heck do I do this, Shannon? Sounds great. Would be awesome. This is the less noise framework, right? Get clear, get quiet, and protect your energy. So clear the emotional load. Just curious. If you want to ask yourself, first of all, take a deep breath. Everybody take a deep breath. Go. Hold it for 3 seconds. And sigh it out. Anybody's shoulders lower? Because by the end of the day, my shoulders are like this to my ears. So I like do that and just lower the shoulders. But ask yourself, what am I holding on that's not mine? I always tell my adult kids, they'll call me, because the problems are bigger right now. They made me feel like this. And I get to be a mom first. I love you. I'm so sorry this was your experience, but absolutely no one can make you feel a certain way. You allowed them to interrupt yourself and create this internal frustration. But why do I know that to be true? Because of that context that we don't need to talk about right now. That's another conversation, right? That was diving into self-development for the last 10, 15 years to realize that I have control of the way I feel, the way I react, and what I do from now, right? So what emotion simply needs to be acknowledged? What am I pretending I'm fine with that I'm not fine with, right? Not reacting, being proactive, not reacting from fear, start responding from clarity. Whose is this? Quiet the inner critic. Friends, I can probably tell you all 12 or 15 amazing things about yourself. I am still mastering acknowledging and receiving the positive things about my own self. Raise your hands if this is true for you too. Right? Exactly. So acknowledge that voice of the inner critic, right? Stop that thought. You get to interrupt it. Be like, I used to like, when I It was so good at, I used to be good at, could. If something would negatively happen to me in the day, like I was walking out the door because I was already late, I coffee in my hand, I spilled it, I was like, Sharon, and I would say some negative thing to myself. And now I'm like, wouldn't it be awesome if I was early and this wasn't going to make me later than I already am? What? Insert word. That was silly, right? I laugh at myself. I interrupt the stop the loop of the negative things and I replace it with something more empowering that's not going to make the rest of my day negative, right? Or allow it to be different for you, whatever it is. We get to change the loop. We get to make a better decision to create confidence, not to be another critic for us, because that's loud noise out there, right? There's always going to be haters. We do not need to do it to ourselves. Number 3 is protect your energy, right? We talked about this in Inner Circle. Where do your hours go? Where do your focus go? Who gets your energy? Your time is your most treasured asset, right? Who gets your energy? So leadership is you lead from your center, not from obligation, not from an empty cup. We get to fill our own cup. This is self-care, which is self-love, which means instead of doing all the work that maybe I had on my list last night, I oiled up, made a glass of hot tea, had some dark chocolate, and took a hot bath. Went to bed at like 9:30. Shut up right now. That never happens. Right? But today is such a better day because I chose myself. I mean, I had to talk to Jen for a little bit. From an inner framework to an outer leadership, right? This is what it looks like. You get to lead your team with presence, not from an empty cup. You get to communicate with clarity and conviction. You make bold decisions without spiraling into self-doubt and that self-criticism and is this really what I'm supposed to do? You show up magnetic with a smile on your face, confidence, ready to freaking serve your clients. Doesn't that feel good? So what noise do you get to? Oh my gosh, it says need. Excuse my slide. What noise do I get to release today so I can lead as myself? Anybody want to put it in the chat? It can't be your partner or your spouse. Okay. What noise do I get to release today so I can lead as myself? Literally, friends, I know that we are high achievers and we have a lot of things that are on our list to create, to do, and we're in Q4. I'm not even going to tell you how many days until January 1st. We're not even going to go there. But you do not need to do it with force. You do not get to utilize the pressure. You don't need more noise. You've learned tools and tactics and listen to all these experts share how we can create less noise, how we can be more efficient, how we can serve with our human qualities. Because when you return to yourself, that's when your power returns. That's when you get to your values, your passion, and it gets to be freaking fun. So clear the noise and let your brilliance lead the way. I don't even know what time that is, but I am complete, friends. I don't know, did I go over? Because I was talking.
No, you're good.
You're good.
You're good.
Especially
Anyway,
since
I'm
mom
looking
is
for
not at
questions.
her computer right now.
I gotta figure out what I really need to release. Maybe that's something that's really hard for me, at least. I don't know.
So, Shannon, what would you say to someone who is having trouble figuring out what could be the first thing for them to release?
I literally, it's my favorite thing to do is to help people find the first thing that's blocking their way. I call it a roadmap session. So I'm open to creating that and anybody setting up a discovery call. It's really easy for me to take out all the noise and help somebody move forward. It's been my life's purpose to be a fixer, which I'm also working on. But you literally get to figure out, creating your values, which we're given a value statement, right? Where we can circle all our values. And then the best thing for me to do is to share with you is circle the top 3 values you have. And then how are you not showing up aligned in those values? What is getting in the way of you really showing up within those values? And that's the first thing I would take away. That's the first thing that you get to remove from your interface, right? And then acknowledge this is what happened in this time, kind of like a reboot, like this is what happened. And then you literally get to be around amazing humans like this. I have found I am a connector, friends. So I'm pretty sure I Facebook friend and stalked all of you, which is great. I love friends. I love connecting with people. You're sitting at an awesome table with people that can massively shift your perspective in such amazing ways, right? And so my gifts are seeing the gifts and the value that each and every single person that I look at has. And if you need reminded, I'm open for that conversation. But get aligned with your values, and that's going to be the easiest way. And create a boundary for yourself so that you don't allow that noise to come in. First of all, what's important to you, right? If faith and family is important to you and you work 160 hours a week, there's a misalignment. So we just get to get connected. Listen to yourself. Great question, Jennifer. James, be kind, okay? Because those questions that you asked Dan, I was like, I don't even know the first 3 words you said. My ADD got involved fast.
Oh,
Well, we could just mute him and then I'll ask first.
no,
Write
God,
it down in
Mute.
pieces.
I was going to ask, so I saw on your slide,
James.
we are fighting after this. So I saw on your slides, I don't know how much you heard of that because I wasn't looking.
I saw on your slides, that's what I heard.
Okay. About the new paradigm. Okay. And I talk about this, I write about this a lot. What do you feel is like the major difference or the biggest shift we're making into the new paradigm versus the old paradigm of this hustle and bustle that you're talking about?
Oh, great question. I really feel like there's a completely different, like my parents, my mom is a nurse. Time for money, work 180 hours a week, and she's still not done enough serving, right? That's how I grew up. And I really feel like I am in that middle age. I'm 47 years old. And so I really feel like my kid and our generation is really breaking the cycle and carrying the torch to move forward in a more holistic way where like we understand there's a different ways of doing it. We're on the tipping point. I think that my kids are like the 25s to 30s are going to move it forward faster. But I really feel like we just understand that was burnout and we don't like what we're seeing in our parents and the exhaustion and the disease, because when we're not being in alignment with who we are, it causes disease, which is why I have oils all over me. And I do take time for self-care, right? It wasn't important to them because they grew up in the their parents grew up and that was what I teach generational mapping. And so the generation that you came from is key into the blueprint that you show up as.
That's so funny. It's like you're psychic or something, because I was just going to ask, what do you do with the generational, like how could you help someone who's in a, don't take offense to this, older generation,
I'm offended.
like older, I don't know. I don't even have a nice way to say it. But like how can you transition them? Because there's a gap, right, between like your kids. My kids are a little bit younger. I got teens and a toddler. I feel like they are educating my parents, right? So it's like how do we fix that gap between the generations?
Communication. I hope you muted yourself. That was funny.
Definitely.
Communication is key. I remember when my kids were like in like 3rd grade, and I have a picture of my kid teaching my dad how to run his iPhone because that's the only thing she'd ever knew was an iPad, right? I never grew up with an iPad. I didn't have an iPad in school. Like I literally keyboarded on a computer that was like a box on a table, right? So there's a huge, and my dad never had computers in school. So there is a huge thing. So it really is about communication and how you show up in that communication. And so it is a language again that you talk to them with that can bridge the gap. So I feel like we'll just talk about my parents, not anybody in the room. I get to showcase results first to them than any other language. Does that make sense? What is it in it for them that they're going to create the win instead of, well, if you would just do this, this, and this, mom, and talk to your 24-year-old without judgment, that would be really great. So like that, it's not going to happen. The win is relationships and communication. That's how we build everything. It's just like a client that is not where you are right now. Is it a client 5 years ago, 10 years ago? You know, from you, we get to do the same thing in the opposite direction. Does that answer your question? I just went like,
Yeah, no, it definitely helped in the chat. Darlene said, older people have to want to get to learn it. And I agree on that because there's a level of
Absolutely.
curiosity. And I think there's parents that didn't want to be parents and don't want to be grandparents. So we're seeing like a lot of destruction in the family units right now. So I think it's very important that we're all kind of sharing, publicly how to kind of fix that gap or create even like this, create your family, right? Because we're all brothers and sisters on here supporting each other and loving on each other. So I think it's definitely, she's correct on that. It's like you have to want to learn.
they have to want to, and we have to want to, first of all, I come in and I invite everybody to come in with complete curiosity and no judgment. Like I don't have a thought. I used to, and it sabotaged me every single time. I have no outcome already created in my brain because nothing is ever going to end up the way that you think it is in a conversation. Or absolutely, do I have goals and I want to go from here to here, but like the pathway to that, we can't really design that. We can't know for sure, right? And so I think that's with every single conversation with a human is come with complete non-judgment and curiosity. And then they'll ask questions and that's how they'll learn. And if it's important to you, I feel like it's important, little bits. It's just like teaching somebody about essential oils. It took my mom 6 years to buy On Guard. It's the first oil that every single mom below my age gets, and my kids will never run out of it. It's just what's important to them, and do they want to learn about it? The benefits, absolutely. I know it has nothing to do with this conversation, but it's as simple as that. Like,
right.
I wrote a book. Do you want a copy? You wrote a book. Like, have you really not paid attention for the last year of my life? You know what I mean? They have to want to understand. So.
Thank you.
James, you've been waiting a long time, but
yeah,
there's other people.
It's okay. I can
You're
wait. I like I said, I don't want to take the floor. Well, first, I want to give you your flowers because like, did everybody literally feel what she was talking about? Did you feel the shift in the virtual room, I might add? Do you feel the emotional change? Did you feel the intentionality in the presence? Like, if you felt that, I want you to put powerful in the comments because that's what she brings to the table when she's doing what she does. You hit so many of my words that I've been deeply, deeply working on for the past decade plus. One's emotional awareness, 2 is intentional presence, 3 is genuine authenticity, and 4 is relational communication, right? And in the world of literally, we're talking about AIs and professionalism and all of that fun stuff, the one piece that we cannot afford to miss is ourselves, right? And so on that, with literally like with and it's a good contrast that you were coming after Dan, because even Dan, with the technology and power that is AI and the speed that is AI, he is saying slow down, and you are literally saying the same thing. So this is like a meant to be back to back. I love everything about that. And in terms of being kind, it's just the questions that come up are the questions I pay attention to. And it showcased his brilliance. It'll showcase yours as well. And I promise are much gentler than Dan's. But with your area of expertise and with who you are and how you operate, what do you believe is the most overlooked doorway into presence and emotional awareness that people walk past without even realizing it?
I think that we as humans go to judgment so freaking fast. And I think that it paralyzes us in creating a filter of the world that isn't true. It is literally our filter that we created. And so if we can let go of the filter of perhaps our pattern, our training, what was told to us, and be curious, I think that love and relationships and connection will be easier, stronger, and better every single day. Our filters matter completely. I just feel like in my perception, like my filter was muddled, and it took a lot of massive therapies to get me to understand that my filter was given to me from generations above me, and I was recreating it. And I was like, I know this is a children's show, I was like, heck to the no. Like, that was a hard life. I don't want to recreate this. I don't love the human that I am and the human that I see in the mirror. And so it took a lot of work, but and that's why emotional resilience and emotional wellness is emotional IQ is my jam, and psychology is my jam, and understanding how the brain works in our bodies and how its biggest freaking job is to protect us. And it creates that inner critic, right? It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. We don't know what's going to happen out there. There might be a lion and a bear. But I'm just like, my other side of me always fought. And it's like, but what if? Right?
Now, this beautifully sets up my next question. It's okay. They're still light. They're good, I promise. In your experience with what you handle, right? And you know this probably better than most, even in your own work. What's one emotion that people misunderstand the most, and what is that emotion actually trying to communicate to you?
Oh my
I'm sorry.
I told you, he asked great questions.
Oh, it's just a great question. The first thing, because my brain went to what is misconstrued the most, but the second piece of it is so interesting. I feel like first of all, we get to communicate really well, and communication, our words massively matter to what the other humans that we're talking to will understand and can most likely misinterpret. But what I do know to be true, that we actually don't need words to communicate. And so our body language, how we show up, our consistency, how we make somebody feel is louder than anybody's words will ever be. No matter what the word is. I believe feelings over any word that comes out of anybody's mouth.
Yeah.
Whether that's good or bad, I don't know, because it's also part of my training and what I teach. Like, right, you get to listen to the feeling that somebody makes you feel way louder than you do the words that somebody says, right? Because the feeling, your gut feeling will lead you forward, not your brain. So.
Awesome.
But do you, just to kind of piggyback off that, do you think there's a lack of awareness or a lack of education around what the actual emotion is, though? Like, say if James says something that upsets me, and I think this is probably where he was going a little bit, it's like, and I get angry, but maybe I'm not actually angry. Maybe I'm sad, but I don't have the language around what I'm feeling. How do you kind of help people, or how do you educate people on recognizing the difference? Because like excitement and anxiety kind of feel the same in the body, right? So it's like, how do you help people kind of differentiate the two emotions?
Anger has like 5 other emotions. So there's like anger, you there's really only a handful of emotions, but there's like 7,000 emotions that are written down in paper. And anger originates from shame or guilt or blame or other, right? And so in perception, what I do with anger is, what's underneath this? Why did this reaction get ascertained? What is the filter behind this? Whatever the emotion is. I come from what is underneath this, and great question. What is underneath this before I ever react? We get to sit and listen to it and understand what that person may have already gone through. If we know them, we might not know them, right? But be curious and ask more questions, because if I completely have a reaction, that's me, it's not the person. Something about that what they said is creating a reaction within me, and that's me to find out. That has nothing to do with that other person that I'm talking to. And so that's what I always go to. We're a mirror of each other. Absolutely a mirror of each other. And so if I have a tendency of like having a reservation, or if I'm angry, or if I'm triggered, like just like if there's a response, like an emotional unsettling, I'm like, ooh, what within me is going on right now? And then I get to ask my own self those questions, right? Does that answer? Okay. Thank you. That was a great question.
An answer for me, James, we don't care about. I'm kidding.
Dan has a question.
It's somebody other than James. It's
I can
For Dan,
Stacey has a
Mom put a question that I put in the
Did you
chat.
follow your gut or your heart? So there's 3 brains in our body: our gut, our heart, and our brain, right? It depends on which one that you naturally like. Your gut and your heart feed your brain. So which one leads you closer to your values? Which one do you like? So like when you're frustrated, or you're unsettled, or you're emotional, or do you feel it in your body? Your heart or your gut? Darlene.
She says gut.
That's who you listen to. Right? So if you're making a decision or whatever, and if you feel that gut reflex, I digest my gut is my emotions too. Right? Yeah. So use your gut. Absolutely. Hands down. Great question.
Yeah, for me, the gut is the intuition. I mean, and that's it's something that I tell my kids. I've got 5 now, but they're almost all adults. But it's like, listen to that inner voice, right? Not just the one that's telling you what you want, like especially around relationships and all of that. It's like, I know there are these warning signs, but they're just really, no, listen to that gut. So my question was actually, do you believe in energy vampires? And and what do you do? What is kind of your advice when an energy vampire is somebody that you cannot like disown because they're like family or business partner, or basically how do you defend what's the garlic and for energy vampires?
That is a great question, Dan. We all have them. A lot of times energy vampires might be a family member or coworker. Energy vampires for me, you get to be clear on the energy, the output that you're releasing, and who gets in your energy, and who is diminishing your cup and who's filling it up. And I would say less time under that pressure. There's certain people in my life that I can't just be like, yeah, I can't talk to you anymore because you're not my people, right? But you are because you're my family. I just spend less time there. Again, like there is things to protect yourself, which we can talk about that anytime. If I'm going into a place that I know personally, if I go to Walmart, do you know how many energy vampires in Walmart are? Lord
Builds
have
up.
mercy. The white, the lights are freaking energy vampires. So yeah, I just put energy around myself that everything doesn't stick to me. Nothing, none of this conversation, none of these words are going to affect my energy. None of the things that might be said, and I will have the curiosity to, and the non-judgment and the ascertainment to stand in my values while I'm in this energy, right? And when I'm done, I'm done. I'm like, you know what, babe, it's time to go home. And then he's like, okay, he just follows. He doesn't even question. There's no question. It's like, obviously we get to go left, right? Exit stage left. I do use oils. I always have a black crystal in my pocket because it protects me, but I am super empathetic. Empathy is my number 3 strength. So I absorb other people's energy easier, you know, and some of us probably are. But if I'm on Zoom, I get to protect myself. It's because I connect with people. So and I love it. It's a gift. So therefore I get to pay attention to it. So that's a great question. Yes, we get to do that, to go to Walmart, Stacey. Oh my Lanta. Especially this time of year. I don't go into any store this time of year. Earbud, all the things.
Yeah.
I love it.
I don't even put music in. I literally put loops that are like noise dampening. You know, the loop you can buy on Google or whatever. And
Yeah.
there are some stores, and it's really cool. They have hours set aside for low stimulation. Like the
That's
lights are
amazing.
down, the music is off. They don't ask you if you need help. They're just like, come in, quiet.
That's
You live in
amazing.
a bigger town.
Freaking
That is
awesome.
amazing. I would love those
It's hard to
stores.
see stuff though for some of us who need a little extra
Probably.
light.
I mean, I still need more light right now. So, oh my gosh, yes, absolutely. Any other questions for anybody and James? I'm open to answer more questions.
Am I allowed? I just wanna ask because I do.
Oh, we can't hear him.
Oh, great. God, this is so fun. Okay,
I
James,
love the
I'm
war of
open.
the MCs.
All right.
I'm open.
And no, Sierra kind of hit a little bit as the direction I was going, but she went very specific. I wanted to be a little more broad. But in your experience, what's the difference with people who are actually being vulnerable versus being emotionally available? Because they're two very, very different things.
They're very different things. So I used to could. I am mastering. Being vulnerable will connect you with somebody. Being vulnerable allows somebody else to be led forward because they feel that they're not alone. The other is victim and poor me energy, right? If we show up in a way and we're vulnerable that makes sense to the room and we're authentically sincere with our communication and you can feel it, that's the difference for me.
Nice. Appreciate that. One of the things too, and I love that you said this sentence because it really helps and it resonated with me a lot. You said when you realized like you weren't being authentic because you were looking for a different through a lens that was built for you generations above, right? It really brings something for authenticity. Do you believe that like authenticity is in like us ourselves? Do you think it's cultivated, or do you think it's something that we uncover once we've removed the distortion that we've been looking through our whole life?
I think it's uncovered when we do any sort of self-development and diving into the person that we actually are. I think that zero judgment on anybody that taught us anything, but everybody above us and they're older us, we are like little sponges our entire life, and it creates our programming. And I feel like we get to be, we're humans having a human experience, and that part is emotions. And we neither need to stifle them, because then that creates disease, those bad ones we don't want. And we get to understand them. And I think for so many years, we just shoved it away and kept going and did the 180-hour work week, which is why there's so many more diseases right now known in the world, I feel. And so I feel that the more we can understand our human design, our strengths, our selves in any capacity, being curious and listening to ourselves, I feel like we can both get through anything. I feel like our body is so freaking powerful, it can heal itself. I feel like if you literally have faith in the transaction of the deep dive that may be opened up, and that you're comfortable with understanding it and curious, that the possibility that what you can go after that excavation is only going to be so crystal clear to you, what your purpose and mission is in this world, that you'll be so grateful that you did.
Awesome. Thank you for answering these, by the way. I appreciate it. I only have one more, and then I promise I won't say anything the rest of the day.
Whatever you will to.
I don't in terms of
things you cannot.
questions, rather,
Oh,
in
okay.
terms of questions, I promise. Only one more. Thanks, Danielle. I appreciate that. So I don't touch on this much, but me and my personal, and I want to preface the next question because I think it's going to help somebody in the group, and it's going to allow you to showcase your brilliance. A lot of my life has been emotional and psychological warfare. A lot of it. Painful, negative, very deep, very open wounds. Things that I personally don't think even some of the best therapies in the world could help with, but I carried them. We like to carry our scars and our battle wounds, and life has a way of cultivating us into the thing life wants us to be. But in spite of that, we are who we are, which is why I asked about the distortional lens and what you think if authenticity is there. And I say that because the battle to be authentic as an entrepreneur is probably the biggest one that we as individuals strive to do all the time, because we want to be authentic. We want to be real. We want to be, the thing that we're emulating ourselves to be, which is our highest version of ourselves, the realest version of ourselves. But honestly, we can make all the outward changes that we want. If we don't make the internal shift, it never becomes real. So my final question for you would be, what's the biggest internal shift that somebody has to make or gets to make, that the shift that they need to make so authenticity becomes effortless and it doesn't become like another thing to put on in the morning before you walk out the door?
That is a great question. Thank you very much for being vulnerable and asking an amazing question. For me, I used to think that no one could know the holes that I had inside of me, because it would be like I was broken and I was not perfect, because I was told and showed that I needed to be perfect. Makeup on, hair done, all the things. And now I live more life in a freaking ponytail and a hoodie than I ever did before, right? And so I really feel like the first time that I was open and honest and was like, of all things, I took a leadership course, which was a massive excavation to my soul, friends. To my soul. I was like, I didn't know I had this much anger, guilt, and shame still inside me, because I've done all this work forever. I was like, holy crap. But when I got to look at all sides of the equation and got to understand that and get through the anger, because anger is not just anger. Anger is all those other shame, blame, guilt of what I just didn't want to face, right? And once I understood the biggest person that I was pissed at or had guilt and shame and blame of was myself, then everything else started to just come clean for me. My filter started getting away. I started not being so angry. I started connecting again with people. I started becoming, like, oh my God, I don't like my eggs that way. Who told me that? Kind of things, right? But I really had to look at myself, and I always tell my clients, look, until you can look at yourself in the mirror and be like, I love you, you're freaking amazing. We have way more work to do, right? And it's probably because that was the work that I got to do. Friends, if we're going to get to the stuffins of stuffins, my dad was an addict. He tried to sell me for drugs when I was like 2 years old, right? I am divorced for a reason. I'm a domestic violence survivor. Like, all these things happened for me to create the person that I am today. Do you know how long it took me today for me to create the person I am today, right? And am I perfect? Do I have the perfect life? Heck no. But I'm the best human that I am best human I am for my kids. My kids are alive because I'm alive, right? I got the opportunity to be here, and I will never stop sharing the belief that there is something else for you out there because of it. Beautifully broken, absolutely.
Wow.
I think you have to break down to break free. And
You made James speechless over there.
James about made me cry, so thanks.
You almost made him cry. I could see it. I think everybody's crying on this call after that. Yeah, wow, that's amazing. Wow. All right. I don't even know where to go from here because
this is all about entrepreneurship, right? And I am an entrepreneur. And the reason that we are where we are is because we want to serve and help our client, whoever that person is, right? We cannot serve at our highest without checking in with our emotions. Our emotions run the roost, right? If we're not emotionally well, we cannot do for others like we want to do. And so it starts with us. It starts in our belief of ourselves. And if you need help with that, I'm here for that. But my free gift is the resilience framework. As an added bonus, there is meditations if you are into meditation. But yeah, and if you email me on there, there's a spot to email me. If you say roadmap, I'll let you know. We'll work on what's the biggest thing right now that's blocking you in your pathway. Just the one thing, simple, easy peasy. So this has been a blessing. Thank you so much for letting me get emotional.
thank
on
you.
guys.
No, that was amazing. I mean, no offense to Stacy, I feel bad having to follow that one. I'm joking. No,
It's a good thing they're very different topics.
Completely different. And that was Shannon, that was just heartfelt, and you can really feel, or at least I can feel the amount of growth that you have gone through. And when you can come on here and speak about the things you have gone through, shows how much healing you have done for yourself. And it's such a beautiful blessing to be able to witness you here presenting and giving us your best, because that was incredible. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I receive that. I appreciate that very much.
And now we're going to get to our next Walmart loving speaker over here. So Stacy Watts has spent, I'm like trying to find my words right now after all that. She spent 14 years in the social media world and almost a decade running her own business. So she's seen every trend that's come and go. And what she teaches cuts straight through the noise. I don't know if you've ever been on our Tuesday calls when she shows up. She's definitely no playing games here. Stacy Watts is the social media BFF every entrepreneur wishes that they had. Her entire philosophy is simple. Content should be sustainable, strategic, and actually feel like you. It's not forced, it's not performative, and it's not post just to post. Through her brand, Stacy on Social, she helps business owners create trust-building content with ease, using practical, burnout-free systems for planning, repurposing, and showing up consistently without losing yourself in the process. She has a new book and a school community coming out called The Content Shift, or the school community is already out there, The Content Shift. She'll be sharing more about that today. So please help me welcome Stacy Watts. The floor is yours.
I first up, thank you. Thank you, Janae. I apologize for not having been here for the entire day, and I missed Dan's presentation, and I'm in poop for that one. And Shannon, that was beautiful. I wish I had actually been here for it. But as most of you know, yesterday my head was exploding. It's been exploding for the last 4 days with a migraine. I am on some good medication today. No medical advice, I promise. So I can handle this. Jen did check in on me and was like, "Hey, do you want to, postpone?" I'm like, "No, no, because if I don't get this out of my brain, it's just going to be stuck there." I'd like to first thank my lovely Vanna. Dan is going to be helping me as we go. He's already dropped my school thing in there. Oh, look at this. He's even going to do my presentation for me. I hope everybody can hear me okay. I am coming to you from my kitchen table, which is where my business, which was originally called Up Virtual Communications, began. And began in 2018. And that is actually where we are going to start today's story. So the meaning multiplier is how you turn one idea into an ecosystem of meaning. Do not change the slide. The meaning multiplier is actually based on when I first discovered repurposing. So repurposing content is one of the easiest ways to, of course, get your content out across either multiple platforms or to be able to maximize it on a single platform. You do not have to be on more than one platform. So what I want you guys to do is, first off, answer me how many social media platforms you are on for business in the chat. And that's going to actually help me with this presentation. Oh yeah, so that's like me. Back in 2018, when I first started the business, I had the really the honor of being able to work with 10 different businesses at the same time. Some of them were on a single platform, some of them were on 4 platforms at the time. And I, for some reason, had it in my head that there was this rule. Now, if I leave you with nothing today other than this, there are no set social media marketing rules. You make the rule for your business and how it's going to work for you. So in my head at that time, I didn't think you could repurpose content. You had to make it all fresh and new. Dan, you can switch slide. And at the time, I had no scheduling tools. I had these 10 clients, and I had July 1st, which, if you know, in Canada, on July 1st, it's Canada Day, which meant every one of my clients was going to need an out of office and Happy Canada Day post. So that's 2 different posts. And I needed to make sure that they didn't look identical. So nobody thought I was copying and pasting across everybody's account because they were all local to Airdrie. I had a chiropractor, an optometrist, a wall bed company, a meal planning company, a windshield glass company. So very different companies. But I needed to make sure that the posts were unique to them. So I sent out an email to all my clients and said, I would like to use the Canada Day Parade that has been happening for the last 50 years in Airdrie as the catalyst for your content, leading up to Canada Day, on Canada Day, and then after Canada Day. Not only were they very enthusiastic to support the community at large because it is a completely volunteer-run parade, and it attracts anywhere between 60 to 80,000 people to our 100,000 community. So we basically double our population for like 2 hours at a time on July 1st. And they were all very enthusiastic. Some of them are actually volunteering for the event. Some of them are going to be in the parade. Some were handing out water bottles. Some were handing out samples on the parade route, which made it actually really easy for me to multiply the content. I had one idea, Canada Day Parade, but I had different ways to show it up for each one of these clients. And the cool part is I ended up coming up with about 47 pieces of content across 4 different platforms. So LinkedIn, Twitter, at the time, Twitter, which is now X, Instagram, and Facebook. And not one piece of content looked identical to the other. So the wall bed company did not look like the chiropractor. Chiropractor didn't look like the windshield glass company. And, you know, it was really actually quite easy for me to do because I just basically put it in a Word doc. Didn't even have Google Docs at the time. I put it in a Word doc and it saved us because we actually flew out 2 days before July 1st to go to Ontario for Canada Day. So I didn't even have to physically be here to take care of this because I could copy and paste into everybody's content at the time. And I was able to use pictures from the previous year and have everything look very unique, and realized right then and there how absolutely important it is to repurpose your content and what it really means. Next slide, Dan. So thinking about that and thinking about that time, I realized that over the years, and I'm known as the queen of repurposing by some of my clients. They've actually dubbed me the queen of repurposing. Jen knows this, she's heard it. And I realized that us as experts in the social media marketing and experts in repurposing, we've been giving you, well, we've been teaching you a few things wrong. One, I never teach post more, be everywhere, chase the trends. You can't be everywhere online. There are over 200 social media platforms in the English speaking world. And I know because I looked it up. And on more than a daily occurrence on at least 10 of those platforms are 1 billion people a day. So it's absolutely insane how impossible it would be to reach everybody. And because of the gurus teaching post more, be everywhere, chase the trends, what is the result, of course, is more content, but less meaning and more burnout. And my book that Serena mentioned is actually called Show Up, the No Burnout Guide to Real Connection on Social Media. And what you're going to see today is actually part of the book. So you're actually getting a sneak peek at one of the chapters. And when the time comes, and Dan, don't share them yet, I'm actually going to share this presentation in the chat so you can have access to it. Thanks to Clay, this was actually done yesterday for me by Notebook Ella. So it saved me a heck of a lot of time. It's not the way I would always like to have it look, but you know what? It worked great. And I also have a cheat sheet that I will get down to, not yet, but soon. Next slide, please, Dan. So I have been showing up and talking about repurposing over time, and it really has started to sound very much like copy, paste, change it towards the platform, and go on from there. The problem with that, and I realized this when I was sitting down and thinking about what I was going to talk about today, was we are creating and repurposing for the platform. 2026 is starting to show up, and a lot of us are starting to see it, that we need to really create content for the people. Even if it's only 10 people. 10 people is still a lot of people, really. For some of us that get overstimulated, like if I were to stand in a room with the 2,000 plus people on my Instagram, I would die. I would have to leave because I would be so done. So we don't need to be trying to perform for a platform. We need to perform for the people, not perform, but we need to show up for the people that are willing to buy our content, or willing to buy our offers, from our content. And that the old way really is not working quite the way it should be. So the new way. Next slide, please, Vanna. So this is what I did. I've stopped repurposing content. I'm starting to repurposing the meaning. And this is what is very important. Next slide, please. We are now using a thing called the meaning multiplier framework. I came up with this strictly for the inner circle, and you're the very first to hear about it because I think it's going to really take us in a very different direction from anybody else that is out there repurposing content right now. This gives us a foundation, then we expand on it, then we distribute, and then the evolution happens. So instead of taking, and Dan has heard this before, and Jen has heard this before, I usually say, if you have a piece of content, like a long form piece of content, break it apart. And if you have a short form piece of content and you can expand on it, great, then you can share it here and there. But that really doesn't get deep. It's very surface level. The meaning multiplier goes much more in depth. So if Dan can switch to the next slide, please. Thank you. Again, you will have this presentation so you don't have to write down the actual graphic. It's a very pretty graphic. Let me walk you through how these actually work, because this, when I really came up with it, I realized how much this made it so much more meaningful to everything we're doing, and how it actually takes us in a much different direction. So the core meaning, this is where you are, what am I really saying? Like, what am I really saying to my audience? This is where we strip away the format, the hook, the algorithm, which really is just a giant algebraic problem that none of us want to tackle, and just ask, what is the actual truth or belief inside this idea? This is not 3 ways to get more engagement or 3 ways to be more productive. That's format. I'm talking about actually the core meaning is the why underneath it. Now, you've probably heard social media managers, and we've said this before, you need to get down to the why of your business. The why really is what attracts people to us. Well, the core meaning of this 4-stage framework really gets down to that why of that idea that you're going to be talking about. So it could sound like, for me, for example, and I when we share the doc that I have, there are examples for other industries, but I'm going to give you one example from my industry just to keep it cohesive. So this might sound like you don't have to be everywhere to be effective, right? And then I could say, you're allowed to slow down and still be successful, which is true. Your story is valuable, even if it's not dramatic. Those are all very much the same idea. I'm giving you permission to do it your way. I'm talking about the same idea, but I'm presenting it to you 3 different ways. So the core meaning is usually one sentence that speaks to a belief, a permission, or a perspective. And you're allowed to change your perspective. I used to think batching content was the way to go because that's what every guru talked about. I freaking hate batching content. I really do not function well when it comes to that. I have to do it when my brain is working the best, and it doesn't always work that way. So life happens. It's easier sometimes just to get what I need to get done and go from there. So the key questions you want to ask when you're thinking about the core meaning, if I had to explain this to a friend in one sentence, what would I say? And if there were no platforms, no trends, no hooks, what truth am I trying to share? Most people start with format. I need a reel, not meaning. That's why a lot of content feels like a chore and not a conversation. So in school, like in our school communities, that's the big shift I'm noticing, is a lot of us are like, we're not seeing it as content, we're seeing it as service, right? So let's think of social media the same way. I mean, it's social, so we should be social on it. It does not have to feel like this giant crazy advertisement every time we turn around. Yes, there is content in the conversations. I say that all the time because it is true. You do not have to think so hard about your content when you actually strip it down. All right, so we go to number 2, stage 2, emotional reframing. How does this hit different people? So we all have audiences that are a lot bigger, and our ideal client aren't just one person. They don't have one singular feeling. For Shannon, for example, you have people that may fear getting into their thoughts and feelings and self-care, right? And you have other people that feel guilty for that. So those are two different feelings in two different people. That's where you want to really get into the emotional framing. So once I know the core meaning, the next question that I ask is, how does this land emotionally for those different people? And the same message will hit a creator, a CEO, and someone just starting out in a very different way. For example, if my core meaning is you don't have to post every day, which is true, a burnt out creator might feel relief and guilt at the same time. We know that happens. A business owner might fear, will I disappear? They might fear irrelevance. And a beginner might be confused because they're like, wait, but this guru says I should post every day. Gary Vee says I should post 10 times a day because he has a team following him. And, Stacy says I don't have to post every day. So what does consistency mean anyway? Which is really the biggest answer sometimes or biggest question I get asked and the biggest answer I have to answer. Emotional reframing is where we honor those different reactions instead of pretending everyone feels the same. So your key questions are, who are the 2 to 3 people that I'm really talking to? For me, it is service providers, coaches, and solo entrepreneurs. So the people that have to do it themselves, they have to be the marketer and the accountant because they're brand new to the business, or it just is working out that way and they haven't scaled yet, or maybe they don't want to scale. So I talk to those people. Now, the other question is, what are they worried about? What are they hoping for? Or they're tired of when they hear this? A lot of people are very tired of hearing, just be consistent. Nobody really knows what that means. So, my book actually helps define that, or helps you define that, because it's really not up to me as the expert or your social media manager or your social media BFF. This is where we move from content for everyone to this lands for this person specifically. That's where renaissance starts. So people start to recognize you and relate to your content. Okay, stage 3, which is contextual shift. How does the story live on each platform? Now, this is where we do start to think about format and platform. And the best way to explain this is, now that I know what I'm saying and how it feels to different people, then I ask, where does this message belong? And how should I show up there? Because we know that each platform is different. Twitter is very quick, or excuse me, X and Threads are very quick. They're very short and to the point. Threads is a little unhinged, and that's okay. X is very heavy on the political side, so maybe, sharing your vulnerability might not be the best place for it because you really might get attacked, unfortunately. LinkedIn is a little bit more professional, so you can look at this. Same for the core meaning. You don't have to post every day. Then I would look at Instagram, and it might be a soft, relatable reel. What if consistently looked calmer? I can ask the question, right? On LinkedIn, on a more leadership or thought leadership side, I can say why sustainable creators outperform hustlers long term. You need to know how your platform that you're going to be posting on works for you, not just everybody. So there are some different examples that I send to you in this document as soon as I attach it. And don't attach it then yet. I love you. Just keep your finger off the button. So for me, the same idea put across different platforms, the expression shifts. So it makes sense in the environment that I'm putting it into. And the questions I would ask, what version of this message would feel at home on Instagram? What version of it would feel at home on Facebook, on school, because we really are on a lot more platforms than we realize. And even within those platforms, think about it. How many groups are you on in Facebook? Right? So please give yourself grace if you're like, I'm not posting on multiple platforms, I'm on one. Yeah, but you're probably in about 20 groups on that one. Right now in school, I'm in 6 different schools. So I have to keep track of where my brain is going. And today is not a day for it. Um, contextual shifts is where we stop asking, how do I post this everywhere? And start asking, how do I let this idea breathe differently in each space? All right, the meaning echo. How can I revisit or evolve it later? How to explain this? It basically it's the last stage, and nobody talks about this. This is very different than I'm used to even talking about repurposing. We act like once we post an idea, it's done. For me, I've never been able to explain how my brain works, but I think the meaning multiplier is finally explaining how my brain works. Because when I look at a piece of content, it is not a singular piece. I see infinite content, right? Because one, I'm trying to do content for more than myself. I'm trying to do content, let's see, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Threads, school, YouTube. Probably not done. I probably have other platforms that I'm forgetting about. But when you stop and think about it, if you can maximize the heck out of what you're putting out there, it's not as difficult as it seems. And I'm sorry to say this, there's a lot of gurus that make it out to be way more difficult than it should be. And I have a degree in marketing, so trust me, we make it out to be worse than it is. So the meaning echo is making, how will I come back to this later with more experience or a different angle? And really that angle and that perspective, you can present it to your grander audience as case studies. As my clients did this, I experimented with this. I love taking something I've learned and experimenting it on my own content and seeing how far I can push it. Like what really happens when I post every day for an entire month, other than I just about blew my brain up. It really didn't change anything. Like I didn't make a shift in my business. So it was like, this is a huge, colossal waste of time. And that's why I tell people you don't need to post every day, because I've seen the results. And for some reason, some people, the results are different. But that's why we test these things and we share our perspectives. So some of the key questions you'll ask is, if I revisited this idea in 3 months, what story or data would I add? My story about the Airdrie Canada Day parade, that's a brand new story. I've never shared that before, but it is really where I found repurposing and why I love it. Was right in that moment of craziness to young kids, end of school, July 1st, flying out, in-laws, like, ugh, my, synapses were going off like crazy. And what did I not have the space or the courage to say the first time? So that's the meaning echo is how we build familiarity and trust. Your audience starts to see, oh, he or she really lives this. This isn't a one-time quote card. This is the reality. Dan, you can now share the 4 stages of multiplying meaning. I'm going to go into oh my goodness, you guys have been hitting up the chat and I'm missing half of it. Yeah, see, most of you are on 5 or more platforms. That's actually kind of normal these days. Yeah, and I agree, April. I try to focus on one and share to the others, but build on Facebook. Instagram is where I build. Dan, actually, you can drop that right as a link, and then they can access it if that's okay. Or a share button or whichever. Whatever I sent to you in chat earlier. I appreciate it. There we go. Oh yeah. Yeah. See, if you're on 6 platforms, like you can hurt yourself. I didn't even talk about TikTok. I'm there, but I'm there in a lurking way. Kind of a stalker on TikTok. Dan, I will take the next slide, please. Oh, sorry. We'll just skip these because this is the stages I was just talking about. The good news is you get these slides. The good news is, okay, we can stop here. You get these slides. You also get examples. You have everything I just talked about. Basically, with the meaning multiplier, you can take one core idea and it can just expand and exponentially go. And we're talking YouTube, blog posts, emails, Facebook, those 200 other platforms that you don't need to be on. They could work on just about everything because you're not worried about that part so much. And that's really what people skip to. And they're missing the other two components before they get to stage 3. Dan, next slide, please. Thank you. So the results are tangible. Yes, there is about 60% less ideation pressure, 75% more time for revenue work. I'm able to meet clients where they need me, even getting my own content out. And it's easier to generate stuff they need than to worry about it. Yes, you could totally do a podcast that way, even though it's on another platform. So next slide, please. There we go. So your next, Janae, this would help to answer that question. Your next step is to find that one thing and don't build the whole ecosystem today. Just go and find the seed. What topic do you keep discussing? What do your clients always ask about? Those conversations that you're having with them. Go back and look at them. Go back 6 months. You'd be surprised. This is why I record everything. All my Zoom calls are recorded with Fathom and Otter so that I can go back, because then I can use the AI tools that we have and I can put them all into Notebook LLM, or I can put them in Perplexity or whichever. And I can say, please pull out the repeat stuff. So I don't even have to think about it that hard. And the transfer, what transformation do you consistently create? And just write that down. And that's where the meaning multiplies. So that's the end of the presentation. And Dan, you can send that one into the chat too. And I'm open for questions. James, be nice. Please.
We'll just keep them muted.
Has James been mean to like everybody? Like I had the awesomest treatment yesterday. Is that because I have a nice studio and you guys don't? Just asking.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah, I mean he was shaming me for mine. So
That's because I'm in my kitchen table.
Yeah.
But for my defense, my office, and James saw it, is currently so blown up.
I'm just messing. I'm just giving James a hard time, I guess.
No. Trust me, Junaid. Everybody's been saying your studio looks way better than mine since, right? Which I agree. And then with the addition of the matrix code in the back, I'm super jealous. 1, 2, no, I've been paying attention and asking a lot of what I thought were really good questions, but apparently I'm putting people on trial. Didn't realize I was doing that. But Stacy almost lost her Coke. Sorry about that.
I've already spilled twice. So
just also, Stacy, you have a pass because I know you have a massive migraine yesterday, and also you explain what you do so intrinsically. Like I just want to edify you and say that you're amazing at what you do. You always find a way to I won't say repurpose, but you live under the umbrella that I live by, and that's you reinvent things to use for greater purposes or deeper meanings, and there's never a one-use thing. Like you could probably take a sheet of paper that has something on it and turn it into another 5 or 6 different things, right? Yeah. And that just shows the innovation and ingenuity that you have. And everybody's probably going to be upset that I'm not asking you so many questions, but at the end of the day, I love what you put to the table, and the slides were amazing. Dan, you make a great Vanna White. I might hire you.
You're making me tear up. Don't do that.
See,
I love you.
Got it. But
James is just gonna keep getting yelled at for everything he's doing.
Where's the neck? Here you go. I'll do.
So what I'm hearing is the pass has to be send him a gift card for coffee. and or have a migraine.
Yes.
That-
Allegedly, you
Or,
can-
or a cool background.
Well, that's not true because I asked Dan a lot of good questions, but apparently that's not good. So I don't know. I don't know.
But we
Why?
gotta say that Dan elevated his backdrop today. I'm like looking at it and
He
like
did.
all of a sudden we have blue uplighting.
Oh, I love the blue lights.
Matches the shirt again.
Yeah, that was my take because I had these little lights that I'd gotten for something else, and I'm like, I need to
Use what you
use
got.
this today.
Use what you got.
Janaid hit all
All
of us
right.
really hard yesterday. All I want to do is just move my whole room around. I didn't want to do
Any
it
questions?
mid-summit.
Questions
Let's
for
see.
Stacy. Let's do.
What's your question?
Anybody?
Well,
Anybody?
I
Yeah,
do. I
Darlene,
know
Darlene's
that Janaid asked, do you consider podcasts to be a separate platform?
The beautiful thing about podcasts is you have so much content to put out that the very rudimentary way of repurposing is break it apart. And the nice part about a podcast, even a 5-minute podcast, the amount of content I can pull from a 5-minute podcast blow you. Oh my gosh. I could take you into the next millennial
Yeah,
with
Stacy,
content.
I have so much content and I want to see what we can do. And I love what you shared, look back at the prior conversations that
Yeah.
you've been having and just pull those questions and I can't wait to do that. I can't wait to do that.
So, oh yeah, Nova was just here. She's on the sofa. Sorry, my CFO just showed up. She's very important, my chief fur officer. Janaid, anybody who has a podcast, I used to work behind the scenes on a podcast and we used to pull so much out of them. And it was Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. And then if we had Threads at the time, we would have been there. Blue Sky, we would have been there. Like we would have been everywhere because the amount of content you can pull out of a podcast, even a podcast that is a solo, like because I know there's solo podcasts and then there's interview podcasts. Like forget the next millennial, we'll be here for 1,000 years because the amount of content I can pull out of a single. Dan knows this. Every time him and I have talked, it's like, what do you want out of your podcast? Because my brain is like doing this. But I think with the meaning multiplier, I have finally come up with a way to explain how my brain actually works. So this is my brain in words. Because when I look at something, and James, you're right, I don't see it as singular. Any piece of content I'm writing, there's usually about 20 ideas. And Jen has seen it in action. She like usually loses her mind. She's like, can you slow down for 1 minute? Because there's like 7,000 ideas coming at me at the same time. But and with AI now, that's even the more beautiful part with AI. You can really simply, all I did to get the examples that are in the meaning multiplier was to go into AI. I put my presentation in there. I put that first sheet on the Google Doc. And then I said, I'd like some more examples of how this would work for someone beyond a social media coach. And so you can do that for yourselves. And please feel free to do it. Like it just was those 3 items. And I had a conversation with Notebook LLM and was like, here's what I want. I want some examples. And I put it together and it's actually done nicer than I could have done it. So there you go. Any more questions? Please ask.
Darlene.
Oh, Mom.
Oh, she
Somebody
wants to
on-
know
on-
why you chose Instagram as your first place to build.
So the funny thing is when I first started with social media as a business, I actually started on where everybody starts, Facebook. I was, heavy into the Facebook page. I did that for the entire first year. Like I focused on one platform, just like April mentioned, she's like, I focus on one platform. And I did the exact same one platform because I clearly did not have the capacity to take on more at the time with 10 clients. The second year, I decided to join Instagram because I was already doing that for my clients. So I joined Instagram as Up Virtual Communications at the time. Then sort of was dabbling on it. The pandemic hit and I sort of blew up on there. And I went full in on Instagram. I like Instagram a lot more because the app is a lot less cluttered than Facebook. I find it easy to focus on those specific items. And I also find it very well organized and easy. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. Just
It's the cat talking.
She's protecting me. I apologize. But I find Instagram, because of the way it's designed, you can focus just on stories. You can focus just on the feed. You can focus just on your profile, whereas Facebook is constantly sending you everything. Like they've tried, but because it was a desktop platform first, and then they did an app, it's cluttered. Whereas Instagram was always an app first, and then they went to desktop. That's why the desktop is kind of crap for Instagram, but the app's great. That's my answer. Next question.
All right, I have
I
a
have.
question.
Oh.
Mute you, James.
Go ahead, Sierra. You first.
I can mute both of you.
Ladies first, please.
Don't mute me again.
Mom says she did not do that. So while they're having their little
Okay.
war here,
It's not even
Okay,
me.
wait.
Go ahead, Jen.
go ahead. Are y'all done?
I have done nothing. Serena, it's all you.
I'm only. It's Sierra. I'm letting you slide because you have a migraine. It's all right.
Oh my goodness, don't.
It's a
Yeah,
migraine.
I-
It's a
Go
migraine.
ahead, Sierra. Go
So-
ahead.
yeah. Any other day, I'd have it right.
It's fine. Have you had any of your content go viral for like maybe a more negative thing, and how do you recover from that?
Not mine personally. I had a client, there were two of us working on the account. They're still my client. The other person is no longer working on the account. She was internal staff and I'm external. And she wanted to put up a post that was very much trending at the time, and it was cute. It was basically grab what you can from the office. The office is on fire. Okay. You maybe have seen this one out there. It's just weird. It's really not a great post, but she absolutely wanted to do it. And I'm like, okay, I'm just starting with the account. I need to focus on what I'm doing. Just posted it and didn't realize that one of their members, and it's a dance studio, one of their members' house had just burnt down 2 days prior to this post. Yeah. So it's a post about what do you grab when your house is on fire, and their house had burnt down. I was devastated. I don't know, they've got over 300 clients. Like, I don't know who all their students are. She does. And so thankfully, the owner of the business was like, this is not on you. I'm like, it is, because I'm the last stop before stuff goes out, right? I'm the expert. She's like, no. She's like, you don't know that this person, the fire that happened, was in from our studio family. I'm like, no, I didn't, because there was no names in the paper. Nobody knew who they were. We just knew there had been a fire. Okay. And she goes, I get it. It's a trend, but we need to be a little bit more careful with trends. Thankfully, we caught it very quickly. We took it down. Normally, you can do one of two things. You can acknowledge that you screwed up. You're human. Don't make excuses for it. Simply, what I did is I went into ChatGPT and like, how do we fix this? Yeah, and it was just, we were devastated. Thankfully, we caught it within 36 minutes. Only one person commented on it. And what the dance studio did is they actually gave that student a year of dance for free. Their entire year was covered. It was like a scholarship, which I think they were doing anyways. But this just elevated it, and they're like, we're not going to talk about it publicly, because in some cases you don't need to talk about it publicly. And in some cases you do. So it's really a matter of what is the backlash that you're facing. This one didn't go viral. It could have, and it could have been really bad. I'm going to give you an example that might answer your question a little bit better. um, a client of mine, a friend of mine who's a client as well as I'm her client, got a 1-star review on Google. She's a photographer, and it was 2 initials, and it just said that they had had a bad experience. They felt rushed, and they felt they were being yelled at. Which, if you've ever been with her, she doesn't yell at you, and she definitely doesn't rush you. But the minis are 30 minutes, so maybe you feel rushed. And I said, and she was going to answer it, and I'm like, stop. First off, you don't know what they were feeling coming into that appointment. Maybe their wife, we figured this was a man, just by the language and just there was a reason we felt it was a gentleman. Maybe his wife rushed him. Maybe she made him feel rushed and then the whole appointment felt rushed. You don't know that. So we're going to take a page out of WestJet, which is an airline company here in Canada, out of their book. And instead of apologizing, we say, thank you for bringing this to our attention, right? I would like to discuss this with you further to see if there is anything that can be done. Changes that could be made, that wording. So there's no apology because you don't know the whole situation. The second you apologize, say, I'm sorry, which is a very Canadian thing to do, or I'd like to apologize for the way you were feeling, you're saying you know the whole situation. You don't, especially online. So if you take it offline, what happens is when I, as a new client, go to read that, I see how you responded. And it's more important how you responded than the 1-star review. That 1-star review is still there. That 1-star review has never affected her business. That person has never contacted her. And she's pretty darn sure that is actually a repeat client who just had a day. And so she's like not worried about it anymore. And I talked her down. I said, you can't internalize it and take it as the true 1-star review, because there are people out there that will never give a 5-star review on purpose. See it on Amazon all the time. This is a great product, 4 stars. What would have taken for you to do a 5-star? Nothing, because you never give a 5-star. Go and read any TripAdvisor review and you'll see how stupid people are. So hopefully that answered your question a little bit on how to handle things online.
Yeah, it did. I like that, not taking full responsibility, like not saying sorry.
Never say I'm sorry online.
Yeah.
Because you just really don't know the whole situation. If you can take it offline and like write to a phone call where they can't they could record you, but then you have a chance to really talk to them at a different level. And you're taking responsibility in a way that isn't an immediate acceptance of your guilt that you did something wrong, right? Any other questions?
All right, James.
For sure. Power of the pause, ladies and gentlemen. You don't get interrupted. Power of the pause. Oh man. No, so the way your mind works and your brilliance with just the way that you look at things is never one dimensional. I know I said that before, but to help us non 3D chess players, I guess we could say, right? Like in your experience, what's your biggest mind shift that entrepreneurs need to make in order to go from creating performative content to creating your trust building content on each facet of the levels of your brain?
Literally, the content is in the conversations.
Yeah.
Stop trying to be like everybody else online because they can't be you in that conversation, right? When you're having a Zoom conversation with someone, there's brilliance that pops out that isn't like no one else. Everybody, like for a long time, Gary Vaynerchuk, very brilliant man, speaks his truth. However, Gary V. However, too many people are trying to be him.
Yep.
And you cannot be him. They're posting 5-10 times a day. I had a hairdresser client who wanted to post 3 times a day because she had watched some webinar with Carrie And he's like, you need to post multiple times a day. And I'm like, that's great. That gentleman has a team that follows him around and documents everything, which was brilliant. But we can't all be like that. And she's like, well, come to my house every time I have a client and you can record. I'm like, you do not pay me enough. That is insanity. Like, absolutely insane. I'm like, you are a hairdresser. There is not enough content in this world that we could create from just that. Um, so you don't be like everybody else. And everything the gurus say, question it because we're not always right. We're throwing spaghetti at the wall a good portion of the time, just like you are. There are fundamentals of marketing that a lot of us are using, building the know, like, and trust. Like, do you know where that came from? That actually came from Tupperware in the 50s. So just take that into consideration as where some of this stuff comes from and adapt it to fit what you need. A whole book is about that.
Awesome.
Oh, and buy my book.
Yay,
when
can
I'm
we
done.
pre-order your book?
Put the link
Can
in
we
the chat
pre-order your
right
book?
there. I think Junaid bought one for everyone, and he sounds as excited as I am.
Junaid, I
Um,
will personally sign one for you if you're at Anaheim this year, and I will bring you a copy. Hopefully it's done by then.
Anaheim.
That's a subtle plug that you have to
Oh,
bring.
are you
Go
talking
Bob.
about social media marketing world? Are you gonna be there? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll be there.
Yeah, Junaid's like, I might not be there now, but I'm definitely going. Like, yeah, no.
Oh yeah.
No,
I've got my
and he's gonna
hotel.
bring the Go Box, which is why he does that's why he does the screen shifts. So I don't know if you
Yeah.
noticed, but like Jade, if you'll shift your screen, if
Yeah.
you when you shift your screen and you look and you see his setup from behind, it's actually his Go Box, which if you don't know what his Go Box is, it's
doing
actually
its
a
thing.
traveling studio in
I
a
mean,
Pelican box.
this is an expanded version of a Go Box. This is a full-on studio, but yes, it's similar concept.
Let him know, Junaid. Let him know.
Yeah, let us know. Well, because I met you, Junaid, when I first went to my very first social media marketing world when I met Jen.
That was
So we
2023. Or was it 2022?
It was 2022.
Two. Yep.
Yeah,
That was
Yeah,
it.
because
That was
I'm
my first time too.
going. Yeah, because I'm going on my 4th year, and yes, I will be in Anaheim. Yes, I am going to Disneyland, and I will eat all the churros I want.
And margaritas.
Oh yeah. Oh, there we go. April, we met. How about that? And don't have hey, the school community that I am building called the Content Shift. It is where all these questions, like no question is out to lunch. So James, you're safe. It is free for the community, and eventually there is going to be a premium offer. I am building in public because the last time I built a membership, which by the way was way too long of a title. Yes, Jen, I didn't talk about it enough. And here's another takeaway. If you don't talk about your business, nobody else will. Yes, Mom. So again, if you take nothing else away, those are the nuggets that I share with you. And feel free to ask questions in school. I would love way more engagement than I'm getting on there, but I'm almost at 10 people. So I'm very excited for it.
So for you, and this is my personal project that I've been working on for a little while. Back when Facebook made the announcement that they're deleting all their long form content off of their site, I downloaded all of my stuff from like 2016 all the way up until we'll say today, right? So sitting unlisted on YouTube are 166 videos about my progress from reinvention till like then till now, everything, right? Like the studio, the locations, like all of it. And with all of this just sitting, right? I know your brain immediately probably went into a gold mine of suggestive ideas, right? Now, being that it's almost 10 years old, the first one to start, how would you recommend someone like me reverse engineer it all so it supports the journey instead of just posting it to post?
You can give a new intro to tell people like this is from 10 years ago. Here's why I'm sharing it. Go back to the core, the four core, and be like, why am I sharing this? Who is it for? And like walk yourself through it. Take yourself, that's one seed, right? Now you're taking, instead of, you're taking them through a journey. So that would be, my intro would be really quick, ask a question that I find on YouTube, and I've been watching a lot of YouTube lately, because there is that like really quick snippet when you pull up a video and you haven't quite clicked on it. I would ask a question, like something really out there, thought-provoking, maybe a little unhinged, you know, and start from there. And that would be my intro. I would dump a new intro in there and then say, this is 10 years back. And the beautiful part is you have tools now that you did not have 10 years ago. You have Opus Clip, you have Descript, like all the editing tools, Premium Pro, Adobe Premium Pro, that you could go in, and a lot of them have AI tools that can take out the ums and ahs and take out some of the stuff. I'm sorry. Janaid, I'm sorry. I have drained your battery. I've done that before. It's okay. But that's what I
Yep,
would
my
do.
battery's in.
I would sit there and like with Opus Clip, you can snippet all of those, like have the AI tool pull parts out of it. And the other thing you could do is, if you wanted to, is put the transcript into any of the AI tools now, and actually ask it to pull out those golden nuggets. Have a conversation with it. Say, what part of this journey do I want to pull out? And ask the AI to do it for you. Save your brain, because it can do it so much faster.
It's
I
already
mean,
hopeless.
I love you. Well, then you need to talk to Dan, and Dan will help you be less hopeless with the AI. Or
No,
Clay,
I was talking about my
or
brain. I wasn't talking about AI. Dan will leave me exactly where he found me because he has before. In a good place, all good things, all good things. All right, well, thanks, Stacey. I appreciate
You're welcome.
you and your masterfulness in your craft. Like you always inspire me when you dish knowledge. So I just wanted to say thank you.
You're welcome. I'm gonna comment one more thing here. April mentioned imposter syndrome. We all get it. It is the hardest and most vulnerable thing you will ever have to talk about, because it's your own self-doubt. Here's the thing. There are crazy people out there doing crazy things on social media that really should be questioning their brains. And the rest of us are sitting there going, well, maybe I shouldn't, maybe I shouldn't, maybe I shouldn't. Nobody's paying attention. And the people that are paying attention are usually the ones you want to pay attention to you. So your message needs to be said, because there is at least one other person out there that you can help, maybe two, maybe four, maybe 1,000. And it's amazing when we sort of stop and go, it does not matter what other people think, outside of like, I don't know, hate crimes and Satanism. And even then, I'm sure there's spots for those people too. I know, it's a dichotomy. Aw, thank you for coming, Megan, and thank you, everyone. This was very sweet. See, my brain is really on meds right now, really on drugs, and no, not medical advice.
We appreciate you, and thanks for showing up even when you're not feeling so hot.
I'm gonna go lie down now.
Yeah, you should probably do that. So Jen, would we like to do a quick 3-minute break? Got the feedback then. No.
Yes, we could. Do y'all want to do a break or no?
I would say take 3 to 5. I know we've been running through the last few, so quick
Okay.
break. Michael
Okay.
sit in his brilliance.
I know he is.
Get ready to
He's
go.
he's got another really cool backdrop set up too.
It's looking good, man.
I like the purple.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's you, Michael.
Is it purple today?
You're purple.
I'm just checking to see.
You're like, what color am I?
It's 2025. We can
I-
do whatever we want to be. Be yellow.
I'm sorry, Michael. I am jumping off because one I'm echoing and my brain hurts.
Yeah, I don't.
Was I echoing?
I think it's when my camera, my.
Am I echoing now?
No, but let's see if I do. There's a little bit. Yes. So when somebody else talks, it echoes.
Is it echoing now?
Not when you talk.
Okay.
So we'll just have to make sure that we're all muted when you're because I have a feeling it's a feedback coming through your microphone.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, maybe.
This is when we need Janaid.
It should be okay now. How's that?
That is much better. And look at the Miss Beautiful Melanie Miller too.
But yes, much better. No more echo.
And it's good to see you, Michael.
Thank you. It's good to be seen. Good to see you as well.
How are you feeling?
Feel much better. Thanks for asking. So I'm doing pretty good, man. So just say nope to kidney stones. Don't do it.
Just a little friendly reminder, we are live streaming. I don't know if you saw that, but we are live streaming on Facebook, just for a friendly reminder in case you want to say something. Keep it PG. So the Facebook gods won't be mad at me.
I hate it when you filter me and edit me. It's so offensive.
Michael, trust me, I understand too.
I just don't know if I can be whole right now.
Whatever pieces you need, sir, I'll send your way.
Apparently, if you let Dan know that you are missing out on coffee, he will send you gift cards.
He has yet to send me any. It's been 2 days. I've actually 3 days this week that I've seen him. Slacker.
I got an invitation to come to his house to have chili. So,
And no chili, Dan. Come on.
You know, it's funny. Dan does one kind act for somebody who's made fun of him about it, and everyone else thinks they could jump on that wagon. I think that is entirely unfair to Dan, okay? He works hard for the money that he's wasted on me. He doesn't need to waste it on anybody else. All right, just so we're clear. Just so we're clear.
yes, he does work hard for the money that he did spend on you.
Oh no,
I
he
won't
wasted.
say- I won't say he
we
didn't
won't waste
waste
it.
it.
I will use it
He
for
didn't
coffee. I
waste
promise you.
it. I will say he didn't waste it. He did a kind gesture for a dad who had a baby less than 4 weeks ago, who is weeks, mom, not months.
You said weeks.
She said months. I
Oh, well,
said
she's muted.
exactly. Only for y'all. And we just get to have fun with it is really all it is. All
Well.
right, guys.
All right, we're good. We're good to go now.
All right.
Now we're
Well,
late.
Now we're late. Well, yeah, blame that on everyone else, I guess. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to make this intro short, sweet, and to the point because I'm really excited to hear what this man brings to the table. So, ladies and gentlemen, Michael King is more than just a keynote speaker. He's a catalyst for transformation. He's an executive coach, a recording artist, and a world-class performer. And one of the coolest things about Michael that I've heard is that he refuses to let people stay where they're at. He fuels them to be their absolute best at all times. So that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Michael King, please take it away.
Love the energy. I love that you're bringing it. So let's dive in. So thank you again, Jen, for the invite. This is going to be fun. So today we're going to be diving through the idea of the to be list. And so make sure that you turn up your volume on your screens, on your computer, wherever you're at, because we're going to have a little bit of fun with this. Okay. So, and here we go. Come on, who's grooving with me now? Give me thumbs up if you hear the audio.
Is it better now?
Still no audio.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. As soon as you put the slides up, Michael, the audio went
Yeah.
suspicious.
Did you share with sound?
All right. Can you guys hear me okay? Awesome. Was the backing music coming through on that at all?
No.
No.
I can hear you talking, but not the music that's playing through your computer. If when you share, you've got to choose the include computer audio.
Let me try that again. So give me 1 second because that's important for this. So. Oh, here we go.
I don't hear anything yet. So
Okay, I just lost you guys, but I'll go ahead and move forward. So, but again, thanks for letting me be here today. So today we're going to be diving through the idea of the to be list. Now, part of what we just shared was the idea that I was just playing this backing track of the song of Rick Astley's "Never Gonna Give You Up." Has anybody ever heard that? Can I hear you say yes or no on that?
Yes.
Okay. So the thing is that when it comes to the things that you are aspiring to be as a leader and the things that you're tracking down, I wanted to bring up this idea of the to be list. This is something that we work through with a lot of our leaders in our coaching programs. Now, what I do, so I'm an executive coach to executive teams within the Fortune 500, Fortune 100 space, but I also coach some of the most dynamic and innovative small business owners on the planet. And what you're going to find, specifically even today, is that somewhere connected to the greater purpose of everything really has to do with identity and the things that you're committing your time to, whether they're for you or whether they're not for you. And so I love the idea of what Rick Astley brings to the table. He talks about this idea.
So now we're getting the music.
Awesome.
Say it really loud.
Good, man. We're rocking and rolling. But Rick brings up the idea of a really strong resolve. I imagine going back into the mid 80s when Rick finds himself in a writer's room as a creative, and he's in the middle of what would become one of the most iconic hit pop songs of all time. And he's thinking about, what do I need to bring to the table in order to get this song across the board? So he's working through all the different words that he could find, and he comes to the table with the idea that he's never gonna give you up. And this song doesn't work with any other word, by the way. It's not like it's 2025 compliant. It's not like, well, maybe I'm gonna give you up. Possibly I could give you up. No, it's never going to give you up. Rick has a massive spirit of resolve that makes this song work. And so when it comes to everything about commitment, it looks good on you. So the first step that I wanted to remind you today of is this idea, is that simply just be like Rick. Number one, I want you to commit to that today, in that having a really, really strong resolve, but also understanding this, that these are the 5 reasons that people feel stuck in the first place until they get caught in this never-ending trap of these 5 things. Number one is overcommitted to things that don't matter. So I want you to start thinking about all the different things that are on your list today. How many of those things are for you, and how many of those things can anybody else in your surroundings do? I can promise you this, is that a lot of your burnout, a lot of the things of reasons why you feel like the needle isn't moving, it has nothing to do with your to-do list. It has everything to do with you being overcommitted to the things that truly don't matter. The second one is that you have forgotten who you were in the first place. I think that that's important in this whole process. So I want to come back to number 2 of the idea of that you've forgotten maybe who you were. And the next idea is number 3, is that you're addicted to doing things instead of becoming. Think about that. You're addicted to doing things instead of becoming. Now, when we think about what actually defines success for you in your life and in your business, I want to remind you of this, that success has never, ever been measured by how busy you are. You can think about that in the context of your marriages. You can think about it in the context of your friendships. You can even think about that in the context of the teams that you lead. I don't care about your intentions. It doesn't matter to me. Like, I don't care about how many things that you're actually doing on a day-to-day basis. I don't measure the KPIs of success for my teams that we lead. I own 3 different companies. We have Teams Coach, that's for our bigger companies. We have Catalyst Co, which is for our small businesses and our coaches, consultants, other entrepreneurs. And then we have our agency that we own as well. I never lead my team. We have 67 people across the 3 verticals that work within the teams. I never actually, measure their success as far as like how busy they are, or their intentions. And they don't do that with me either. But what I do get measured by, and what I'm held accountable to, how many promises am I able to keep? That's what success is measured by. How many promises are you able to keep? And you can translate that over to every single context that you have in your life. How many promises are you able to keep? And then the fourth one is this, is that people confuse activity with progress. And it's just simply not true. It's the great level of opportunity for burnout. And the fifth one is this, is that leaders, specifically the 8 and the 7s on the Enneagram that are in this room, maybe even now today, is that you're afraid to stop because stopping feels like failure. And I don't want that. I don't want you to feel that way, but I want you to be super intentional with stepping into your next reality as far as who you're supposed to become and the legacy that you're responsible for. So we start with where we're going, what we're going to do instead of who we are. So I don't know, 67% of leaders surveyed over a 5,000 person survey within our vertical. We asked them this question: how do you start your day? 67% of those people said they start their day off, basically, whether it's their phone or their iPhone, goes off in the morning, the alarm clock goes off in the morning, and they reach over, they grab their iPhone off their bed, off the side of off their nightstand. And before their feet are even hitting the floor, they are actually looking at their calendar. They're looking at their missed text messages. They're looking at all the different things that that they've already committed their time to for the day, right? They're thinking about all those different things. And it's massively problematic, because if that's the thing that we start our day off with, it could possibly lead to burnout if we look at the things that we're committing to and then we start to feel like, man, I feel so busy today, but I just don't know if the needle is actually moving. And that's problematic. So we want to be able to start our day. We start with what we're going to do instead of who we are. We have to find our way back to identity over activity always. And so if you need to take a screenshot of that, I'll go ahead and send you all these slides so you can have that as well. But we have to find our way back to identity over activities always. So in 2 seconds or less, what I'd like to do is I just want to be able to open the floor to the people that are here right now. But I want you to answer this question. I want you to share just a little bit, because I want to know about who you are as well. So tell me, just kind of going around the room, who are you? Does anybody want to go first?
I am a mom of 3 kids. Is that basic enough?
That's awesome. I will run with that all day long, Sierra. Thank you for sharing.
I do a lot more, but I'll try not to go into the what. Come on, don't all jump at once, everybody.
Oh, I'm a wife.
All right, let's go. Come on.
I'm a lolly.
I don't believe
Mom
you.
said she's a grandma.
And my little nuggets will be here soon.
I love it. I love it. Anybody else? Feel free to pop in real quick here.
I'd say I'm an encourager and edifier.
All right. I love that too. That's great. All right. We get time for a couple more. Anybody else want to pop in?
I'd say that I am an inspirer and connector.
Ooh, yeah, that's good. I love that.
Good job.
So within the spaces, identify those things. Like, who are we? For me, I'm a dad. I got 3 amazing kids. I've been married for 28 years. I grew up as a professional musician that became an executive pastor and a worship pastor and a recording artist within those spaces. And but when I first started off playing music, like the reason why I gravitated towards playing music was because my dad, he specifically told me, like, he was diving into this whole thing of, you know what, I want you to be great at what you do. And so if you become great at playing saxophone, maybe one day you could join my band. And, for me, it was like, I was leaning into, like, my motivation wasn't, I didn't want to become like a professional musician because I was madly in love with music, but it created a great memory for me to be able to be with my dad. Now, my dad is in this picture here, by the way. So this was a group that he was in back in the 60s and 70s called the Silver Strings. They're a part of the Iowa Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And the person all the way to the left of the picture with the very, very fine mustache, that's my father. So if you can't believe it, I'm actually his offspring. So give it up for that guy right there. But I loved it because I remember he would take me to his band practices with him when I was a young boy, and I would sit in the corner and I'd watch him like play music with these other guys, and they were, it took my breath away to be able to see how people could work together and to be able to create music. But for me, it was like, man, I wanted to be as close to my dad as I possibly could. And so that's what was my motivation for me to become a good musician and to dive into that stream of life. But for me, what I've noticed is that the more that I practiced, the more that I became great, I was getting invited to be in close proximity of my dad. And I loved that opportunity because I learned so much from diving into that experience as I was growing up as a kid. But I've also noted this as leaders, that if we don't practice with a purpose, like if we don't understand the end game of what we want to accomplish, then it just becomes making noise. Now, I'm a saxophonist. I'm a singer-songwriter. I am a music producer. You have to begin with the end in mind. This is a complicated thing. I've been playing saxophone for over 40 years of my life, and there's over 175 different moving components on a saxophone. And what I've noticed is that with every single spring that's on, every single button that's on the saxophone, every single thing that actually makes up that musical instrument, it produces something different. And in order for me to be great at it, I need to practice. And it's complicated. I walk into executives every single day and I work with their team, and I can literally sit across their desk from them and I can see the overwhelm come onto their faces, because I recognize that they walked into work that day and they recognize that the organization that they're leading has 175 different moving components, and they have absolutely no idea how to play their musical instrument. And that can be so problematic, and it can be so overwhelming. So it leads us to questions about, okay, are we really supposed to be doing this in the first place? Am I in the right seat? So I just want to remind you that you might actually feel that way about the business that you're run, but you're not broken. You're just out of tune. It just takes a little bit of work in order for you to be able to make this thing work. So we start off the idea of like how you're starting off your day. Now, if you start off your day in strategy mode and you're looking at your calendar and you're looking at all the different ways for you to be able to move the needle, and you're feeling that overwhelming pressure of what am I going to do next? When you start off with just simply strategy, you're always going to lead to burnout, because that is going to be the thing that is your dopamine rush. That's going to be the thing in which you're going to show up every single day just worrying about checking things off your to-do list, rather than actually diving into your identity to get through to breakthrough. It's so important that you embrace that. So I want you to embrace this idea of your to-be list, not your to-do list. Now, how does it work? We have to start this in the right order. So rather than starting off with strategy at the very end, which is where 67% of our leaders, and probably a significant number of you, are starting off in this box today, is you're starting off in the strategy box. Well, why is that? Because you feel like you got to get stuff done. You're feeling the pressure of actually having to deliver. You're feeling the pressure of how do we raise the revenue for the next month? What does this look like? There's a lot of competitors in our field. Trust me, as a coach, I get it. There's 4.2 million people globally that call themselves a legitimate coach, but there's only 3% that are actually legitimate coaches. That's 210,000 people out of the 4.2 million. So I get the pressure. Like, how do you break through the noise? How do you differentiate yourself? I get it. I understand it. But how do you differentiate yourself? By making sure you start with your identity. Like, who are you? Start with that. And then it leads to vision. Then it leads to structure. Then it leads to strategy. So don't start with strategy. Start with identity always. And I'm going to give you a breakdown of what that looks like here in a minute. So stop asking what you need to do next. Start asking who you need to be. So I want to challenge you to replace your to-do list today with this to-be list. And I'm going to give you a breakdown of what this looks like here in a moment, but it's simply these 5 specific questions. And I'm going to drop a card in the chat at the end of our conversation here today that you can print out. You can use it as a sticky note. You can put it on your bathroom mirrors. You can put it on your car mirror. You can put it on your car screen. You can put it anywhere you want. But these are the 5 questions every single day that you as leaders are responsible to know. And if you don't know these things, you should not be doing business today, because everything about this determines what your legacy looks like what your future looks like. Okay. Number 1 is, who am I? That's why I asked you that question at the very, very beginning, is that who are you? Are you able to bring your authentic self into the workspace, into your work? I've been telling people this, we've been having a lot of conversations about AI, and I hopped on earlier today and I heard you guys talking a little bit about AI. I love AI, but there's never a greater time to be human in business space than today. And you can't be human if you can't answer these questions. So the second one is, what do I do best? That's the question I want you to answer honestly. I want you to answer it with courageous bravery. And I don't want a humble answer on this. I want you to be honest and real with me as far as like what you feel like you do better than anyone else. And I want you to own it. I want you to show up. I want you to kill it. The third one is, what do I want to be known for? Boy, that's a big deal. Now, sometimes I'd say probably maybe 15% of some of the organizations that I coach are kind of in the mega church world. And what I found is, especially people of faith, they have a rough time answering these questions, because I think sometimes like we've been programmed to like think a little bit less of ourselves, so we don't come across as being too cocky or arrogant, or we want to make sure that we're embracing humility. I'm all about that. But also at the same time, is I want to let you know that I do believe that there's a creator of the universe that has created you so specifically awesome that you have greatness within you that you are supposed to unlock, but you can't do it unless you embrace who you're really created to be. So the fourth one is, what is the biggest problem that I solve? That's a big deal. I see brands and leaders creating the thing that they do so often, and they are so afraid to throw it out there as far as what is the big problem that they solve, or maybe even they've gone down the road of trying to develop their coaching programs, maybe even developing the thing that they're doing, but it doesn't answer that box. It doesn't check the box, and so everything ends up falling apart because they don't know how to show up in the marketplace. So, what is the biggest problem that I solve? But lastly, how do I make people feel? There's only one thing that anybody's ever going to remember about you. I promise you this. It's not going to be about our content. You're not going to remember my content maybe a week or two from now. I hope you do, but how I made you feel, you'll remember that. Like, I hope everybody here, I hope we all become great friends. And why is that? Because I want you to know that you're significant. I'm showing up here today to remind you that you're not an accident, that somehow in the middle of all of this, like, you were created to be able to change the world. And so I'm showing up here today to making sure that if there's a possibility that I can awaken a nugget in you that can push you across to your next level, I am all here about it. But the same thing for you is you have a responsibility to be able to show up and to love and serve your clients in a way that they will never forget how you showed up and how you made them feel. Like, we're all in that together. So I love that. So your identity is the root of your purpose. And I want you to remember that is that even though you might wake up tomorrow morning, you might be feeling the stress of you've been sitting in this conference now for a couple of days, you've been downloading all this content, you're wondering what to do with everything. At the end of the day, if you can't remember who you are and you don't have your identity locked in, all these tactics and all these strategies, it's going to be absolutely a waste of time. So I mentioned to you a little bit about me being a worship pastor and an executive pastor. So this was my life back in circa 2016. And the guy to the far right of the screen, that guy is the reason why I quit ministry completely. I'm just kidding. That's not true. But this was my worship team on the night, my last night as a worship pastor at my church. So from 2009 until about 2017, I was the executive pastor of one of the top 15 fastest growing churches in the country. This team was the team that I was leading 17 different Christmas Eve services for over a period of 4 days. And as I was walking up to the stage this specific night, I remember really feeling a nudge in my heart that God was done with me in that assignment, but he had something different for me. Walked off the stage, and I literally just kind of threw a Hail Mary prayer up to the heaven. I said, hey, if you listen, I don't necessarily know what my next assignment is, but if you can show me how I'm going to pay the bills tomorrow, I'm going to quit tomorrow. And that's what I did. I ran into a guy that ran a car dealership in the lobby that used to be a former Cornhusker football player that I was mentoring. And and he was just bragging to me about how much money he was making. And then he said he was looking for people to be a part of his team. So in 2017, I went into my first job interview of my adult life, and walked away from being an executive pastor and decided to become a finance director in an auto dealership for a year while I finished out my master's degrees. And life would never be the same for me again. Now, it would be 5 years before I would ever sing again. I kid you not. It was such a traumatic experience leaving this thing that I felt like I needed to do, felt like my core identity was in. And so I thought that was just a season that was behind me. And so I'm like, well, I'll never write a song again. I'll never sing again. And so my creative director, he comes into my office one day and he says, what if you stop hiding the parts of you that are actually making you whole? You're the only executive coach that I know that's also has a recording contract and is also an executive coach. So what if we kind of figured out a way to combine these two ideas? And so, so I said, if like, I'm okay with it. I'll feel a little bit anxious about it. So this year we started doing something a little bit differently that has everything to do with my to-be list. We started off asking these 5 questions, like, who am I? What do I want to be known for? How do I want to make people feel? What's the biggest problem that I solve? And what do I do better than anyone else? And so we built some things around this. And about 3 weeks ago, we merged the idea of music and leadership to create something brand new that we've never done before. And we're creating a brand new genre. And so we launched this music single out through Spotify, through Apple Music, through the record label. It's done really well. But then we launched a short film that I'm going to show for you here here in a minute called Through the Haze. And it takes and combines our music industry influence in with our thought leadership. So I'm going to go ahead and take a moment. It's over 130,000 views on YouTube in the last 3 weeks. And it's been kind of my gateway for me to be to work with bigger stages that I'm speaking on. So check it out.
I'm running circles on a one-way track, chasing shadows that don't look back. The neon lights blur the edges of my side. Every step feels heavy, but I'm holding tight. Is there a reason in this madness? A crack of light to break the sadness. Through the haze, I see it now. A spark of truth cuts through somehow. When the noise fades, when the walls break, there's a meaning that I can't fake. Through the haze, through the haze, I find my way.
Have you ever gone through those seasons in which everything feels like static? To where you can't even tell the difference between what you're calling and what's chaos? It's like in a moment, you blink your eyes and 10 years have gone by, you're spinning in circles, and you're just trying to do whatever you can to get back on track. And then it hits you. You've been spending way too much of your time with the wrong voices in the room, with the wrong people, even being in the wrong rooms, allowing them to shape your piece. And then something in you snaps. It's not a breakdown, it's a breakthrough. And then the blindfold comes off. You can't unsee it. You can't unhear it. You can't unexperience it. But there's one thing that you know, is that from this moment forward, nothing will ever be the same again. So maybe you've been living in the fog, and maybe you've forgotten what it feels like to breathe. Sometimes confusion awakens the calling, and sometimes darkness defines the light. So don't run from the fog. Run straight through it. Let the silence make you strong, and let the pain become your teacher. Because on the other side of the haze, you're going to find vision. You're going to find purpose. But more importantly, you're going to find yourself. You're not lost. You're awakening. You were created for this moment. So you were made for this moment, and it all starts with your identity. It all starts with embracing who you are. Why are you here? How are you going to move the needle today? But more importantly, how are you going to impact the world that you are assigned to make a difference in? So I want you to take a moment here and just kind of process this before I drop this card into the chat. But I want you to be thinking about these questions of who am I? What do I do best? What do I want to be known for? What is the biggest problem that I solve? And how do I make people feel? And I want to challenge you today to start your to-be list and start your day off, not with your to-do list, but to start your to-be list. So thank you so much for letting me share today. And we're going to go ahead and open it up for feedback and questions.
Mom says that was amazing, by the way, Michael.
Thanks, Mom.
Absolutely love the music side of you. I think it's where you can really feel like your, I don't, yeah, and where you can feel your heart, your soul coming out of it. For someone who's kind of like questioning the identity, where do you feel like do you feel like it comes after like this like breakdown, or can it just happen at any time?
Can you rephrase the question a little bit?
Yeah, I was trying to think because I was like trying to figure out what I was trying to say. It's like a lot of people, we talked about this yesterday. It's like a lot of people don't really like kind of know when they're at that moment where they have to like shift, right? And you
Yeah.
had this big like shift for you where you're like, I walked away and I did all that. So does it always have to be like one of those breakdown moments in order to shift? I mean, I could say yes, no, it doesn't, but like, do you find it easier when you have to like walk away from something?
I think when you have an aha moment, it's going to feel painful no matter what. I would say like your breakthrough moment doesn't have to be rock bottom. And so like that's the point of these conferences. Like, let's do whatever we can to be able to link arms to keep everybody away from rock bottom. Can we just do that today? Come on, right? But if you take it seriously, it's still going to be a little bit painful. You should have that aha moment to where you should have that kind of like that holy crap moment of going, man, I've been chasing the wrong thing, hanging out with the wrong people in the wrong rooms, expecting and wanting the wrong things. Because I can't remember her name, but the person who spoke right before me, what was her name, Jennifer?
Stacy.
Stacy. She made a comment about everybody wanting to be the Gary V. Do you guys remember that? And I get that. And the reason why we're talking about this today is it kind of piggybacks really well off of what she talked about. Because here's the thing is that somebody else's strategy, the reason why they're not working for you is because you're not that person. Right. And in this world, like you need to making sure that you're like really, really diving in on like what makes you unique and figuring out how to lead with that. Don't just be a carbon copy of somebody else's success story. Find yourself in the middle of it. And again, these are things that I work through with our leaders in Catalyst Co. So if anybody wants to hop on a call with me, feel free, and I'll be more than happy to spend some time with you on that as well. Darlene, if you feel like you've lost your identity, how do you find it? Man, that's a really, really good question. And some of this stuff takes, number one is you've heard this quote before, right? But you are the sum average of the 5 loudest voices in your life. Go ahead and give me a show of hands if you've heard that statement before, right? That's why this group is so valuable. That's why what Jennifer's doing is valuable, because again, like somewhere in the middle of it, when you find that you feel like you might have lost your identity, get with a trusted coach, get into a community that reminds you of truth, that will not allow you to shake your day without actually being reminded of who you actually are, and enter into accountable relationships. Now, for me, I want to let you know, I believe this is that the higher level of talent that you have, okay? And here's the thing is that you have a belief problem first and foremost if you felt like you've lost your identity, or if you felt like you've lost traction, or if you feel like you're losing any progress in your life. These are identity and belief issues. For example, I was just talking to this guy by the name of Phil right before I hopped on this call today. And he said to me, he goes, hey, Michael, I just want to let you know, I'm making a massive shift in how I'm approaching this. I'm not going to allow my mental health to determine the success of my business anymore. I am going to make a shift. I'm like, dude, that is awesome. Like, you're making that shift from being a victim to being a victor. I love that. Like, let's go with that. But also what I knew as well is that the reason why I was having that conversation with Phil in the first place is because he asked me to hold him accountable. Like, he reached out to me as a trusted advisor for that weekly conversation to remind him who he is. And Phil is doing some hard work on the backside of it, right? He's doing some things to eliminate the noise in his life for the people that were actually telling him that he was broken, that he was confused, that he was marginal, like all the stuff that sometimes we find ourselves into. So yeah, so Darlene, if you feel like you lost your identity, how do you find it? First and foremost, evaluate your circle. Evaluate your circle, and then find yourself in some trusted conversations. So my personal plan, when I talk about the idea of like the higher level of talent that you have, the more constructs that you need to have in place to manage your talent, you have to believe that you're talented. You have to believe that you're created for greatness. And that's the thing. Like, if you spend some time with me, like, I'm going to actually pound it into you that you were created to be a world changer. And I'm just not going to let you believe anything different, right? Well, why is that? It's because the constructs that you need to have in your life need to be there to develop that talent. So next question.
Yeah, thank you. I love everything about the way you're presenting it, how you're tying in different aspects of what you do and molding it into the one thing, right? Making it uniquely yours, especially from the from God giving it to you. One, two, I see a lot of parallels with my personal journey along with your story, and I resonate with a lot of that. I actually recently kind of going through my aha moment where I had to walk away from something. And it wasn't a rock bottom. It was something that I thought I was really devoted to. And turns out that I was under the banner of the wrong thing, surrounded by the wrong people, even though it looked good. And making that decision to, stand in, firm in my convictions and my beliefs have actually changed that trajectory for me over the last like 2.5 months easy. So the fact that I'm hearing it in real time for you and even in your previous story, that's a really cool affirmation for me. I just wanted to say thank you for that. Also too, like definitely on the religious side of things, or I hate saying religious side because religiosity and like legalism and like following rules, like it's such a fine line between that and the dynamic of who Christ is and what he wants us to do. But I love how you're openly, authentically embracing the role that you have, or the calling that he has on you is like, you're not like, well, what if this is it? It is, I'm going to do this, and if it's not it, he's going to show me something different. And too many of us don't do that. Like, we wait until the absolute last moment to make the move before we actually jump in. And the whole premise of faith is to not know it all, but just to go through and do. So I love that you lived that out real time for us in this short time that you had. It was massively impactful for me, and I just wanted to say thanks, man.
Oh man, that's meaningful. Thank you so much for sharing that, James. And and just to kind of piggyback on some of the things that you said is like 67% of all failed ideas are simply because of lack of execution, right? It's not a bandwidth issue, it's a commitment issue. And I think that's again, it's like, in a lot of the people that we end up coaching, it's like, yeah, AI, it doesn't finish things for you. It still requires human energy in order to finish things, right?
Yeah.
So just kind of remember that. Make sure that you're putting the stuff in the right boxes so you can execute well. So, James, you're a brilliant soul, bro. Thanks for sharing that.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you.
We have any more questions here? Comments? I will say I like the Rickroll. That was we haven't had a lot of music this time because Jen hasn't been playing it too much.
Well, when I did play it, Facebook got mad at me.
Well, that's why it's like, like I can do it as long as it's just in that, if I took the lyrics out and I just had it just a little bit, like just kept the first 30 seconds on repeat loop. Right. So, we're awesome. Well, so yeah, any other questions? I do have something else I'm going to kind of walk you through and give you as a free giveaway today as well, if we have a little bit more time.
Yeah,
just one more question before you take off with that. If somebody did want to connect with you and just get like a real quick call, what would be a good way to do that? Do you have a link that you could post in the chat for us to do that with, or?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me go ahead and drop this here.
I would love to do your vibe, your energy, man. I love it. So I would definitely capitalize on a call with you.
Awesome. And I'm going to drop the, whoops, that was not the right link. Let me take that one away here.
Too late.
Everybody who, so we have a part of our agency. Do you like that domain name, by the way? firemybossnow.com.
Oh, love that.
So that's our landing page for the Catalyst Co. So it's our one-on-one and group coaching community, but it also includes free agency services. So you get a dedicated social media manager, plus you get an SEO specialist assigned to your account. Everybody here gets 30 days free in Catalyst Co. if you want to check it out and see if that's a good fit for you. So feel free to reach out if that's something that's interesting to you, and I'll make sure to get you the code to get you in as well. So awesome.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, you bet. Any other questions or any other pieces of feedback? Wanted to give you something a little bit tangible here today as well, just because I think a lot of times when we do stuff like this, it's like, is there any tactics or any strategies specifically that we can use to actually move the needle? I think everybody here would, if I was to tell you like, hey, I'm going to give you a system to make sure that your lead pipeline was never empty, I think that you guys would probably appreciate that. Would you appreciate that if I gave that to you today? So again, the higher levels of talent that you have, the more constructs that you need to have in place. I tell people this all the time, that it's not necessarily about whether or not like you're super like to where you're spending a lot of money on marketing or anything like this. Sometimes it just comes down to running the play. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you on this here. But this is something that's called our 25 open sales outreach strategy. This is super simple, guys, but I promise you this, if you just act this thing out and you start today, okay, 92% of the people that are going to start to do business with you, they're going to start to do business with you because they're coming at you from one of 4 specific spaces. They're going to come from you from relationships that you currently already have, the stages that you speak on, the rooms that you're in, and the people that are being referred to you by the people that you know. So it's one of those 4 things. Does that make sense? All right. So the 25 open, what it does is that I'm going to challenge you this, is before Monday, I want you to go in and document 25 people that you're going to have open conversations with. What qualifies as an open conversation is if it's 2 ways. 25 open can be done in any type of way. You can send it out as a text message. You can send it out as an email. You can send it out as a smoke signal. I'm kidding, no smoke signals today. But you can send it out as social media, instant messaging, whatever it was. But the conversations have to be 2 ways, and they have to be ideally fit to your business, right? So the idea is that, okay, on week 1, you're identifying 25 people to start 25 active conversations. The sooner that you can get these out of the way on Monday and Tuesday of next week, the better. And you just simply start these conversations, eventually finding like, hey, how do I actually, find out if this person would be a great fit for the products and services that I provide. Going into week 2, what you're going to do is you're going to eliminate and replace the bottom 10 performers on your 25 open list. Okay, so you're going to keep the top 15 people that could potentially be a good fit, etc. But you're going to eliminate the bottom 10, and you're going to put 10 brand new people into that. By week 3, what you're going to do is you're going to move 5 of those contacts into discovery phase. And then by week 4, you're going to close deals. Okay, so what I've done is I've shared the spreadsheet and the accountability, the scorecard into the drop as well. So you guys can have this and run with it. And then if you need to have any additional information on this, I want you to reach out to me, and I'm going to help you figure out a way to make sure that your lead list never is empty. Okay, how's that sound?
We always love a good full pipeline. All right.
So I have a question, Michael.
Yep.
So talking about this lead list, and thinking about some of the people that may be listening to this, that may not have a list already to pull from. For me, I have quite a few in mine, but there may be people that don't. So where could we start to build that list? Because I know you mentioned social media as well too. So is that a type of list as well too?
Yeah, I mean, it's really depends on the social media platform. And I think Melanie probably, I'm not exactly sure what Melanie's going to talk about coming up. Are you after me, Melanie? I love being your opening act, Melanie. I love it.
Yes, we're going to end strong on social media.
You're funny. You're so funny.
Seriously, we're going to go on tour. We're going on tour, Melanie. Me and you, come on.
All right, let's go.
Where are we? Wait, where are we going? Wait, no, hold on.
Honored to
Caveat,
intro
no snow.
both of you everywhere.
He's gonna be the one playing the music. I'm gonna be the one with tambourine.
Dude,
I'll be your hype girl that's like twittering over here.
Oh my god.
I know. Because somebody has a community that she's not sharing.
Not yet. Too.
Dude, what she did to me last month was that I showed up in Orlando to speak at the thing, for Terry Weaver's thing. And I get off the plane and she's like, I get this text message from her and she's like, "Are you in town yet?" But her Southern accent actually came through in the text message. So it sounded like, "Are you in town yet?" And, so I was like, "Yeah, my plane just landed." And she's like, "Hey, I'm doing this event. Come over and say hi to me." And I was like, "Okay, I'll come over and say." So I went over to this event and I walked into this event and she's like, "Ladies and gentlemen, Michael King is here." And she just handed the thing over to me.
I heard all about it. It was she said that everybody was smitten that you did that, by the way. That was one Southern woman to another. That's what she said. She said everybody loved it.
I loved it. It was so much fun. It was so much fun. I just wasn't dressed for the part. You know what I mean? I just got off of like a plane ride that got me into town.
So anyways, back to the pipeline question. So where do you find these 25 open conversations to start? You know, when because people always talk about your list. Really break it down. Like, where can we find these people? Where could maybe, because I know there's some overthinkers in the room. We won't name any names. Where would be the best place to start if you want your warmest list?
Start with your friends and your family. Start with people that run with you. Start the people that you go to church with. Start for people that you bump into at the grocery store. Start anywhere that you. And here's the thing. I'm going to tell you this is why this works for us. And I don't know what the breakup is as far as like what everybody does here, but I will tell you this from a coach's perspective is that I'm not interested in you being a part of my story. I'm not even, I don't need you to raise my top line revenue. I don't need you to be active on my roster. Okay. The people that I say yes to is because I'm interested in being a part of their story. I think it's probably my music industry background coming in because I'm used to being kind of like in the A&R seat and artist development. And so I'm used to walking into rooms and seeing people that are about ready to burst with greatness. And I can't help myself, but literally say, dude, man, we got to do something together because like, I want to be able to be a part of your story. Now, I think that's part of the reason why sometimes it's a little bit difficult in coaching is just because there's a lot of people that are just like looking for people to get on rosters, to get into whatever it is. But man, when you're committed to bring out the best in people, like you will be routed in ways to have these conversations, to start that 25 open with things of like, okay, if you can see greatness and you can help somebody go to the next level, have that conversation, be brave. But start with people that you can actually have some conversations about where they're at in life, where they're at in business, where they feel stuck at. Like, what is their biggest challenge that they're like, put yourself in the middle of their narrative and then start having some of those conversations with people that you know, like, and love. Now, also too, a huge thing, and a lot of people I think struggle with doing this, but my administrative assistant, Jennifer, she goes on to social media and she looks at when I post content, she'll looks at everybody like who's liking and hearting content. And we'll put quite a few of those people into our 25 open for the next week or the week after it to just check in. And when I say 25 open, here's the thing. These conversations start with these three simple words. How are you? Right? And let it go from there. Like, again, don't allow this to be a transactional thing, but allow it to be a transformational thing. When you truly believe that you can help somebody encounter the best versions of themselves and help them solve a big problem and you can be a part of their story, dude, these 25, you can find your first entry level of 25 open anywhere. But then also too, go to your current clients and get normative in asking them for referrals in a way that feels natural to you. You know, we send out a thing quarterly, which is different, which, by the way, here's something that we do in our contract, by the way, is that somebody comes on a discovery call. Jennifer, am I answering your question, by the way?
Yes, you are. You're answering it. Yes. Because it was directed at somebody else.
Okay. Awesome. So here's something too, just when it comes to referral traffic, one of the things that we do is that, say somebody comes on a discovery call with me and we go through, we'll go through the pricing menu as far as what the coaching costs, et cetera, you know, so, and again, this 60% of what I do is I'm coaching larger businesses. Okay. So some of this doesn't necessarily always translate over, but a lot of times it does. And we'll send out, and so like, say, for example, I'm just going to use 5,000 as a round number, but then I'll send out like on their contract, I'll send out the contract for 4,000 with a box that's checked right next to it and that says referral partner discount. So when they sign the contract and they send it over, they understand that every single month, like as long as I'm showing up and I'm doing my best as a coach, it's actually written into the contract that they're going to give me 3 referrals every single month in exchange for that $1,000 discount that I didn't even talk to them about on the call. So start planting those things to build up your ecosystem of referral traffic.
I love that. Love that. Anybody else have any other questions for Michael? He's a wealth of knowledge, y'all. Or we could just have him sing. Do y'all want to have him sing?
James,
Yes,
no,
you
no
can
more
get it.
questions from you?
Yes, Mom wants to know, can you drop the link to where we can download the recording for your song Through the Haze?
Yeah.
No, I'm impressed. I resonate very much with his story and his journey, his explanations. They hit close to home. So I feel what he's saying, and I appreciate what he's saying. So no, I don't have
Are
any
you saying you're
super.
speechless?
No, I asked questions already. So, but no, just appreciate it from one brother to another. So
Mom, he dropped the link for you.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. So, Michael, where are you going next? You know, you've built up, all this, and if I'm pulling in my strengths from yesterday that the whole group got to see, I'm very futuristic. So, what is next for you?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So part of this creative strategy that so my creative director, so his name's John Mediana, by the way, and I do want to give him a huge shout out because he's done a great job of kind of awakening my personal brand type stuff. I'm thankful that I get to have people on my team that become my best friends, so I'm super, super honored and thankful for that. But part of what we do is that every single month we're dropping a film exactly like what you just saw. And so, so that was November's release, January 5th, I believe. So 1 month from today is the next song, and it's called Unbreakable Things. And the song really dives into the idea, man, that as leaders, there's a lot of noise in our world that tries to convince us that we're broken. But I believe that we were built by grand design, and that we were created in the idea that there's some things within us that can't be broken. And so I wrote a song about it called Unbreakable Things, and it's pretty powerful. So that film comes out the second week of January. So we have that, but we decided rather than releasing it in December, we had this stupid, crazy idea of rather than us competing with Christmas music traffic and Christmas crazy, we're like, what if we went in, we actually did the month of December, we did public high school assemblies, speaking a message of truth and hope to students, of self-worth. And so we just did our first one this week for 500 high school students in Nebraska, and we filmed it. So next week we're dropping that, the hero video to that, and inviting people into that conference. But we just do it for free. I think that vision for the month of December is like next year, I'd love to be able to do 5 or 6 of these assemblies and really hit up like inner city schools and students that just need to constantly be reminded, because holidays aren't easy for everybody. They're a little bit even difficult for me at times. So that's what we're doing. But then next, so the big thing for 2026 is stages, lots of stages that I'm speaking on. And then I do a TV tour in LA the last week of January. So those are some of the things that are coming up.
Do we get to know what the TV show is?
I'll be releasing we're waiting on the press release, but we have 3 national TV shows that we're doing the last week of January.
It's amazing.
But that kind of ties into, like, again, it's like, that whole thing of like the to-be list, man, be brave about it. Because like, even for me, it's like, I just turned 50 this year, and I kind of feel like I have to make up for some lost time, and I have to be brave with the things that I'm doing. And I kind of feel stupid for not doing a couple of these things prior to this year, but it's never too late. you know, like I'm enjoying the ride that we're on right now. And I say we're because it is a team effort, but yeah, it's something that's really interesting. But by just simply identifying what makes you unique, that's not a flaw, it's a gift. So run with that, you know?
Yeah, love it. And I love that you get to set Melanie up to round us out. Because what better way to end the day than, you know, we learned all these different things, and Melanie's she's gonna break our brains just a little bit more, isn't she?
She's gonna blow your mind. She's not gonna break your brains. She's gonna blow them up.
You guys are hilarious. So funny. Oh.
Does anybody else have any more questions for Michael? Any comments? Oh, Mom says she wants a referral link.
Go for it. I'm gonna drop my personal cell phone number in this chat. So please just keep that amongst yourself, but and also my email address. But please, become my friend. That's all I'm at. That's my thing, is that when I'm with you guys, I want to become friends with you guys. So thanks for making sure to spend time with me. Okay.
Yeah, if that's the case, we're already bros, bro.
I love it.
Listen, I send a lot of funny memes. I hope you're ready for that.
Let's go. Come on, bring it on.
All right. Want to do a stretch break? We good to go, Jen? I mean, we saved the best for last. Sorry, no offense, Michael.
Stop. That's not true.
We've been closing with some powerhouse females,
Oh
and it
my
has been
gosh.
great. Again, no shade,
I-
Michael.
Words matter. Yes, you are phenomenal.
He is, and I also blow his cell phone up too.
According to the algorithms, my phone thinks you're my BFF, so I'm good with that. Like, let's run with that.
I'll call him and leave messages and go, you don't have to call me back. Just saying.
I mean, I call Melanie just to hear, "What's up, superstar?"
Oh, now I need to get Melanie's number.
Here, I'll put it in the chat since Michael put his in there.
Do it.
We're
All
all
right,
gonna be
Michael
best
did it
friends.
first. Michael did it first.
I
We're all
do
gonna
what
be best
Michael
friends.
does. I try to copy and be like him.
Be like Mike. You like to go by Michael, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, she's already started to be amazing since she's got into our Zoom chat, or Zoom call, I should say. Melanie Miller coming in, closing us out, bringing in her NFL background. She helps entrepreneurs blow up their visibility with AI, social media, and Google Business. If you didn't see her training in the Inner Circle a couple of weeks ago, was it? I can't even remember. Time's fly by. It was phenomenal, and she's going to bring it again today. Not on Google Business, probably. I don't know, but a little bit. She helps you get seen, get chosen, and grow fast. With marketing experience from the NFL, like I said, and a high energy coaching style, she turns visibility into momentum and momentum into wins. And that's exactly why that's exactly why she's here, closing the summit out, because no one brings the kind of fire, strategy, and step into your spotlight energy than Melanie does. The floor
What's
is yours.
up? Woo! Let's go, Friday! Friday at 6 o'clock here in Orlando, Florida.
Let's
We
go!
are doing it loud. I'm getting ready to go up to my daughter's going to be here. I'm so excited, and I am going to go party with her down at Disney for a minute. Whoop, whoop, whoop. But anyway, it's so great to see you guys. And hasn't this been just a great training this week? Right? Yeah? You guys ready to go lay on the couch and think about everything you've learned this whole week. It's going to be incredible, right? Taking what you've learned and blowing it up into what you can do next week, right? So, but I'm just gonna say this. I'm so excited to be here. I'm so grateful for this entire group. Jen has been working so hard and Darlene's been working so hard, all of you. I mean, Sierra, everyone. I've heard all this amazing stuff. You guys have been every day doing something, and you guys are the difference makers. You are the powerhouses that God has put in this space in order to help entrepreneurs grow. And you should be so proud of yourselves for that. And I will say this, that I have learned so much from Jennifer. She is an incredible leader. And I just am so blessed that I have gotten to know her. I actually call her JB. And I talk to her every day. I'm so thankful for her and just her heart to serve entrepreneurs and people who are creators in this space, because this is a time, you guys. And how many of you are running to 2026? There are a lot of companies right now that have just put the brakes on, haven't they? Right? Let me hear. Are you guys excited about running the race until 2026, right? Because quitters we are winners. We're not quitting now. We're going to continue to go, because it is when we start ahead and we start planning. You're planning now. You're beginning to work your plan for next year so that you can actually begin running before your competition, having your planning. All of this stuff that you guys have learned is it's gonna level you up for next year. And I just am so excited that I'm even working on my stuff right now, and it's been a challenge, and so visibility isn't random, right? It's not something that as a creator or a business owner, entrepreneur, it just doesn't happen. We have to show up, and we have to be an example, one, to others. And if you're a business owner and then you have staff, you have to be that excitement, that enthusiasm, and you have to be the one that is that is the leader. And John Maxwell says, what does he say? One of my favorite things is morph the speed of the leader, morph the speed of the team. And so this year, guys, I don't know about you, but let's go. We're going to level this game up. We're going to do things that we have never done before. And also, I want to talk to you a little bit, because I don't know if any of you guys have been following me a little bit on Facebook. I don't know, Jane, can you drop it's Melanie Miller Official on Facebook? Can you type that? Melanie Miller Official, facebook.com, Melanie Miller Official. You're gonna see all these prompts. Look, y'all, this is an exciting time. Do you even understand what is going on? Our AI is evolving into something that is just absolutely changing businesses, their lives, making things easier. And, a lot of people are so scared about AI. And you know what I say? I say, look, AI is not there to take your job. It's to make it easier. That's all. There's no reason for people to be afraid, to feel like they're not going to make it because it's going to take their job. It's just going to help us grow and be better at what we do. And, I always tell people too, that social media, social is your reputation, and it's your trust engine. Utilizing AI in that space helps you to go further faster just by doing simple things. So if you look at my facebook.com, Melanie Miller Official, you're going to see I've been giving away these prompts that I've been designing. And I figured out exactly how to, sorry, the boss is knocking on the door, my dog. I have figured out how to write the best prompts in the world. I have. Do you guys want to know? Do you want to know how easy it is? Okay, I'm going to tell you. Here it goes. So, if you've ever read a romantic novel, and anybody ever read a romantic novel? Okay, let me see it. Y'all, you see? Okay, so you've read it. So you read it, and then it gets to the good part. It says, the man, this dark, tall, attractive man with a mustache and short hair was staring at this beautiful woman with long blonde hair, and the sun was shining behind her face. And behind her face, you could see the sparkling and the glimmer in her eyes. And together, they made a beautiful experience. That is so descriptive and so crazy. But you guys, I figured this out. It is the funniest thing. So if you're going to try and write prompts, it is the person who's the best at using adjectives, describing something, and then telling the AI how to act, right? And so you're able to make your own images for work, business, for your family. As you see today, I threw up my, I think it was my 1940s vibe with the cute dress. And so it's been so cool to see how many people have been recreating, because we want to make AI fun. We don't want to make it to where people are afraid. So we want to make it to where it's enjoyable. So I'd encourage you guys to check that out so that you can start creating and just having a blast with it. And so one of the things that I did want to share with you today that I love is I got to talk about Google Business. Hello. One of the things that we want to talk about with Google Business is understanding how we can take those very images that we are making for our business. If we're describing our own, you can actually use them inside of Google Business. But wait, some of you are like, what in the world is Google Business? I'm going to tell you, it's the bestest thing. Because see, what happens is Google Business is a gamified engine, right? And have you guys seen how amazing Gemini has been? Oh my gosh. Well, guess what? It's on Google. It's a Google product. So Google Business is what helps your company to win online, where people are looking to buy and sell services. You see, she functions almost like a librarian. Back in the day when I went to school, I will tell you, I was still so young now, but back in the day when they had librarians and a thing called the card catalog, you would go into the library and you're working on a report. You'd say, hey, librarian, I need your help. I need to write this report. And she would take you to that aisle that would be like here, because she went to this card catalog thing. And she would pull out this card case. And inside there would be a little piece of paper. It's about that big. And it has a set of numbers on it. Like, I don't understand the recipe behind the numbers, but she did. And she would take me to that spot in the library. And then I would look for the numbers. And then I'd pull the book out. And that was my book that I could do on my research. Google works the same exact way. And so it ranks the most active people who are on their digital garden. And so there's a lot of people right now that still are not messing with their Google Business page. And let me explain to you why it's so critical. Because it just came out last week that Google said that business owners or creator, as long as you have an LLC for your business, or you got, a legal document saying you own it, that they are actually showing preference to those businesses. So it used to be that you would compete with people who bought Google AdWords, SEO, all of that stuff. And now guess what? That's not the case. Google is actually giving preference to people who are business owners who are showing up, adding services, products, updates. Oh my goodness, they're posting regularly and they're even dumping. It doesn't care because Google loves its own photos, just like Meta loves its own photos. So you can create different photos for your business and simply you can upload them. Now, Google also works on this massive scoring system on Google Business. All right. And how does that work? Well, hold on, I'll tell you, because I know you want to know. It's easy. So the way that it works is by you doing things. If you can just imagine your Google business as a digital garden, and what happens to your digital garden when you don't water it, your own garden outside, it shrivels up and dies. This time of year right now is the greatest time that you could grow your business for free, where your competition isn't even showing up. And I'll tell you, I am so excited. I actually have a client who's in California. A couple of weeks ago, I was referred to her by one of my really good friends, and she was like, Mel, we need your help. Can you help her? She's one of the top luxury agents in California, and you couldn't find her on Google. She has spent thousands and thousands of dollars. And so after we put our work in and I did some AI hacks, I'll tell you really quick. She went from over 22. She was number 22 somewhere there. So she's like up in the top 4 or 5 in less than a week. And she messaged me. She's like, "Oh my gosh, how in the world did you do that? Like, we've spent so much money." And it's simple. You see, when you mess with your digital garden with Google Business and you begin to implement a strategy, just simple, by adding the photos, updating all the services, making sure that you even put your product offers in there. And most people don't even know that when you're updating it, you're actually doing it on what we call the SERP. And the SERP is the search engine results page. Used to be somebody in India, I think, did it. And then Google got smart and said, we don't have to pay them. We'll just let the person do it themselves. So you have no idea right now the ability that you have as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, to be able to grow your exposure. And it's crazy. The algorithm is pushing people out. In addition to that, they also made a statement that they're favoring women-owned businesses. How many of us are women, right? There's a button down on your Google business profile. It says, are you a woman-owned business? Yes, click the button. Because I think for a lot of time, they, and I don't know who was whispering in what person's ear or whatever, but there may have been an issue, but not now. And so I'm even seeing that with this client that I'm telling you about. She didn't have the button pushed. And I was like, ooh, that's not good. So as a business owner, you need to make sure that when you're filling out your profile, that it's completely chocked full. And so the recipe that I want to teach you for your AI part is you need to make sure that you're downloading your videos. I think the best ones are 30 seconds or less, no music. Everybody keeps putting music. I'm like, why? They're going to copyright us, or they're not going to upload it. So don't do it. So what you've got to do is train it on your brand voice. And you know how you do that? This is so easy. You ready? You're going to go to Facebook. Everybody got a Facebook profile? Yeah, let's go. So do you have any posts? Anybody got any Facebook posts? Is it about your business? Then you're going to download. Look, I know some of y'all probably deleted them already, but they're always on Facebook. You can go and download them. Just right-click the button, save it to your computer, get about 20 or 30 of those things, and you want to be uploading those every month. Because guess what happened? The AI is reading the photos. Do you guys know how the AI reads the photos? So let me explain. I have another friend that had another Facebook page. On this Facebook page, she could not understand why she wasn't being found. Couple of reasons. One is the photo that she had, she's a real estate agent, it had a picture of a river. So let me ask you this. The AI reads the photos. River, sun, waves. And then if they put nothing in the caption, guess what? AI really doesn't know. And so AI is putting you in buckets, right? So what you have to do is when you're training your Google business profile or even on your Facebook page, is you need to never, if you're ever here on Google business, train it with who you are, what you do, and what you stand for. Most of the companies that I represent, they have now, because they've been with me for a while, have over 3,000 pictures in there. Their social media. And I train. That's why they have 30,000 people viewing their page. It's because of that reason. So the same thing on Facebook. You guys need to make sure that when you're putting your photos up, that you're detailing it. Never put a picture up without putting some sort of caption up there. Never. Because then Google's just sitting there. I mean, Facebook is just sitting there like, here's the AI. What is that? That's not, I don't know. And so you guys, in order to grow, you've got to tell the AI, and it talks to each other. And seriously, AI loves to talk to one another. They love how it talks back and forth, okay? Because it understands it. It doesn't understand us as well, but it understands how it writes, right? So you need to make sure that you're following up every week. So on your profile, make sure you guys are doing your adjustments. Check it. Answer the reviews. Make sure that you put a post up. And also the new one, which is so cool, is you can actually schedule your posts now inside of the Google Business Platform. You can do that. So you can just, when you get 5 minutes, you can just stick a picture up. It has to do with what you offer. Have AI write a short little human, in a human tone about what it is that you do and put it in there and just schedule it. Every single time that you guys put a post up, you're getting a score. So the scoring system really is a digital garden that begins to activate. So you're pouring love on it. You're pouring excitement. And then it begins to say, hey, I want to be the one to show you off. And so make sure that you're doing 3 to 5 different images a week. Okay. Promise me that you guys are going to do that. Now, what you really need to know is that even though the platforms are separated, they still fuel one another. They still talk to each other. They still help one another, because what you are teaching and what you are putting out on your platforms is what you become searchable on. So you got to make sure that you're keeping the main thing. And it's okay to share a little bit. Like, I'll give you an example of a girl I know that drinks coffee all day long. She likes to put little pictures up of herself drinking a coffee. Like, that has nothing to do with what I do. Who really cares? They don't. But other coffee drinkers do. Does that help my reach? No. But it's just something that I like to do. And then 80% of the time, I'm putting things up that matter to the people who I'm trying to reach. So I use the 80-20 rule. And my mentor, Mari Smith, is the one that taught me that. It's okay to put some things up, but you got to make sure that you keep the main thing in order to help that reach. All right. Now, if you're not just posting, then you're teaching Google and AI and social media who you serve and why you matter. If you're posting, that's the biggest thing. And so you will see today I have 11,000 people right this very minute, because I just got a message, that are on my Facebook page because of these pictures, because she just put that picture up over there. Thank you for doing that, Jen. But those pictures there's so many thousands of people who are looking at them. And it was really interesting to me too, because of what I do. I teach AI, social media, consulting, and of course, Google Business. But what I have found is that this is what people are looking for. And so when you're posting, you have to continue to keep your momentum by sharing the things that they're interested in. And I'll tell you this is one of the greatest things that I can share with you. I will teach and talk to people, and I look at their profile. They'll say, you know, Mel, can you just look at my profile? I'll do a quick audit. I'll look at it, and guess what? I can tell immediately, because a business is putting up what they think their client wants to know, and it's not. They're sharing what they want you to know. And so that's what I've been teaching on too. Another thing that I want to share with you guys really quick is this: to help yourself on Google Business, on Facebook, between the two things, to grow, you have to understand that people's fears, desires, wants, and their needs are the thing that you need to be running through your AI based on what it is that you do. Because you see, I post based on what their fears are, their needs are, their desires, their wants, and their concerns. And so what happens is it'll break out. So let me explain to you how I do it really quick. All right. And then you're going to see it. If you go to my profile, you'd be like, oh my gosh, look at Mel. She's putting exactly. It's crazy. So you're going to go over to ChatGPT or your favorite Gemini or wherever. But I use ChatGPT. That's her name. And so what I do is I go in there and I say, hey, ChatGPT, this is what I want you to do. I want you to break down the fears, the desires, the wants, the needs of my customers in my niche, whatever your niche is. And I want you to put it in a chart. I want you to tell me everything that they are concerned, worried, they desire, everything. And I want you to act as my agency for that. And I want you to be able to tell me what it is from an agency perspective that I should be marketing to them that way. Your ChatGPT will put it in a chart. It'll start breaking it down. It'll be like, yeah, baby, that's exactly what I was waiting for. And it will get so excited and it starts hustling like this, throws you in a chart. And then the next thing you know, you're looking, you're like, oh my gosh, that's exactly what I need to say. So when it starts breaking it down, then you begin to know what exactly to post online. Exactly. So for me, I'll tell you, the greatest thing is the fear of AI taking over. So what do I post about? What did I say to you guys when we started? Right? AI isn't here to take your job. Right? So when you begin to put that in, you're going to see. And I'll tell you, I did this for my church. I did this for my pastor so he could see. And after it broke out everything, you know what he says to me? He looked at it, he jumped back, he goes, this is scary. Because it was the first time that he saw the very needs of the church, which he felt and he knew. But can you imagine being able to see the very things? And I said, Pastor, this is why the things that you're posting is not being seen. It's the things that we have to worry about. What are they afraid of? What are they looking for? Of course, it was child, you know, what can you do for your youth, your kids, your whatever? Because it's the, you know, it's the church. So for your business, I challenge you to begin to include and incorporate that in your program. And all my clients, every single one of them, I run it through like that. I have charts on every single one of them and I rerun it. And so when we do their social media, I fix it based on any shifts. And so when you do that, you're putting together your posts, your marketing and everything, you're going to reach a wider audience. I have over 200,000 people today on this month on my Facebook page. And I'm just Melanie Miller. I'm not that, I'm not, 3 million, 2 million, but I know that it's working. And so if you want to know my recipe, that's exactly it. So you're going to go ChatGPT. You're going to throw your little question up. What are the fears, desires, wants, and needs? Okay. Of my customers in my niche. I want you to act as my agency in my marketing department because you got to give it a job. Everybody just gives it a sentence. They don't do good like that. Or you can ask her, what is a great prompt for this? Can you write the prompt? And she'll come back and she'll say, well, that's okay. I'll run it for you. Seriously, it's so great. So what you guys need to do is do that. Then once you have all of that, you can develop your entire program. You take your images that you're creating, all right? And you're going to use that information, posting it on Google Business, your social media, and anywhere else where you can do it. All right? And then what's going to happen is you're going to find that you're going to get seen. You're going to be top of mind. People are going to like and love you. They're going to give you little hearts. And guess what? The best part is clients are going to come to you. And that's why we do what we do. For me, I'm in the business to serve and make a difference in the lives of people. My whole job is to be an impact maker, to be able to help someone, to be able to help them go further, faster, to be able to do it more effectively, to be able to encourage them. And so for me, just to be able to show up the right way inspires them too. Because, you know, I want to help them. I want to see them, I just want to see them succeed. And my biggest goal in life is to help others win. You see, I come from that NFL space. And, you know, my guys taught me. I asked one of my NFL superstars, I said, why is it? Let me ask you this question. How do you, when you show up on the field and you're playing against the other team, what does that feel like to you? Like, tell me, like, what does it feel like? And he just firmly said, well, it feels like they ain't coming on my field and try to win in my house. And I was like, whoa. And you know what? We should feel the same way. Competition is a great thing. But understanding how to go further, faster from your competition will always help you outshine. And so just taking these simple strategies. I know you guys are probably like, it's the girl that won't stop about the Google business. I'm going to tell you right now, I saw Zuckerberg get into cahoots with Google a couple of months ago. Wonder why he's doing that. Well, you know what? When you see things like that happen, y'all better be taking hints because something powerful is coming down the pipe. Because when billionaires start playing with billionaires, money is getting ready to be made, y'all. And so I would encourage you to keep your eyes focused, and encourage you to continue build your Google business. Make it a habit every week. It's not a day-to-day that you have to do. This is a once a week. Just get in there and put a photo up and schedule a couple of posts. And then, oh, one more thing too. After you do that prompt in ChatGPT, you can then say, okay, now do you guys want your post for a whole year or a month? Yeah. Do you want them in a chart? So then after they tell you what the fears, the desires, the wants, and needs are, your chat does, you then say, great. Now I need you to put together an entire marketing campaign based on the fears, desires, wants, and needs of my clientele. And I want you to break it down by season. I want you to do 4 quarters of marketing. In that, I want you to lay out all of the posts, the captions. I want you to do a call to action and a hook. 2 hashtags. And then put it all in the chart. You know what she'll do? Oh my gosh, this is so great. I love it. Oh, woo, this is great news. I love it. It's so wonderful. Because ChatGPT was created not to give you one response, but to level up your game. And so you can just, and then you can just make it, and make it sound human. And don't forget, take out those dashes, please. The funniest thing I saw today is in Florida. I do love our governor, Ron DeSantis. He introduced the bill today to protect people's identities from AI. And that's a wonderful thing. So I responded, and it was like, I want to protect everyone. I've issued today this massive, to protect our Floridians from their identities, from using AI incorrectly and this and that. You know how I responded? I said, I'm so excited to see that your staff is using ChatGPT to write this post. I would love to talk to you. Would love to be on that team with you to help protect and guide on your AI. After you've taken over 120 classes from different, AI and traveled all over, I've been with Darlene and Jennifer everywhere. And I will tell you, you can't fool me. No. And I was laughing so hard. So I'm like, that is wonderful. But you could actually go to that post and you could probably look down and see what I wrote. It's just hilarious. So anyway, with that being said, I want to say one thing to you guys before I stop. Just remember that your digital presence is a system. It is how we market our business. And it's only going to get more powerful, you guys. That's why this Zoom, this training, this mastermind and summit is so beautiful. Because the more we educate ourselves, the more that we are going to grow and become greater and stronger at our jobs. Right? And so you just need to realize that you are the spark behind someone else's to grow, because of what you do matters. And it makes it work. There are people who are looking for all of you. They're looking for your talent. They're looking for what you bring to the table. And they are looking for someone who's going to actually take notice of even them. And so I want to leave you with this. This is an old story I love to tell. And I hope that it inspires you to win. And it goes like this. There was a little boy. And every day he walked to school. And this was a long time ago, he's just walking to school, and he would go by this farmer, and this farmer would be sitting out on his front porch drinking a sweet tea and just rocking in the chair back and forth. And next thing you know, every time he walked by, this dog that was laying right there next to him would be howling like it was in pain. And the little boy got so tired of it. It was every day. So the little boy passes him, comes by this one last time, and he says, you know what? He goes, I gotta talk to that farmer. I gotta find out why in the world is he just letting his dog lay there in pain. So the little boy got up enough courage, and as he gets to the farmer's porch, he says, Farmer, I have a question. Why is it that every day I walk to school, your dog is laying on the front porch and it's just a howling away? And he says with his tea, well, you see, son, that's his favorite place to hang out. Right in the sun. It feels good on his body. It's his favorite place to lay. But right underneath of him is a nail that's about this high. You see, it feels so good that he doesn't want to get up and do anything about it. And so, guys, I want to tell you this, that as you go and leave this amazing summit, I want to challenge you. Are you going to be the person who's like the old dog laying on the old nail, just laying there crying about what could be because you feel comfortable? Or are you going to be the champion that rises above and gets up and takes over your area No one comes on your field and wins when it comes to your house. I want to encourage you. I want to tell you, I be praying for all of y'all, and I'm really excited to watch everything that these champions on this summit have been up to over the next couple of weeks, because you all are winners. And don't you ever forget that. Jen, I just want to say thank you so much for letting me be on this, being a part of this. I love and adore you. And I just wish every single one of you guys the best of 2025. And may we all lock arms together and win in 2026. Let's go.
And now you guys know why I call her every morning.
It's
I mean,
like
who
talking
would
to a
want to
mirror.
start their day
It's
with
like
that?
talking to a mirror. I love it. I love every minute of it. About time I found somebody that matches my my energy frequency.
Come on, James.
Where we going, Melanie? Where we going?
So I do have a question though. So you know,
Yes.
we talked a lot about Google My Business and AI.
Yes.
And what would you say if someone is just starting out, is the best place to start? Because obviously the algorithms like information, but they also don't like dumping of information like all at once. Because you know, there's people on here that have had their socials for a really long time.
Right.
So what would you say to those people that are starting out with, oh my gosh, like I probably need to activate my Google My Business, but I don't want to make Google My Business mad at me?
Yes. So here's the thing. The only way Google Business is going to get mad at you is if you don't follow the guidelines. It's so easy. So all you've got to do is be legit and real and honest as to who you are. And you just simply start. You just go in and you set up a new profile. You just put what your real name is. Then you're simply going to fill in the locations. And then the funny thing is, most people think that Google Business is only one location, maybe 3. It's not, it's 18. And Google is very local. It's a very local, like it doesn't do well across the board. So that's why a lot of companies, they'll launch in different locations with their Google Business. Because if they have stores or franchises, they'll do that. But the best thing that someone could do is just simply start. And then if you have questions, you know, come back to Jen, myself, whatever you need. Ask a question, ask for help. That's what Jen's whole group is about helping to serve one another and getting things done immediately. But that's what I would do. Just start. Put a picture up, push post. Just do it. And then just keep doing it. Just put a reminder on your cell phone once a month, twice a month. Better than not at all. The people I run with, they are ballers. They're checking it like every couple of days. I got a beautiful review. That's the thing too, is even when you get your reviews, if it's a bad review, you still have to answer it. You know, like Stacy was talking earlier, she was right. You still have to be very careful what it is that you say. You have to respond in love. You don't want to say, hey, I'm sorry, blah, 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 blah. But you still have to say something just to show up and say, I'm sorry. You know, not I'm sorry, but, you know, I'll have a lot of times people just aren't even clients. So before you jump, say, hey, as a student, you know, we went back in our records, we just don't find you as a client. We're very, very apologetic you're going through that. But maybe it is another company. You know, you just never know. So you have to be very cautious. But just showing up, man. You're a winner. That's it.
I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead, girl.
start with one. What did you learn from the NFL in like, I'd say in the marketing capacity that maybe entrepreneurs are missing? Like what would you say is like one of the key things that the differentiator between when you were in the NFL or still working with them
Yeah.
versus like traditional entrepreneurs?
What's the difference? We're the same. It's absolutely the same. It's just, it's what Michael said. It's who the people that are in your room. You have to be willing to put yourself in that room. And from a marketing perspective, for someone right now, like, let me tell you a story that happened to me, and this will help you understand. Okay. I was working with the CEO of Freddie Mac. You guys have heard of Freddie Mac, right? Freddie Mac is where every single penny of your house, if you're buying a home, goes through there. Okay. And Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae, the two of them. Okay. So I was working with the CEO, and they were going to give away another $2 million because they have a charity. And so she had asked me to come up with a concept for giving away $2 million. What? That's amazing. So I go in her office, sit in her room. She had this big long table set out. And so they had already begun to give these, to try to give some of this money away to these nonprofits. And so I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh my gosh, there's all these packets. It's like craziness. There's packets everywhere. And I'm like, one of them says $500 and one said 10 and one said 250 and one was really a baller. They asked for 200,000. I was like, wow. So it's like, how do you get that? This was one of the greatest learning experiences of my marketing career. And I turned and I looked at Maxine and I said, Maxine, how in the world do you figure out who to give the money to? And she said, Melanie, we just give them what they ask for. You see, the Bible says you receive not because you ask not. So that was one of the greatest learning experiences for me as a marketer. And there are people that are looking for your services, but you think you're not good enough, or you don't think that you're big enough, or, whatever. That's not the truth. The truth is that your skill set may just be a little different, but that doesn't mean that that company's not looking for you. You just have to show up and ask. It's just so powerful. So that happened to me. So does that help, Sarah? Isn't that a great? It was life-changing. The minute that she said that to me, it was almost like I got a slap across the face. Oh, I can even remember walking in when she hired me. I helped with Freddie Mac Hoops for Homeless event with Magic Johnson. And I put the 30 guys on the teams. They had paid somebody a lot of money and he didn't do it. And so they called me on the phone. Bobby Mitchell, who was the vice president of the Washington Redskins at the time, called me and said, Melanie, I need help. I don't know who else to help her. And she's going to give us $1,000 for every single guy that you can help me get on the team. I'm like, you're the vice president of Redskins. What are you calling me for? And he's like, because you know all the guys, all the past. See, I was the marketing director for all the NFL alums. So I made 35 phone calls and 32 of the guys showed up. So we had a check for, I think, $32,000 from Freddie Mac. And that's how they fell in love with me. It's because I helped save their day and raised a lot of money for the homeless that way. But even AI, anything, there are people, it's the entrepreneurs, it's just a mindset is all it is.
My second
What else?
question.
Yeah.
I know you're kind of like, I feel like you're already kind of there for 2026, but how do you see AI shifting visibility beyond 2026? Like if you were to take a guess of where you see it going, how do you see it? Like where do you see it beyond 2026? I feel is kind of already a little bit known, but a little bit beyond that.
Yeah. So what's going to happen, I'll tell you, is this is why 2 years ago I had to shift up my focus even for my company, because what was happening is this AI thing came along, right? And so, you know what I did? I'll tell you the funniest story. This is the gosh honest truth. I didn't know anything about it. I'm like, what is this prompt word? What's a prompt? Like 2 years ago, right? And what's a chat GPT? And how do I even get to it? This is over 2 years ago. So you know what I did is I went on Etsy and I saw this thing pop up. It said prompts for like $2.30. So I bought this package with these prompts. I was like, oh, now I'm going to know how to do AI. But what's happened is it's changed so much since then that where we're going is you're going to see in my new stuff that's coming out, you're going to see is me, even with being able to switch my body, my face into the characters of the other of movies.
And that's what I was going to ask,
I
because
did it today.
that's awesome.
I
because
just haven't put
yesterday-
it up. I'm waiting.
Yesterday, Clay was showing us the podcast with Notebook LM. Like he created the audio with it, which I think is awesome. But do you think like what could you say to people who might fear that? And I know we talked about it a lot, or you talked about it in your how it's not replacing humans. I get that. But
No.
like maybe what do you say to people who might fear it a little bit more than they should?
Well, the thing is, and I said I was with the CEO of our chamber the other day, and here in Osceola, where Disney is, and I was talking to him, and he was like, he told me, he goes, I have a person that's very skeptical that I know, and I said this. I said, are they on Facebook? He goes, yes. I said, all you got to do is go back to them and tell them there's 14 AIs in Facebook, so they're already using it. What are they afraid of? They're already using it. It's been around for a while. So, and not only that, it's already created your digital twin. You just haven't seen it yet. It's here. So they'll be releasing all of that stuff. You see, because Facebook's trained off of every single detail that you've ever typed. I've been on there for over 18 years. It has saved every word, everything. So the people that are afraid, I always say that's the first thing. And then they kind of like, whoa, you know, and that just kind of ease it a little bit, because AI and the way that I teach it is this. AI is easy as sending a text. If you can text and you can type, then you can use AI. But see, the problem is there's not a lot of people like me that want to teach them the very basics. You know, I care to see people learn. They need to have a starting point too, right? They need to have somebody that's coming along, you know, easy as 1, 2, 3. Not everybody can be like, you know, like me, develop a prompt that's this long and that you're going to lose everybody. You can't. But what we can do is just help others that are around us just by teaching them just the very basics. You know, how it teaches, how it learns off of us, our tone, the way we talk, learns our mannerisms. You should hear how mine talks to me. She's like, hey, girlfriend, what's up? How you doing today? I love it. But the biggest thing too, that the biggest change that you're going to see over the next year, and I already have seen it, I can spot it on every commercial, is the use of the digital twins. And I've been using a digital twin for 2 years, but it's getting to the point now where I'm actually able to use it and create it in different social media and outlets for commercials, for even for TV. And I will tell you a secret. Steve and I were sitting at the table having dinner last night, and President Trump comes on. We were listening on Fox, and I hear this commercial about something he's selling. There's a new something, and I'm listening. I smell something suspicious. And I lean back. I said, you hear that sing-songy, Steve? He goes, yeah. I said, that's his digital twin doing a commercial. He goes, are you kidding me? I was like, no, that's what it is. But anybody else watching has no clue. The president had time to do all of that. And even when he does some of the press conferences, I've seen him, they'll just drop his content from whatever his writer or whatever, and sometimes he'll do it like that. I can tell because of the trainings, you just start to learn. But that's going to be a big thing, and people are going to have to adopt it. The hard part is as an early adopter, you're going to have a foot or 2 or 3 ahead of even your competition. So these people who are putting their nails in and saying, no way, they're the ones, they are going to be if they're people are fearing it now and they have no clue what's getting ready to happen. I had Alicia Little call me, and I have Alicia's cell. I talked to her on the cell phone. I have her real phone number. So I was standing here, my husband was in my office, and I said, I'll never forget. I was like, this is Alicia's calling. So I answered the phone. I'm like, I put it on speaker. I was like, oh, this is her AI twin. I was having a full-on conversation. I said, but this is not her cell number. But other people don't know. That's where it's going. Yeah. Social media, graphic designers, all of that, they've got to adopt as well. We're in that part that's just going to grow, and it's going to completely morph and change. So it's going to be so great, I think. What do you think, Sierra?
I agree. I mean, I have friends that are really into AI, and they create it's not even them on Zoom, but it's them. It's just crazy how it, is shifting like that. So
you can hear it. You can hear. Like if you train your ear, you can hear really. And if you're good friends with them, you can tell. But but like I said today, when I had to call out our governor, I thought that was funny. They're saying we're protecting your AI,
right?
And it's
Using
wrote
AI.
in ChatGPT. I was like, that's funny. They forgot to take the M dashes out.
I love it. Well, thank you. That was interesting. Anybody else have comments, questions? James, you're quiet. You're too quiet.
James.
Listen,
my
this woman
friend,
has
James.
the floor. I do not mess with this floor. Like she got it. She got it. I could just sit back and watch the brilliance happen. It's amazing.
Oh, you're so sweet. Well, another thing that's really exciting is, and Jen's doing it too, is utilizing, it's just the ease of being able to even build your own website in a second. ChatGPT, you can write the prompts and even put them in Canva. I built it was really interesting because I have a chaplain for the Rams, and I built his whole wireframe for his new website that's coming out. And because I wanted it a certain way. So I built it out, built out the information, everything that he had taught me, everything about his business. We put in this thing, and it is absolutely incredible what it did. It built a whole site in like 1 minute, and I videoed it, sent it to them, and they couldn't believe it. Just great. But that's how you go further faster. It's not hard. The other thing that I'd like to say, if this is okay, is, pick your zone. You don't have to do all of it. You don't have to try to learn all of it, but just learn 1 or 2 things that help your business grow so that you don't feel so overwhelmed. What are the tasks that you're repeating constantly? How can you make that easier? The biggest thing is Facebook. Now you can upload and schedule your posts even on your personal profile. That was a game changer for me. Just taking that. And the other thing is I just set aside time. It's the hardest thing. I've been promoting very successful people all my life, but I've never had to promote myself. This is a new thing for me. And I know it's hard for you guys too. But, just understanding the fears, desires, the wants, and the needs of the people, and being able to come to them and being able to help them grow and succeed. It's just, that's such a beautiful thing. being a difference maker, you know, and you guys made this choice. You could have gone somewhere else, built someone else's dream, but instead you chose to build yours. So we're all got to stick together and help one another.
And how else better do we leave with that? Like, seriously. Ah, man, Melanie, such an inspiration. I love your energy. Anytime I need a jolt of energy, man, you just, even your voicemail, like I should play it just so people can hear it.
Freak everyone out. You should call. I'll send it if you, I don't know if you could even hear it. It's funny.
It is, because it's like, what's up, superstar?
And my friends, every time, they'll go, I thought it was you when I started talking.
Yes. So, I mean, Melanie, thank you so much for coming.
Welcome.
You were probably the hardest yes to get.
Well, I don't know why.
Well, because I had to ask you like 7 times. Because you were like, I don't know, Jen. I don't know. I got all this stuff going on. And I'm like, girl, these people need you.
Oh, you're such a blessing. You and your mom and this whole crew has just been such an inspiration to me, and I appreciate it. I've got to learn to value myself too, and I'm learning that it's okay to promote me now.
Yes, I have been dropping your school community all week long because
I know. Oh, jeez.
Guys, I don't know. I don't have many words. I know Sierra and James are like, you got to start saying something. But if you guys know me, I love putting
And your mom.
people and
And
mom
your mother.
and mom. Mom has been, okay, so backstory, long backstory. My mom has always done the books for multiple businesses that our family has had. And one of our most treasured and her most not so treasured nicknames that we gave her is the Warden. Okay. So the reason that we call her the Warden is because we would go, and mainly Dad, just go ahead. He's not on social media. He hates computers, so it'll be fine. He even hates social media even more. So it's all right. He would go and we would be hosting, they would be hosting some kind of dinner for the company, whatever. Okay. And he would use the wrong credit card.
Oh boy.
And Mom would be like, dang it, Leon, you used the wrong credit card. So when I was talking to James and Sierra about this event, you know, because we did move this from in-person to virtual, I still do want to have an in-person. It is still on the calling for me next year. But they were like, you need to have somebody that's going to keep everybody on time, going to keep everybody in check, and mute anyone that goes crazy. And I go, my mom can do that. And without missing a beat, James and Sierra are like, I love that idea. So she has been the lovely Warden this whole time, messaging everybody. And Mom, you are amazing. I know that you were very anxious about this because technology is not your strong suit. It makes you really, really, really anxious. But not one person has felt like that at all here. We did not at one point did we know that technology is not your strong suit. So well done. Only when she moves. Oh my gosh. Yes. So guys, we have had some amazing speakers. I mean, we've went from full circle of we have to have alignment spiritually. mentally. We even talked about budgets. We talked about everything, like everything that you guys need in your business for 2026, like what's coming, what we can do now. We gave you so many tips, so many strategies on how to really maximize your impact, whatever that is. Pick one thing that you're going to do and start it, and then share it and bring community along with you. So the biggest thing, and I don't know if many people caught on to this, is some of these speakers tell you, be around people that see you for who you are. They're not gonna, they don't see the fake side. They see the side that's like, you're not really okay, are you? And that's okay.
Yep.
Because you have to be that way too. What, mom? What are you okaying for? She's over here okaying on the other side. So like, you can see my hands. So boarded. Do you hear this? You're past to 6 o'clock. I know. I am sorry.
So wait, Darlene, you could have just stuck your hand into the next frame and smacked her the whole time and we didn't see this?
She says, no, I have to get up out of my chair for that.
Fair.
But
Fair.
I can do this.
Moving forward, keep that in mind.
But I could possibly maybe give her bunny ears if I really wanted to. Anyways, we're getting off track. So guys, if you don't have a community, come to mine. There's room.
That's right.
I will drop the link in the chat. I will also put it on socials because I will, if you have a community and you're not sharing it, I will drop it for you. Ask Melanie. I've been doing it all week. She's been doing these amazing prompts, y'all. And you know what she hasn't been telling people to do? Come learn
Not yet.
from me. So if you're looking for a community that's going to see you and the real you, come join mine. Come join the Savvy Entrepreneurs.
Yes.
Yes, you have been very quiet, Kimberly, and you were insanely smart, and we would love to hear more from you. James gets a pass because apparently he wanted to have a baby. But guys, come visit us in the Savvy Entrepreneurs. We meet every Tuesday. And you get to see James in the waiting room every Tuesday. And if you have not experienced James waiting for you, you're missing out. So with that, I thank you guys. Thank you for spending like 2 full days with me. I know I'm annoying as hell. Like, I'm really annoying. Like, I know I admit it. I'm annoying. And I'm going over time, and James and Sierra are both like, I'm hungry and I'm tired, and this lady is so annoying.
And I'm going to
Sarah's like,
Disney.
yes.
Very hungry.
So what I do want to do before we hop off is I want to tell you guys that this isn't about me. And I know James and Sierra are going to yell at me for this. But one of the things that I love to do is I love to bring people forward and really let them shine in their best suit. And James is like leaving now. He's like, I'm gone. I'm out of here. It's past 6 o'clock. But none of this would have been possible without all the speakers, without my mom putting up with my insanity, without Sierra like being like, hey, like, please, like, can you, like, we got to have these things, you know, helping me. And then Shannon Morrison, she made me do some Zoom settings that James like hated. He got to see my nostrils, didn't like it. And then lastly, James, like, this guy, he's epic. And it's been an honor to get to be a friend of his. for as long as I have. I mean, dude, and I don't know another human on the planet that can maximize and max out a microphone on Zoom. Thank you. Thank you for all that you guys do. Thank you for coming and with the energy that you guys had. It's truly been an honor. So with that, I'm going to wrap up. We're going to close down this recording and we're going to stop streaming because I'm sure the